Masters, Iron Ship, and Dogman for game number 1 in our playing stage.
Let's see this, chat.
Welcome back, everyone, as we dive into the first match here between 100 Thieves and Reject. As you just heard, 100 Thieves 3-0'd them.
Is that a Psylocke? Is that Psylocke, chat?
Team now.
Can't see.
2 new players.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely new squad, like you mentioned, Shib, and 100 Thieves. They've been around the block, and they've been able to make top 4 in every tournament so far. But obviously, in due time, you know, we were talking behind the scenes a little bit with Ryan and some of the Intetcher. You know, they've been slowly getting worse, basically, over the course of the past year. But
okay, I don't know if you guys know this though, but there is a huge difference between what Asia plays and what the what do you call it, like the
we start off our 500
EMEA and what NA plays. So let's see this, chat. Oh, let's see it. Let's see it.
Amped right now as we begin. 100 Thieves, pretty traditional comps across the board. You may be thinking
first game. TTK is on that Angela. Ooh, I like the background on his camera too.
With Angela taking and owning that space, ready to engage on the backline.
Yeah, we kind of thought that TTK would play more Angela due to the fact that, you know, controller players do better on this hero, and also Luna Snow, so they're kind of on that comfort duo, that tandem, but Invisible Woman on the other side for Sung Hoon alongside Lastro. Curious how that goes with Bulls alongside the backline sort of peel.
And he's now going to bubble up early. Goes down to 11 HP. Still stays healthy for the moment, but it's a tough position. And is going to fall. Yaki going to take a 2-piece down. Delena trades one with Brownie. That's a big pick on
Reject! I haven't seen any of these Asian teams play yet, chat. It looks like they're cooking. I hope the Asian teams do really well, though, because I remember in China and in Atlanta, the other LAN events, they actually got dominated and they left really early. So I hope they do really well.
Playing around that solo duelist in Brownie is kind of nice as they start off the fight with Gargoyle's ultimate.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Piggy here using the Luna team up instead of the Mantis, which gives you some of that overhealth trading. But yeah, the triple Vanguard line with that Vanpool is a huge problem.
Hey, I don't know why a lot of people don't run 3 tanks.
60% to that ultimate.
3 tanks is really strong.
Snipes coming in here in a moment. That Red Room rifle, but no one falls just yet.
It's to get taking a lot of damage, trying to fly around the back. Same time as Reject builds that ultimate. Lastro trying to dodge and duck around the corner to not go down. But Delena cross map takes down Sung Hoon, losing that backline peel after some of these cooldowns are gone. Lastro might be a tough spot, but he pops the ultimate.
Oh,
Region Royal Flush rushing in, but who's going to be the first to go down? Combined here with the Enzar, and that's not going to be getting much value as they retake point. It looks like, oh, there's TTK finding Lastro. First trade comes in now.
3 tanks is very strong because you have 3 characters with a lot of heal, like health pools, and then your supports farm support ults first, and then you just, you win. Your supports just like out-rotate, what do you call it? Not out-rotate, but
because Millennia and 100 Thieves had the backline still alive, losing some.
They just get their ults really fast.
Resulting in Reject.
Also, nobody dies.
Reject and the retake have
outside
to find something with
there you
Brownie.
go.
Maybe also bait out Millennia's ult. If they can do something with those two, it'd be nice, but Delenny's on the flank.
I don't always love Psionic Seduction coming in at the same time to Region Royal Flush. It can be powerful, but a lot of time you want to answer with that and force something out. So a lot of commitment there from Reject, but position being held high. Millennia does have that dance floor available. You can see Vinny now with a Strangling Prison. There is going to be a match back and forth. Invisible Boundary in the dance floor. And
that's a fat ult!
Can they clean up anything? It looks like they will not be able to do so
dude, that was a huge ult by Vinny, bro. Everyone was in it, but they had no follow. They had nothing to, like, nothing. 100 Thieves comp kind of sucks, though. He got a fat ult, but they have no one that can combo with him.
With the ult to find Brownie and one more.
Wow, what a turn back here. Given that space and then retaking it instantly. Disgusting play here from the Thieves, who are down heavily in percentage, though. 81 here for Reject, who just want to build ults and have an ult fight to take it as you see the Thieves clean up the rest.
Yeah, I mean, the Black Cat enhancement and also the team up was massive in giving her enough damage to come back.
Oh, you hear the crowd a little bit. That's cool. You heard them cheering?
Still in control of the
you heard,
point.
like,
Reject did build up 81% on that
claps a little bit and like some cheering.
Reject do have some ults to deal with the dive yet again, but 100 Thieves surely know that Yaki is the only one sitting with that ultimate. 100 Thieves also have Delena, who could go off with the new one-shot rework that happened to Black Widow.
Yeah, we can see the setup here, and that could be huge. Heaven's Ascent on that back line. TTK finds Brownie. Another pick starting up here, make it 2 as Self drops Sung Hoon. It's going to be 2 numbers up. They're going to walk them down slowly, trying to get a bit of a stagger as they try to take that portal out.
Brownie's going to swap, by the way. He's going over to the Black Widow. Gargoyle finds that Delena pick, but when he does trade it back, Vinny trying to go back through the portal.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. My God.
Oh, my goodness. He could not go through the portal.
Oh, Vinny, what are we doing, Vinny?
Right, that was disgusting and huge brain play from the side of
what
Reject.
Are we
and Yaki
doing?
gets at his last stroke, goes in with a Raging Royal Flush, trying to clean up the rest, get this point back 98%. For the side of 100 Thieves, 99 now as Reject retakes. It looks like this fight is in their favor for the moment, but the portal comes in.
Oh, and Brownie going down again at TTK. TTK's been massive in these fights on Angela, and Self combines again with another.
Yeah, it's really clean play. Self just popping off here on Black Cat. Vinny owning this space is going to find Yaki, and that should be enough here, as I don't think a portal can come in time. And that's
There's
be
no way.
one,
Oh, the cameras are a little...
Wow.
Bro, 100 Thieves does not deserve that map win. 100 Thieves does not deserve that map win.
Out of the Angela player. I mean, there's so many heroes that are good right now. I think that was the common discussion we had about this tournament, is that there's so many top-tier heroes. You forget that Angela's also one of them. Yeah, I mean, that team up with Loki is disgusting. Just sending out a
Vinny is... Yo, can we put the stats down? I don't want to see the stats. Can we put the stats down? Do it for some players' sakes. Can we put the stats down?
Going 1-4, sadly. But that's just because of the pressure.
Yo, production is doing Vinny bad, chat.
Luna too, you don't have the cleanse option. Obviously, Gambit, you have that cleanse available.
Production is doing Vinny bad.
Coming at you at the same time. Next thing you know, your whole team's locked up, and you're going to find those finals. Delena with 4, but you look over, Self has 8. And Black Cat, you talked about the team ups coming in, but I also think they're just getting better with the hero, no?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I think that it's super complex. I mean, everybody talks about how hard Black Cat can be to play, but
also notice how Reject went Daredevil now. I think they're going to use Yaki to try to mark Self. That's what you usually do, chat. Since Black Cat can go invisible and all that stuff, and she's very mobile, that's why you put the Daredevil on her. You put the Daredevil on her, and hopefully he lets the double out.
Yeah, I think Dino's great in more melee comps.
Also, I really like how TTK is playing his life and his KD. Like always.
As they start up here, Yaki making the switch as well, going to that Daredevil. Here goes that commitment. Bubble goes out quickly from Vinny, like they did not use that heal wall. Aging up what I would expect to see on this map is Delena finds Piggy. Yaki trades it back onto Self.
I think both the Vanguards are playing really good right now. Vinny, using that team up perfectly. Well, until the jinx comes out as Yaki removes TTK on that backline, going a bit too aggressive, pulled in, I imagine, by Sunghoon and Reject's backline.
100 Thieves, 9% in climbing, but Reject, actually, they're doing a great job stalling on this point here, as now they're going to bring out the dance floor from Millennia. Hoping the team comes back.
Nice shot.
Huge shot out of the back line of Sunghoon. One of those picks that is necessary when he cleans up Yaki, and well done by Thieves to play that through, even being down numbers.
Yeah, this has been clean out of them. Brownie's been getting shut down. I mean, it's been tough for him on the other side. Maybe upcoming fight, you can find back Lartrox once more. But again, it's Sunghoon that's dealing with so much pressure from Cell, from TTK, and they've tried to switch to a comp that can help peel. Maybe with ultimates they could do something moving forward, but these last fights have been brutal. They did force out Millennia's ultimate the previous fight, so they at least...
I like how TTK is just standing there. His controller unplugged, chat.
Or rather, a free Gambit
Someone give TTK new batteries. Stat.
Fight will begin. Keep an eye open for some big ultimates. Delena going to start off now with the snipe. It gets matched back with the invisible boundary. Nobody has fallen just yet. Keep an eyes on Vinny with that strangling prison, which could be a problem here. Winnie going to engage with a Raging Royal Flush. Are they going to be able to find some off that? And there's the Rampage from Dino, but he goes down quickly and is going to fall. Yaki trades that with Delena, but still
I will never understand why Groot has to reload his arms.
So far, and I hate to say it, but it does feel like this Invisible Woman is getting farmed by the backline of Self and TTK on their dives. Just so consistent. And that was a really very early ultimate by Sunghoon, forced because of Delena's ult. Now they have to TP back to point in a moment. Or rather, I guess, upcoming fight as they have one more.
Vinny.
But Vinny
Come on,
sitting
Vinny.
with a free
Come on, Vinny. Hit a fat one again. Hit a fat one.
Who's engaged with it first, usually.
Yeah, this is that same conundrum we were talking about. What do you cleanse here? You will have ultimate on the side of Lastro to try to answer maybe both of them, which could be massive and a huge swing, but just based on the pacing of this right now,
bro, Reject is not playing like... What are they doing? They're not playing as a team.
Take this 100-0 as they keep this fight going.
And he's slowly taking it down. Lastro pops the ultimate, too. They want to disengage.
I think Reject knows that he has ult, so they're all playing split right now.
Backwards for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and the reset here, nobody goes down, so great job just hiding away from that. Piggy able to find Vinny, though, who again has that ultimate available. Nice find for the side of Reject who want to take this point. Brownie with a second pick. This could be enough here to get some percentage on the board. They're still holding on, but ult advantage heavily in favor of the Thieves.
Yeah, nice little flank by Brownie there. I mean, kind of saved them as well with that opening pick, regardless for 100 Thieves. They have built up 99%, but they did also force out Lastro's ultimate. Brownie,
close.
Though, could be the difference maker. Able to deal with Delena on the backside. Has been finally kind of showing up towards the very end of this round, but that's what we talk about domination. It could be, very, very quick for some of these teams as Yaki has to force out maybe one of these Stratus ultimates early for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and you see the Widow match back and forth, just incredibly strong after those
Oh, that's
changes,
a pretty interesting. Oh, that's actually a pretty good, what do you call it, rotation.
Gonna try to wall off
like
front line here onto Piggy. There's the focus now. Piggy's able to escape using a diamond form, and that's a huge ult on the back line. Can they clean
nice,
that?
Vinny, nice.
The retake might come in here.
Self is popping off, too. Self is dominating.
And all of them fall. This should be it. Overtime ticks down.
Self is 25-2?
Close this out, they do.
100 Thieves with nearly.
That's what I like to hear as well. I love listening to the crowd at these LAN events.
We'll see how it is moving forward. And we talked about maybe teams, you know, teams being expecting 100 Thieves to not be so good on domination.
Yeah.
Today they proved that was not the case. I mean, they absolutely looked alive. The Vanguards were popping off. Delena was having a great game, and Self, too, was the star player that we always recognize him as.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about there. Like
damn, their coach is getting yelled at. Hey, don't ever fucking touch my players again. Oh, shit.
Was telling us. So that is a tough look, but stepping up here, 15 finals, I believe, there from the Black Cat on Self. That is a problem.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it works a little bit better with the Angela as well, considering that, you know,
nice.
we could see him in the sky.
Yes, it's a best of three, Chad. It's a best of three.
It was so impactful at just living. Towards the end, I mean, there was both double hit scans looking towards him. A lot of the times of Brownie and Yaki, but they were inevitably shut down.
Oh, the coach is getting told that he's going to get thrown out if he ever does that again.
You know, having to improve. There's this whole narrative about him not playing.
Stay in your coach's circle, and if you
put in the work, it looks like recently. I think that was a great job out of him and their Vanguard line. Very impressed by those two.
Yeah, absolutely. I think their composition just made more sense to me. I like the Luna in the back line, enabling Cat. I think Luna has a huge place in the meta. Great ban out there. I mean, you saw.
How can you tell? Oh, I'm just talking shit, chat.
Just like it all. Yeah. Just struggled into that composition. The back line was just so vulnerable. There was really no one there to peel from that.
Oh, we already wait. Are they going to the next map already? Oh no, he's in the practice range.
Because that was a bit brutal. It was a bit hard for Sung Hoon to stay alive there. I mean, what was the overarching reason behind that as we take a look back at the replays? Do you think that Invisible Woman maybe was slightly part of the problem?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to keep an eye on. I think they're just identifying targets, and it's very difficult to peel the Cat, right? Like, you have Angela consistently in the sky, you pull eyes upward, and Cat does the same thing behind you, right? You're just looking in two different directions. You don't know where to look in terms of heals, self-peel. You're popping your shield left and right, and next thing you know, your HP bar is just deleted. So, I mean, I just think Thieves as a whole.
Can you explain why the coach would get talked to about celebrating the win with his team?
They played a slow comp Reject against a team that's fine with that.
I don't know what. I'm pretty sure they probably have rules where, like,
as you said, I mean, the Angela constant pressure.
He can't do that. I don't know.
Has to leave every now and again.
I don't know what the rules are, chat.
TDK, like you said, was just annoying. It was like in the side of your vision.
But maybe the coach can't walk forward and.
It's tricky because I didn't see a lot of cleanses come into, into fruition there. There wasn't a lot of big cleanse plays, and that's tough, right? It's tough to have good card management, especially at this level of play.
Maybe he has to. Maybe the coaches just have to stay behind the team at all times.
Work out of the side of 100 Thieves. It is a best out of 3, so that puts them on map point already. Shib to make it to the next round, put them one step closer to getting to the playoffs. Which at this rate, Reject gonna have to pick a good map because 100 Thieves, you talked about it, that's not even their best map type in the past year.
Yeah, they're definitely looking good so far. And again, folks, this is the play-in stage. As you had just discussed, if you're just tuning in, these folks are trying to move forward into this tournament for tomorrow. So it's all about the top 2 teams coming out of this today.
Yeah, and I think that 100 Thieves at the moment, they've got the momentum now. That was 2 in a row. And in BO3s, it can be really hard to come back, especially in that ban phase. We talked about that. You can't really, it feels like a lot of adjustments are made on that sort of third map, especially as Convoy and Convergence, you know, are very kind of, I guess, similar depending on the map specifically. But the map that will be chosen, I believe, in a moment will be Museum of Contemplation, which is something that we've been seeing throughout the last year for
that's my team's map, chat. I don't know if you guys remember, but that's my team is very good on Museum. Yo, it's Cyclops!
Send it at that line, and you gotta love that cosplay. Shout out over there to the Cyclops masks on the screen right now.
Oh, that is so cool. I like that. That's awesome.
I love to see it. But yeah, I mean, Museum of Contemplation, again, very brawly. Will be
that is cool, bro. I like that. I like that.
Phase. Sadly, I don't think we'll see any Cyclops. So
maybe not.
It's because those guys are reading too much. That's why I'm anti-book, is because it helps the hit scan ability as we enter the ban phase once more. So far, it's been
I love LAN events, bro.
This time, the game gets removed
events.
for 100 Thieves as the Protect went onto Loki, out of all things, for Team Reject on Museum.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
They didn't bring streamers,
with
chat.
Those crystals, especially with the ability to now have
Garcane with the massive tier 1 sub. Welcome, my friend. Everyone that's subbing and following, appreciate it, chat.
Just negate ultimates and then turn a fight around is game winning.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And you know, on the other side, we have that Magneto. I mean, people talk about how strong that hero is as well. They go for the invisible and ban on this map due to the fact that maybe they can't dive him as well regardless. I mean, it does feel like for 100 Thieves, actually they're going for the one-sided.
Front to back is why she's great for the Pierce, right? The Pierce
Dude, you could see like every single pore on everyone's face. These cameras are really good quality.
A lot of that in this tournament, I believe, as Magneto is just a huge problem with that sword right now. Actually, both team-ups are good.
Yeah, both team-ups are really good, but 100 Thieves at the moment, you know, in this ban phase have changed a lot so far. The Thing ban coming through for Team Reject. Shib, what do you think about that one?
I like that. Yeah. I think Thing is also incredibly strong in this new patch. I think Thing is in a conversation for one of the best Vanguards. A lot of good peel opportunity, but also just brawling the front line, especially in this map where you're playing so front to back. It's been a huge problem, especially with that Torch team up.
Yeah, I actually have a few questions for you, I guess, when we enter the game. But Mag also going to get through on the other side.
That doesn't make any
sense.
Okay.
On the Magneto for one side.
Reject is banning
one-sided matchup towards the very end.
It looks like they're going to remove Rocket.
Reject is
really
banning
Rocket, so that's more of a targeted play here.
What do you call it? The Thing.
I don't think that's a bad call at all, but we will.
That's very interesting. Are they going to start playing dive now?
Heading to Museum. 100 Thieves now on map point so far in the play-in stage. BO5 is going to be happening in the playoffs, so stay tuned for that. But between both of these squads, 100 Thieves, you know, they have a little bit more, I would say, Marvel Rivals LAN experience, making it far in these tournaments so far. Reject still trying to put their name on the map. So, you know, I think at the moment, with the new players they've picked up, there is a chance there. But for Yaki, I mean, it was kind of interesting to see him play the Thing. And I kind of want to get your take on that triple Vanguard comp they played with one of the duelists playing.
Chat, you're banning for the other team and you're saving for your team.
They deal a lot of damage right now. So
if this team bans Invis and saves Invis, that means the other team can't play Invis because it's banned, but they also saved it for themselves, so the other team cannot ban Invis.
Not the composition.
Toss me right under that bus, my friend.
Oh, yeah. I'm driving it. We're on the map with the bus, so it makes sense. It's okay. You can throw me under the bus later. I bet you will. Literally could just throw me off this ledge right now. And
Chat, my stream is not behind as well.
Due to technical PC stuff, as per usual at these sort of events. It's actually day one.
Yeah, something to talk about. I mean, Gargoyle is getting on the map. I think that was something that was removed. Also, like last year on Luna, I don't know if we're going to see that. I think last year's been really strong on that hero, something like a 90% win rate on that hero. So that's disgusting. Gargoyle obviously on the mag, very strong. So they have the ability to
okay, maybe we were a few seconds behind. Hold up. Oh, we weren't that far behind.
So this composition is pretty threatening here for Reject. They're not afraid of the
Twitch stream is not ahead, bro. Look, the Twitch stream is on the same thing, bro.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people behind the scenes have talked about Penny Parker stuff.
It's literally on the same thing.
Who knows if we see that here between both of these squads? I know that there's basically everybody playing it now at this point. It's just kind of been a mainstay in the meta.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Reject has in the past on that like crazy brawl speed boost composition where you run things like Storm and Jeff and just send it at the front line, find the first pick and then walk through that first point for free, get ult advantage, and the next fight's in your favor as well. So that is a potential play at the moment. Doesn't look like they're floating those, as you'll see as we get through this pause. But again, you can show.
I want to see the pros play the new map. I don't know if the pros can play the new map. I don't know if it's actually in the rotation.
Excellent ideas and takes on the game. Make sure to follow him on Iron Ship. He doesn't like that when I do that. Love you, Shipskis. There's the Lena, trying to aura farm as per usual. You saw him chilling in the chair earlier.
Yeah.
Doing the little KDM rest. If you know, you know.
Layback strategy.
Layback strategy. You said that. You know, you can talk about the mental side of it a little bit, right? Sure. Like, I mean, he looked like he was chilling, trying to
that guy's using my mouse.
Sure.
The pink mouse.
Tough in the lane environment, especially if your tournament life is on the line.
You have great experience with that. I know when you're in these live events and you're on the big stage, you got eyes on you in person. It's a totally different game.
Yeah.
And it really can get in your head and it's stressful. But there's an advantage potentially to playing in these playing stages, getting some of that nerves out of the way before you go into the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. I like that. That's a good call. That's a good call. As we'll probably enter the map in just a moment, as it looks like the technical difficulties have been solved, and 100 Thieves are looking to close out over Team Reject. And for Reject, they're trying to get that bounce back win on Museum, which could be huge. But this is a good map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked to see Vinny on the Penny. I think we're going to see a lot more Penny in this tournament.
Oh, shit. The Penny. Oh.
Vinny set up right at the door.
We do have a Penny.
That triple defense that's coming back into fruition here.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been a mainstay on Museum so far. And,
this looks like my team, chat. It looks like my team playing right now.
You talk about that Black Panther team up that Penny Parker has, right? That can be absolutely hard to get rid of this Penny Parker.
Yeah, the strategy now is you essentially, put a Mind Spawner right at the enemy's feet if you need to, and then just protect it with your shield and just use that attack speed to be a huge threat, and has been consistently strong, at least in this current meta. Itself going to have to drive backwards now on the Magneto to mat for that triple. Soul Bond goes out. from the side of Delena, and they are walking back on this point. Nobody goes down just yet, though.
Yeah. Well, they got Yaki's passive out as well, so that'll be big in this upcoming fight. But Self is doing so much damage. I believe we've seen this guy pop off on Mac before, but TTK goes down. Didn't get the memo that we're falling back that far. Also didn't get lamps in time, but the BRB does bring him back.
And the tackle's there, and that's a good start for the side of Reject. As back in the fight they go. The BRB going to bring back one. Number still up by one.
That is a very colorful skin. I do like that blue, though.
Piggy trying to get a second on the Reject's coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah, this has been clean out of Piggy. I mean, on the last map, he was sort of the only player actually kind of standing out on the Emma, but Rez in front of anybody?
Wait, why would Delena Rez in front of everyone, bro? What?
Use him out of his bait. They also use Invisible Boundary to stay
Wait,
alive.
Delena got the kill after he Rez in front of everyone? What?
Right now, Brownie holding on to this Glartrox could be, right into the trap they go. TTK trying to find one, is going to pull last row away. There's that Meteor M, and bang, trying to get rid of the Sia quickly. Gargoyle, as it goes down to half HP.
Damn, no one else is shooting that thing.
In the middle of that fight, they pulled him out of his own Cloak and Dagger ultimate, and unfortunately for him, was being the target of the entirety of 100 Thieves. Excellent work from TTK to kick him out of it. Excellent work of everybody else to force him into a different location through their boops or whatever. We're already at 2 minutes left here, Shib, and Vinny came back on.
Gotta be honest, Team J held this map better. True.
Loki to go for that double cloak ult, maybe.
I think the idea now is use Vinny to.
Did you guys know this is actually true? 100 Thieves actually watched my team's VOD back to see how we full held each time.
You have a few options available, but not as much as Thieves, who have Rez, the Meteor M, and that Feast as the commitment comes through from Vinny.
Well, I feel like the crucial part is that Delena actually used the Cocoon, so he's not going to have his team up available to come back into the fight, or rather the passive. We'll see if that actually does screw over 100 Thieves, who will have to go to Dr. Strange if they get picked off here to Brownie. Brownie has to do something big, find a big Glartrox, maybe off map, or at least find somebody on the other side, but Vinny goes in first.
Yeah, Vinny did his job there, though. There goes Crystals, immediately going to commit with Feast, gets tackled by Piggy. The Glartrox is out. Is that going off map? We'll see in a moment. Brownie able to find Millennia. That's a backline pick. Cell tries to get one.
Right into the shield, bro. Right into the shield.
Piggy, Delena reses Millennia right back in the fight, and that is value.
Yeah, that was a nice
but I think he's going to get res.
Vinny, but this is a very slow team. You know, it's surprising. I think that people talked about how fast-paced Reject can be.
Yeah.
But it feels like so far they're maybe a little bit nervous, playing kind of slow. But now they have Yaki's ultimate setting it up, force the bubble, and also Invis Boundary out. He has to see if all cooldowns are gone and maybe go for the ult.
Yeah, playing for res there as everybody goes down, but comes right back into the fight. No one's out of this fight just
yet. He has to use this Wolf ult, bro. He has to use this Wolf ult.
Finds a few, but will they get value off it? They do not. Good idea by TTK. Match back by some good kiting from Reject. There's a big tackle. Yaki finds Vinny, who will not be coming back into this fight just yet.
It's a very slow team, and it's as you talked about earlier, maybe overlaying that Sonic Seduction alongside the See You Later could bite them in the butt 100 Thieves, but they're playing it slow, still waiting for Vinny to come back. That's kind of what the Venom's job is, to stall the payload, and there's only 23 seconds left to go. Reject have the ultimates, but they got to make a play.
Oh, and there's a big last stand. No picks off it just yet, trying to move away. That was insane movement in that moment. Gargoyle trying to find the back line of Millennia, and does. A bit of a nice angle there over that shield.
Yeah, kind of caught out on the right side, but brought back by BRB. 100 Thieves, just positioning-wise, looking so clean. Reject had to use 2 ultimates to only find 1 KO there, and even then he's back.
Yeah, they might get this point at the moment. It's anyone's game. His first position, Gargoyle goes up with that Meteor M, trying to find somebody in a different angle. Oh, wow!
Oh!
There, the height. That was dirty by Gargoyle.
Wow, I thought he wasn't going to get any kills because there was a shield there and everything. He still got that.
And it looks like Reject might be able to do this unless this portal gets here.
Great overtime, yeah, by them. And like you mentioned, portal could not come out at the very end for 100 Thieves.
Nice, nice. The game continues.
Reject moved to second point, and that was close. Towards the very end, Reject, they found the pick from Gargoyle, from Brownie on his flank earlier. Kind of happened basically 2 minutes ago with that flank originally by Brownie, but Gargoyle's Meteor M was beautiful, like you said.
Yeah, that was huge. That was potentially, and I like the strategy here. You see a lot of these teams try to portal early if they lose a fight to just essentially stall here for as long as possible. Vinny dancing for the moment, holding on to some cooldowns. We see the Abyss available. Reject has nothing on the board, while Thieves are 3 up. This is their fight to lose.
Yaki's been playing very slow. Hit by the vulnerability is Vinny, but he's underground with the Feast of the Abyss coming through as well with Self. Meteor!
Oh! A Magneto Venom combo. Never thought I would see that, chat. Never thought I would see that. Oh, I don't know why they're popping that, though. They were already down, too. Also, chat's popping off. Rise to Slay and Jay3's Vape with the 25 and 5 gifted subs, guys. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. I just have notifications muted for the tournament chat. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Very, very strong in that here.
That is massive.
Surprised to not see the Luna, but I think they like this composition a little more. Trying to get some ults out quickly from Lastro. TTK has to drop backwards. It's tough to play Strange into this composition. Out goes the ultimate early from Lastro. Gargoyle finds Millennia once again early on, but the res comes
Come on,
back.
TTK. Hit a fat one, bro. Hit a fat one. Hit a fat one. Hit a fat one.
Yeah, Winnie's reses have been big. That's just Rocket Raccoon not being pressured in the back line. Lastro is able to take down Self regardless. Delena and Vinny trade for 2. Also, Delena uses the self-res, or uses the res onto Self, rather, not the self-res this time around, to bring back Self into the fight. And again, only one res coming through is that. Well, actually, no, Vinny is going to get res too. Very end of that resurrection, the Karmic Revival out of Delena. 100 Thieves, though, still holding close against Reject with 40 seconds.
I feel bad for Reject, bro. They've been in their spawn for a very long time.
Last stand could be ever valuable. We'll see if this works out here, as there's not a lot answers. The invisible boundary, typically what you're going to want to do is Yaki's wait for that boundary to be committed, try to pull them out as the team will follow up and just cancel that ultimate. But Reject has so much to play with here. Will they make this work out? Sung Hoon holding on as well. Crystal's available. So many tools at their disposal.
They're going early with the Cloak ult. The copy from Sung Hoon. But it's disengaged again by 100 Thieves. This time they actually don't want to try to pick him out of it, pull him out of it. Winnie did get a cooldown force at the very least, but he's got Feast of Abyss on Swing Fight.
He's gonna find one, but it
bro, we can't be doing this, bro. Yaki! We can't be doing this, chat. Not on land.
Yaki, goodbye here. Meteor M was dirty as it's matched
by
but it gets caught. Self playing lights out right now. And we see the commitment from TTK. He's walking forward. This could be a big Eye of Agamotto.
Come on, TTK. Let me see this. Let me see this.
There it is. Bang! It finds a ton. TTK is able to take
listen to the crowd, chat. Listen to the crowd. I love it. I love it when the crowd reacts and you can hear them in the mics. I love it. That is what literally is the best thing about LAN events, bro.
Yeah, typically you get closer to the door there because you get heavy spawn advantage on defense as you get closer to that second point, but playing around that natural cover about halfway through is where they elected to do it.
And it's tough. I mean, you could see maybe the nerves that you talked about before are kind of catching up to Team Reject as, I mean, towards the very end, it was that kind of missed large rocks, I believe. It was a bit of a forced one. He kind of.
Does anyone know how?
The
only thing I can think about Team Reject, it's not nerves, bro. It's definitely not nerves. Piggy and Gargoyle are literally like, I think, ex-Overwatch League pros. They played on stage before. There's no. I don't know about the rest of their team. But like. The only thing I could think of is that Reject didn't arrive in the U.S. ahead of time, so they probably are not adjusted to the time difference.
And a lot of teams have been doing that, but I guess in the APAC region,
so I don't know.
Not as much as they come out with Yaki playing the thing yet again and piggyback onto that group for the first time this series. He played a pretty good Emma Frost, right? So
Lastro's ex-Overwatch League too.
Fell off after a little bit.
Yeah. He's been a very strong. He's been a great Vanguard throughout this so far. I mean, this entirety of Reject, the Vanguard line has looked good. Gargoyle kind of making a switch to him. Duelist more so to that Vanguard role, but looks very strong in the Magneto as well. I would argue Self match that right back though.
Yeah, he's going over to the Storm alongside Delena in that front line to get as much damage downrange as possible. As they
want to pause. They want to pause. Yo, let's get a PP going. Let's get a PP.
Team 100 Thieves. Playing around Self.
Yo, we need a PP. Thank you.
Punisher on the backside.
TTK,
I like
bro.
This composition from Thieves here. They're going to use that damage boost from Storm. They're going to have Vinny in that front line just walling off.
TTK, plug in your controller, bro.
Game there and then Self damage boosting the team as the backline of Winnie is just the whole goal of having that rocket is for the infinite ammo for Delena, and into that triple comp it's going to be tricky to hold on, especially if you can burn some
TTK plays with his controller underneath his desk.
Quick, huge shout out to the admins for pausing so quick. I mean, sometimes online it'll take forever and you can get screwed over by a time pause in a team fight, but that was,
I feel like if I was playing, it wouldn't be.
Sometimes those
you guys do that? Any controller players do that? I feel like if I was playing with a controller, I'd have it above my desk like this. I don't know if I would have it like this.
Sometimes on that offense, we'll see how that works out, Chip. What do you think about the
I feel like I'd be like this.
Punisher on attack versus triple all the time without the Penny Parker.
Yeah, I think Punisher's a decent answer right now with that shotgun, especially with Unlimited. I mean, you just become a huge threat. Again, like you see the Thing and you see Groot and you say, all right, I'm just going to burn 1 billion holes into them right now with unlimited ammo. And that's the idea. Obviously, it's going to be tricky with Gargoyle there.
Wait, wait, he was standing still.
The pause comes undone.
Yeah, pause comes undone. Team up with the Rocket, also thrown out. Full enhancement, by the way, Shib, as Jay just trying to force Lamps out at least early on, pull him back in Gargoyle, but he gets to fall back, maybe?
Under feels better.
Himself with some really good movement here, too. Vinny able to find
you guys are saying that under the desk feels better? I don't know.
With this unlimited ammo, TTK onto Yaki, and well done here by the Thieves to find a solution into this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, slowly walking a reject. Maybe they'll swap off the triple at this point because they're not even close in terms of Brownie's ult, but he's going to hold on to that res as well, the self-res from him. Yaki's going over to the Black Cat. And I'm curious if they swap everything up besides that, but no, they're just going for the solo DPS, solo duelist Black Cat alongside the triple backline Everline. Brownie is going to go over to the Black Widow. Makes a bit more sense to swap with something more traditional versus 100 Thieves comp.
Yeah, it's tricky when you see a swap like this, when it's just almost at the point. It looks a little panicky, but we'll see what that looks like in a break that BRB, so they won't have that res available. Self just trying to move right now for the moment, playing off these Vanguards, taking the spaces. Delana drops Brownie.
Chat, you guys are saying, what's up with the Goats? Goats is really good on defense. You have 3 tanks, 3 supports, plus you're playing for the res. What's the name of the game isn't to get kills, bro. It's to slow the time down. The objective. Also, these guys are popping.
And this should be the point it is, as it looks like 100 Thieves have not stopped this train. They are looking so strong right now.
And again, this to me just feels like Reject playing a little bit too slow. I mean, they're just like trying to set up flanks, play a little bit passive. Obviously, too many ults got built up maybe for 100 Thieves on their side, where Reject didn't have a chance to build up any. So kind of goes back to that first fight.
Delena is looking like Jay3 out there. True.
In terms of ult charge, but now Winnie's going to be over to the Jeff for the first time so far. So we're seeing a ton of different heroes come out to play for the first time at Ignite, I think, for a while. This is the very first game of the series, or of the tournament, and we're already getting a bunch of different hero variety.
Yeah, they're going to make a comp switch here, and that's just going to kind of throw them for a loop. They think they found a solution, but it won't matter, as Delena is going to find the first pick out of Yaki. Self on a Sung-Hoon in the back line, trying to find a second pick here. But that's just enough already, as they will keep walking.
Oh, that's both supports, bro. That's both supports.
To Lastro.
I gotta see the Jeff Nano come
that's GG's, chat. That's GG's, bro. Oh, that's GG's.
But is he gonna be there in time with 4 meters to go? They have to deal with so much damage.
Oh, no. That was a quick 2-0, bro. That was a quick 2-0.
So dominant right there in this match. I saw Reject coming out on White Fox at the end. I didn't love that. It's a tough choice there. There wasn't a lot of brawl and dive you really could handle. There's just a lot of poke into your face. But either way, Thieves looking lights out at this moment.
Absolutely. You know, I want to see them moving forward. We're going to see them moving forward. Delena going to take home your MVP.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for 100 Thieves taking that first win. Huge congrats. Huge congrats, Vinny. My man, come on over here. I'm going to be pulling you for our player interview.
Hey, the player interview with Vinny. W.
In Guangzhou, over there in Atlanta. But this is really a first to go into this play-in stage. Can you walk me through the new team-ups, and just how you're feeling at the moment after that win?
I mean, I'm feeling good, and I'm glad I could do it in front of the home crowd.
Hey, I love that.
Oh, there you go.
Dads here of the players, the crowd in LA. Yeah, how does it feel? Any words to the 100 Thieves fans as you guys have to get through, one more? Obviously, job's not finished. And again, this LA crowd, I think we wanted to say.
I mean, job's not done. We either get Rad or Chronix next, and 2-0.
Love to hear it, and I'm sure you're happy. Got to play the Groot as well. Did everything go according to kind of how y'all felt in the plan of what you prepped for?
Yeah, absolutely. Every ban, every protect, we already knew what was coming. So we knew exactly what comps we wanted to play, exactly what to counter.
Awesome. Well, as you said, job's not finished, so go get ready for the next one. We appreciate you coming on. Give it up for Vinny again and 100 Thieves.
I love the crowds, bro.
Win. Again, they've got one more to advance in, but we do have another awesome matchup coming up. And we have an amazing desk that's going to bring it all together, bring in the heat, break down the action. Tetcher, friends, take it away and let us know what we're in for match number 2 in our play-in.
Okay, chat, before match number 2 comes out, okay, here you guys go. 15.6 million channel points. God damn. Okay, next up is going to be You have Rad against ACE, chat. Enjoy. I'm going to give you guys about 15 minutes to do your predictions here. If you guys want to look at the J3 prediction board, I had Rad winning this.
They were very well prepared. You could tell that the lock and ban phase.
I had Rad winning this.
I think that this is something that we've seen historically.
If you guys want to copy J3's homework and make a lot of money, there you guys go. But to each their own. Enjoy.
It comes down to mechanical skill over on the east, but over on the west, you see a lot more preparation in terms of like, what is my opponent playing and how can I topple them? And I do think 100 Thieves in this meta, the 3-3 hold is always going to be a good thing for them as well.
And VOD, this is a historical match. These teams have played against each other a little bit in the past, and unfortunately, it's not that different.
Yeah, 3-0, like we said in the grand finals in Atlanta last year for Ignite, and now we see a 2-0 come out this go around as well, which is interesting too.
ACE,
is like
just say Ace? No, because their team is not called Ace, bro. It's literally like A.CE. I don't know what it stands for.
Now 5-2.
I don't think it's Ace, though.
After this loss, and for 100 Thieves, they were 5-2.
Does anyone know what the team actually stands for?
Teams felt pretty favored going into this matchup, but 100 Thieves, as they were mentioning, had the preparation.
Esports?
They read their team like a book, and it's very similar to what we saw with them against YWL. They had the preparation. They were one of the only teams
see,
to
that's not
them,
Ace.
and they knew
So why would I call a team
them.
Ace when they're not called Ace?
Let's actually talk about what we have been
this team is called
here.
Ace Hardware. Yo, let's go Ace Hardware!
Here that it turns out 100 Thieves, anytime there's an opportunity to triple anything, they do perform.
Yeah, I think at the start of preseason, we were saying, 100 Thieves, triple merchants, right? When triple strategist was there, 100 Thieves, they flourished. But then when we saw a little bit of a demise in triple strat, they did struggle. When we went to a very core 2-2-2 meta, 100 Thieves dropped off a little bit. But then triple Vanguard started to come into things. The 3-3 now comes into things, and 100 Thieves, they look like they are in their prime once more.
I think a big thing to note here, too, is that they stuck with it after point 2. A lot of teams swap off of it afterwards, but they felt so confident. Self with a triple on Magneto seemed like they were just a Vanguard main themselves, but they're one of the best flex duelists that we've seen, at least in the play-ins for now.
And we saw the aggressive portal, not trying to contest with a portal, but if you already got a portal, what's stopping you grouping up and portaling onto the point just to get to delay even more time?
Because how many times do you see a last-minute portal that, okay, you delay a little bit in that overtime, but then you eventually lose the fight, and then you lose so much more of that progress afterwards. So I do like that. I think a lot more teams may start to go for that strategy a little bit here, and we will see them benefiting, especially going for the 3-3.
So I don't think there's actually going to be any downtime in this tournament, chat.
Get the Adam Warlock off, then suddenly that becomes into play as well.
I think a good thing to mention here, too, while we look at the stats as well, is that we did see the Storm and Jeff NATO team up, which was nice. Storm's really good for spawn breaking, and they were using the Thor team up, which allows her to be more hit scan in comparison to the projectile that we've seen before.
Damn,
so a lot of good work there on the attacking side of things, too. I really did like Vinny on that Groot that we saw as well.
Went 0-4, and Gargoyle went 2-6.
Widow. They even had the Elsa available, and a lot of people say, oh, Elsa's the queen of duelists right now, but Black Widow
holy
now
shit,
is in the
Brownie's
used to it.
Brownie's accuracy is accuracy?
Black Widow is far more comfortable for them in terms of being able to output damage.
He doesn't even have an accuracy. His accuracy is just accuracy.
You can sit behind the back line, you can poke, you can play back to front with her. She can do a little bit of everything.
He is him.
It's a little bit more difficult to try and manipulate the map in your favor. So I do love the Black Widow. I think that we're going to see a lot of her through this tournament as well. I know we didn't get the chance to speak pre-game, but she's insane with the rework.
We could also talk a little bit about map 1 as well, and Justin, you wanted to bring up Black Cat still alive.
Still alive. We spoke to
Hey, J3, what's your average accuracy in your games?
Dead. Doesn't look like it's quite dead just yet. Still having some
accuracy.
Impressive players bringing up Black Cat, and I think for good reason. I think Black Cat is a great character, great hero to try and distract enemy backlines as well. Just make everyone turn around a little bit.
I think an issue with that for Reject specifically is we've seen Yaki play a lot of Black Cat before. We only saw them pull it out towards the end here on Museum. That is their hero that they are known for in these maps, especially during Stage 1. They were, or not Stage 1, excuse me, preseason.
Oh, everyone's subbing, resubbing, and following the stream, chat. Appreciate it, appreciate it.
Then, seeing the way that these teams were able to adapt to the ban draft for 100 Thieves, it
also,
felt like they just had a full read on the situation, playing the triple strategy, or the triple with the one-sided Rocket for Museum and one-sided Luna for
so this is third place. This is a third place team in NA, right? Rad.
On like the traditional Gambit Loki, some Magneto or Thing as well for map 1. It just felt like they had more comfortability around the meta and a bit of a better read on it.
I want to circle back to the Storm. Storm
Yeah,
coming
no,
in here,
third
this is
place
something we
EMEA,
saw
yeah.
during
Sorry,
last
this is
year
third place
around stage one
EMEA.
time, in particular with
And
Jeff
I think
Nato,
the
at one
caster
point
said this
the
is
Human
going
Torch
against
team
what?
up,
Either
but
the
in
second,
particular, the
both of
main
these
reason we
teams,
did see it from
Ace
time to
and
time was when it teamed
ACE
up with
and
the Punisher to just get damage boost
RC are
and to melt
both
people.
the
And there's
second
something
place
that
in
this patch, this season where we've
China
got all
and
of
second
these
place in
team-ups
Asia?
returning is the ability to loop back to these old strategies, VOD.
Yeah, having the one-sided rocket on that as well with the infinite ammo is so
Exactly.
effective. You have the increased fire rate with that too, so you can just melt anyone on the front line for the other team. And it just felt like not necessarily just a Vanguard diff between these teams, but just so much damage output, especially on the attacking side.
I think it's been interesting to see how these teams have worked out strategies to try and break certain compositions.
Yes.
Like some heroes you won't see at all on any map, but then certain maps they suddenly they become a key factor.
Like Penny.
You need them. Like Penny, for example, we will see on various different maps as well. Surprised we didn't see more Penny.
You were saying that we would see so much
You know,
Penny
I
today.
thought we
was
were
like,
going to see
what's going
loads
on?
of it, but yeah, I'm sure we will see more as it
Later,
comes.
later, baby.
It's important about the situations as well, like you talked about in some maps, in some compositions, but also what you're playing
Shib
into. What was
is
the big advantage
on the
is
front
that
desk.
Thieves
This
had
is
on their
the
defense. They had that
analyst
triple, they
desk,
battled
if I'm
back,
not
they did have the
mistaken.
res, they were able to delay a
Shib
significant amount of
and
time with
Dogman
that.
are casting right now.
How do you stop that? Well, you just wipe them on the point before they get the res charge up, and the damage boost plus infinite ammo is a great way to just cruise on through nice and politely. And Thieves did get slowed down a little. Reject put up a really good fight, and they're still not out. There's still a lower bracket they have a chance to go through.
When are they starting?
Really did put
I'm pretty sure
everything
soon.
on the line here to try and do
They're
that.
just
We've
talking
also-
about the
we're talking
last
about
match.
Magneto.
You guys also have to
Land a little
remember,
bit,
chat.
Protect a little bit, Gaskin. What's
They
the-
were all
what's the
playing
line
on
maybe? Where do you
stage.
think
You have
he's
to
lying
wait
at the
for all
moment?
the
Some of
current
those
players
people, they were
to,
hitting
you know,
pretty
take
hard,
all
weren't
their
they?
stuff,
I like-
get the hell
I like
out
the
of there,
aggression
get
we
off
saw
the
from the
stage.
Magneto
The
ults
next
as well,
players have
because
to
I think
come over
sometimes
here,
people
put all
hold
their
on to
stuff
them to try
down.
and
They have to
counter certain
change the
strategy styles.
accounts.
But we were looking at
There's
what
a lot of
Reject had,
things
we were
on the
like,
back
what are you
end
really
that they have to
countering here?
do.
Be aggressive, try and get the extra player on the board, try and make sure you can win that next team fight. And I just think that sometimes as a Magneto, you have to make sure you're just thinking on your feet. If you hold it for too long,
5
you can just
matches
waste
today,
that ult
Giant.
completely. So I do like that they were being a little bit progressive about it.
I do want to mention, and a big shout out to TTK, right? Back on land here, I loved how they looked on Krakoa, had the snowflake on them, so they had the constant heals coming through, allowed them to be enabled to go anywhere on the map and just go dive towards the back line. No one could
13.4
survive.
million
And also
on
the,
Rad.
Ivagomoto that we saw towards that was end of the
1.7
defensive
million
half for
on
the second point.
ACE.
Getting, I think it was like three or four members of Reject, and there was just nothing they could do afterwards. So,
750
shout out to the
people
entire team
voted.
for 100 Thieves. They
Damn.
performed
We almost
just
have
well, but
1,000 voters.
There's still so
That's
much
crazy.
tournament to go. We still have all the teams that came in like the top 2 of their regions, for example, and the top 1 of their regions in some cases. But this is the 100 Thieves we were expecting to see on LAN. This seems to happen a little bit with the America region in particular, Gaskin, where sometimes teams will struggle in their group stages, in their
I live in Miami. I live on the other side of the country. Wait, how long is the break? 6-minute break! Well, chat, you guys have meets for 6 minutes. How you guys doing? Oh my god. You can buy a Luna Snow scale collectible figure that has separate rolling eyes? Seamless silicone upper body? Oh my god. How much is it? How much is it? It's $300. Is it actually 300 bucks? I want it. I want it. I want it. Oh my god, I'm gonna read you guys some drama that's happening in the Marvel Rivals esports channel. This is a lot of fun. Also, chat, just as a heads up, there will be ads when there's nothing going on or just yapping. There will not be, I cannot stop the ads. It's Twitch, but there won't be any ads in the actual matches, okay? You guys just... The YouTube chat, this doesn't concern you guys, okay? You guys are stay sexy over there. I'm just talking about Twitch. But someone in the Marvel Rivals Twitch channel said, "Shut up. Why aren't you though? You're arguing in a Marvel Rivals esports Twitch chat. Spend your time literally doing anything else. I'm just here for the drops." Arguing? Is that how you view it? Well, isn't your view quite narrow? Don't preach what you don't practice. How's the basement lifestyle? Did you shower today? And then the next person responds, okay, I don't know what this person said. They said, "Why would I pay $300 for this Luna Snow collectible figure? I want the life-size one." And then they said, "Wink." Okay. I don't know what's going on over there. I don't know what's going on over there, but... Yeah, I thought my chat... Listen, I'm glad that you guys are not like that chat over there. All right, you want this music pack? I got you. I mean, at least they're not using the same songs that they used for the whole other stuff. I can't wait for the finals day, chat. Oh, this is the... Yeah, I can't wait until even tomorrow. Tomorrow, the real bracket starts. Did the matches get moved up? Wasn't the next match supposed to be scheduled in 30 minutes? Yes, but for a LAN event, you just keep going, keep going. So if you guys are saying... If you guys, hypothetically, you see a match one of these days and it says, oh, it's going to start at 5 o'clock, it's probably not going to start at 5 o'clock. If the previous game, like this game, what do you call it? Before this... If they go really fast and it's a 2-0 and it's a quick game, chat, they're just going to push up the next game. Yeah. There is no delay, or we're gonna have, like, think about it. We're gonna have 40-minute, like, we're gonna have like 40-minute breaks. It doesn't make any sense. Wait, does anyone know when the next season starts? Is August 7th? Is it August 7th? Thank you. Next Friday. Wow. Okay, cool. Okay, we're back, chat. We're back. Let's get it. Did you see the AI TTK picture on Twitter? No,
and
can someone link
welcome back
it?
to the mid-season finals, and we've got a special guest on the desk with myself and Gaskin. We have Forks from Swamp Gaming joining us. We figured it's appropriate to bring on a little bit of even more NA bias, despite there's no NA team in this particular match. But we can start by talking a little bit about the previous series. You've obviously had a pretty decent rivalry with both TLC and 100 Thieves in your region, and a little bit of, obviously, online Twitter discourse when it comes to that. But let's be honest, face-to-face on
This doesn't even look like any of the... I mean, that looks like him. That doesn't look like Self. That doesn't look like Vinny. That doesn't look like Delena.
Like an insane cat player, but
that doesn't look like TTK.
Really, really good out there. Him and TTK in that 2-man on map 1, playing the Angela with the black cat. They looked insane together. Just kind of solo carrying the entire, you know, Burn and T'Challa map, or Krakoa, I guess. Yeah.
We were talking about just how much of an impact that Angela did make on Krakoa. It was really just being able to just snipe people on the backline.
Yeah, I think that some teams are not as prepared for Angela, and we're going to see maybe some bans come out eventually if people are that scared. It's just very difficult hero to deal with if you're not ready.
Okay, chat, let's get it.
100 Thieves were far more prepared. They had put in the research, they put in the time, they knew exactly what they wanted to do against Reject.
ACE, Rad against
Reject a little bit off guard.
Very much so, and we were, of course, talking about Game 2 earlier on, where we did see the triple strategist, triple Vanguard. It's something we did see a little bit in Stage 2 and have seen throughout the majority of Marvel Rivals history, especially on maps like Midtown. Do you think we'll be seeing a bit more of that throughout the tournament, folks?
Yeah, I think with how strong all the tanks have kind of gotten with their HP pools kind of getting out of control, and like the sustain tools that they're all using now, and with, you know, Loki having Mantis team up with the larger lamps, it's very, very hard to remove these big HP pool tanks, and the DPS characters just don't do enough damage. So I think you're going to see a lot of teams kind of lean in, especially on convoys, to the triple.
And to be honest, like, some of these Vanguards have become DPS characters in their own. I mean, with the Chaos Swords on Magneto, he's dealing insane damage. The hitbox is crazy as well. A good mag can output just damage that probably a DPS can't even touch.
There was also a little bit of paranoia, I think, from a lot of people when the mag ultimate nerfs came in, nerfs, buffs, changes. But they were landing KOs, Gaskin. They were just getting them basically every single time from both sides.
Yeah, I think that as long as you're patient as well and you just scout things correctly, a good mag player should be able to hit their ult. Like,
are they playing with the new team maps? Yes, this is season 9, chat. This is literally the stuff that we are playing with right now. Yes.
We were able to hold it for so long that you kind of just get to wait out people's cooldowns, or your team gets another set of cooldowns and kind of traps people.
Who's that? I've never seen this caster before. Who is this?
Drift far enough close to a character that just has like no mobility like Adam, and then, you know, that person's just gone.
The amount of cloaks in ranked games that like freeze up instantly. I'm like, okay, buddy,
I'll just wait it out.
Oh, that's Fox? That does not look like him.
Please no.
Let's move on to the next series we're going to
He looks good dressed up.
America's teams this time. We're going to be talking about Iconics, and we're going to be talking about Rad. We'll start off, folks, here. How much research have you done on them? They're, of course, playing teams. I assume you're probably a bit more focused on your earlier round matches when you go into the main bracket, but how much have you looked up these teams?
Well, we scrimmed Rad a lot because, you know, we're trying not to scrim the people we play directly on our side of the bracket, so, you know, we're avoiding scrimming teams like TLC and OUG, obviously, but so Rad is a team that would be a great scrim partner for us because they're obviously playing in the play-in, so we're going to get to see them play in the first place, so they're not trying to hide things from us necessarily. So so we've seen Rad a lot. I think they're strong. I think they're probably the favorite team in this lower bracket with Thieves. I think, you know, they've got some nice niche comps that are pretty unique to them. And they've gotten like, again, we were just talking about Self on the cat. They've got probably the best one here at the tournament in Crazy Kitty, and so, you know, that'll be something, right? Like all the Americas teams are kind of getting adjusted to some of these cat players from EMEA, but on the other hand, right, like some of these EMEA and Korean teams and Chinese teams are getting adjusted to like our Angela players like TTK that you just don't find in their regions, right? So
Daze told me yesterday Black Cat was dead.
Yeah, I mean, some teams are kind of opting into the Daredevil. You get the Daredevil with the Luna Flake, and that character just kind of runs at your cat. But, you know, it's not as one-sided as, you know, some Daredevil players like to think it is.
Yeah.
You know, if you're good enough at cat, you can just make it work. And, you know, he's good enough at cat.
Oh, yeah. Crazy Kitty is just, I think, going to be one of these players that we learn a lot about.
Yes.
Not just in play-ins, but in this tournament in general. I agree. I'm expecting them to go all the way through play-ins. I hope that we're not jinxing them here. But, yeah, Crazy Kitty is a very exciting player to look out for.
It's his first LAN. It's the first time for a lot of these players. Mash did substitute for OUG at the Grand Finals last year, so he has a little bit of LAN experience, but Lugia Go, Ducky, these incredible
Smash is sick.
Smashness is sick. These players have always been
Oh, it's a LAN event and someone is sick?
This team came in through MRC for this year into Ignite and came third in the region with playing with a sub in their final match of the year as well. This team has
Imagine
so
playing
much
so hard and making it to
part
the
of
LAN
reason why I
event and then
would
you're
like
sick.
to see them get through play-ins
Damn.
because it shows everyone at home who competes online, plays in MRC, that you can go from zero
Yeah.
to hero, right?
That's why I'm scared to play on stage, chat. What happens if you get nervous and you have to, like, you know, and you just ate Taco Bell last night and it starts to kick in, like, when you're on the stage? What do you do, bro? Do you just run off the stage because you got diarrhea?
And have now come into
What do you do, bro?
stage and then didn't have as much success. They came second and forced to go in through the play-ins, but they've always shown up.
They have, and I think that I'm a little bit worried for Iconics in that when I look at their stats, they've been playing a lot of Rocket coming into this as well, and Rocket has fallen off a little bit in the meta. Still can be very powerful, of course, but 17 of 22 games they played Rocket as well. I think that is a very easy target ban if teams wanted to go down that route. If suddenly you lose that Rocket, where do you go? So I'm a little bit concerned for their backline, but we'll see how they play.
Yeah, it's unlikely it's going to get banned, but you know, because it's a little niche. Your teams are priming some other sports a little higher than that, or tanks, right? And so, but yeah, if you are playing it, you know, there's certain spots where you can make it work that are strong because his ult's still really good in the first couple seconds before it gets broken. So, but yeah, we'll see if
that's the thing. It gets broken so fast.
Sometimes you just can't perform in front of crowds.
You really need it for that first couple seconds, right? Yeah. 2 seconds, it's up, and you can blow up their front line. So,
to be honest with you, when you're playing, I don't know if you guys ever played on stage, but when you're playing on a stage and you put the headphones on, it's noise canceling, and usually your seats are really low. You can't even see the crowd.
Here. They are still, I believe, running with one substitute, but it's one of their main substitutes already. But overall, they're coming in.
It's not.
You don't strong roster.
You don't really
to prove. We've been hearing a lot of rumors that they could do it. There is a lot of potential behind this team. So we're getting ready to head to the stage very shortly. We're just waiting to hear word that they are ready to bring the teams out. But overall, you already mentioned it, folks. Rad are a lot of people's favorites. But what is the over-under on Iconics going through?
I don't think it looks great. I think Rad are really, really heavy favorites. I think person that people are going to enjoy watching this tournament is Lugia Goat. Right, besides Crazy Kitty, who's the obvious flash pop player, Lugia's been performing really, really well, and he's playing some characters that not a lot of people are enjoying right now. Maybe he'll still play it, and so I keep my eye on him, and Crazy Kitty is the two to watch. Yeah, but I don't know how good it's looking for Iconics. You know, I think this should probably be a pretty clean series for me.
I think the
Damn,
only thing
everyone's
that
doubting the Asia teams, bro.
We start on Hell's Heaven. They're 7-1, including preseason. It's one of their better maps, so like that should give them a little bit of confidence. Maybe they get those early jitters out the way. Because similarly to what we just saw from Reject, I think that we'll see a different Reject now they've played their first game. So we'll see how Iconics do here.
This is a redemption run for Iconics as well. We already mentioned they did go to Grand Finals last year, and they did.
It would be fun to see Jay up there. I played on the stage when I went to China. You guys remember that? We played against the devs. That was a lot of fun.
This is the redemption run for them. After coming in second in their stage, having to qualify, for example, for Ignite, then
hopefully, I mean, they didn't invite any creators this event, but hopefully for the grand finals event, they invite some creators. Hopefully.
This is basically, they've got nothing to lose. All they can do is prove that they've got better than last time, which is always a delight to see.
First IRL sub, that was at that was a college tournament in Austin, Texas.
Especially with your rivals TLC playing in tomorrow. Captain America, what is the state of him at the moment, folks?
He doesn't have enough HP.
Get him out of here.
She's just bad, right? And, you know, a lot of people are going to be, you know, in chat being like, he's just hating on this character because Polly's so good. No, the character is legitimately unplayable. He gets punched by Thing one time, and his HP's gone. You CC him once, and the tanks do so much damage right now that he just doesn't have, like, it's the same thing with Rogue, right? Like, even with how awesome Rogue's team-ups are, right? With the having Gambit ult basically permanently, or the Gambit team-up permanently, your HP pools are just not high enough to compete with the characters like Thing, Venom, and Groot, and Magneto, right? And so you hit him, you punch him once on Thing, you hit him with one Magneto sword, and he's basically out of the fight. He has to go regen, right? And so even with the regenerative health, it's not enough for him. So yeah, I don't think you'll see him played at all this entire playoffs.
Yeah, and the problem is even if you tried to ban for Captain America, you leave so much other things open that you would just get like steamrolled on the other side. And whilst there are definitely players who can pilot Captain America successfully and probably could still make him look relatively good, and I'm sure there are Captain America one-tricks who can do the same at home in their games as well, when you get to the very best and the very top play, some heroes just don't work in a meta, even with the best players, and it just makes more sense for them to play a hero which is slightly worse piloted for them, but will just be a lot more beneficial to the team.
Well, let's talk about a hero that wasn't played at all and has suddenly come in. We talked about it a little bit on the desk earlier, but folks, the Black Widow. It is playable now. What's the vibe?
She just does so much damage with her primary fire, right? And so having that consistent, just no recoil, just lasering people, the time to kill on it is extremely low, right? Because Hela's kind of got that tap, tap, tap environment, and Elsa doesn't have the range to be able to snipe you from across the map.
Yeah,
but
damn.
Widow, it just takes your head off.
That says the game won't start for another 20 minutes. Chat, there's no way these guys are going to yap for 20 minutes. There's just no way. They're going to lose viewership. They want the action to keep on going, bro. They're not going to yap for 20 minutes. I guarantee you guys that.
Basically goes unplayable, become a mean character in ranked. They give her a swimsuit skin, and now she's the best character in the game besides Elsa.
Wait, what?
I'm here for it.
Give her a swimsuit skin? She becomes the best character in the game? Wait, whoa. Who are we talking about here?
Black Widow as well, because you mentioned the ultimate, and when you do hit the ultimate get popped, without giving too much away, I mean, what do you think the best counter is?
A Black Widow? That's
is it
funny.
Run away and hide?
The Widow?
It's a Widow. Yeah.
A thing.
It's just get things.
Just have your thing just dash at that person and then, you know, just slap her with a shift.
They can't jump away.
Wait, so what you want to say is go Thing and then start slapping Widow in the face with the Thing?
You can't run and jump when you're earthbound, right? So that character, a Magneto, those two tanks, very, very good at marking her. That's why you're seeing so much like Elsa specifically, right? Like another character that just chunks tanks, right? Another reason why Captain America is basically unplayable. You hit one elephant gun and half your HP is gone, right? So yeah, you know, that would probably be the best, right? You can kind of run away, but then you're giving a lot of map, and the team's going to have a big advantage, you know, when you try and walk back into their space now. So yeah, just try and fight her.
Let's talk about early on in the drafts. We've been seeing a lot of focus around Gambits. We've been seeing a little bit of focus around Mantis, obviously, as like a main first ban in every time.
Hey, Jay, I've been a fan of you since 2022. I watched all your Marvel Rivals videos, and when when you were in your Overwatch era, you're my favorite Twitch streamer. I'm glad I can finally speak to you. W! See, chat, why can't you guys be Cole King?
Really has to come up
Appreciate it,
with
my friend.
That your team's not going to have a lot of practice on. But that character is so ridiculous with how fast you build your ult, the damage boost that you can give to the DPS and tanks now, that also gives you speed boost. She's also pumping out damage, and now with the
That's not a paid chatter, bro, chat. It's called being nice.
Most amount of healing every
it's called being
single
nice.
time. So the character does everything. It's ridiculous. So you might see some teams give it if they're kind of desperate. I don't know how late in the tournament you'll see, probably into the later rounds, maybe in losers bracket.
Start getting target bans in.
Yeah, but right now that character is just the greatest thing ever. It's so disgusting.
I think we've seen it like similarly to Gambit when Gambit came out as well. It was an instant ban, but then some teams were like, well, let's see what you do with Gambit. Like, have you actually put the time in? Are you good enough with Gambit? And some teams weren't, right? Some teams really struggled.
Like, oh, it's just gonna be banned.
Swamp, lucky enough, had one of the best Gambit players like in the region.
Shout out Valentina.
But then Valentina, incredible. But then other teams just really struggled because they hadn't put the time in, because they assumed it was just going to be an automatic ban. So I like that point. I think that is definitely something that could come up.
Somebody's probably going to try and give it to us.
Ooh.
Somebody will probably try and give it to us at some point because we're not known as a triple support team, right? But she's so overstated right now, and she's good at everything. So you can play her with 2-2-2 because she's got one of the best CCs in the game with her sleep.
Yes.
Insane damage, insane healing now.
Okay, the one thing I will have to give for feedback against this tournament is that there is no way that they are going to make us wait 40 minutes for the next match, chat.
We keep talking about team-ups like the Star-Lord team-up here.
There is no way these guys are going to yap for 40 minutes.
Differentiate from time to time. Is it worth upgrading, or is it just strong enough on its own?
I don't think there's a ton of team-ups that you're actually like, hey, I need this upgraded.
Also, it's crazy because look, managed prediction. Rad has almost 20 million for 1,000 people prediction. Ace has 2.2 million with 200 people. Over 1,000 people have predicted so far.
Yeah, the Mantis team up with Star-Lord, yeah,
Good luck.
to that to be upgraded, but you really don't need
But like, dude, for the sake of Marvel Rivals viewership, bro, cut the talking down, get to the next match, and you got to keep the things going, bro.
Really prioing just the strongest characters right now.
Even the people who are there, they're probably just sitting there listening to these guys yap.
Going for like Mag with Gambit, one of those is always gone. So you would love to have that one. That would be like a big one that you would love to have because it's convenient because both of them are so strong, but the rest of them, not really.
We'll be back shortly with the draft, but first, it is time to meet our team. So we're going to send it over to the stage with Cozy.
Thank you. They're doing the players right now. Thank you.
Guys. Thank you so much, Los Angeles viewers at home. How are we feeling for match number 2?
Oh, I'm feeling good. Thank you, Cozy. God, I want to kiss Cozy.
We're still cooking here, and we've got some amazing teams coming out.
I wonder if any of our subscribers are in that that crowd.
Jay said it best, right? He said, new mask, same task. This org is looking to run it back for the MSF once again. Hailing from the EMEA.
You guys are all lying, bro. If you're actually in the crowd, why are you listening to my stream? And second of all, if you're in the crowd, make a sign that says, hi, Jay3.
Your Vanguard's Ducky. Lugia Goat. Ready to steal the spotlight. Your duelist, Crazy Kitty.
Hey.
And Smash.
Why is that guy not wearing a jersey?
And your backline, Mesh and Vertigo. And I'm going to come right on over here to our first time at LAN, going from what is a dream for a lot of people. Every underdog, every hero needs an origin story, right? This is yours. How does it feel being in LA, coming from EMEA for your first LAN?
Feels amazing. So once in a lifetime opportunity, I'm going to make sure I make the most of it.
Absolutely.
That'll be a good
all
answer.
The chaos that has come to Rivals with the new team-ups and more, are y'all feeling ready to get out this playing stage and get to the big time?
Yeah, of course. We're going to win it all. Quality.
There you go. I love the crowd, bro.
What do you want to say to the other 3 teams here before we let you guys go?
I got nothing to say. We're just going to win.
I like the confidence.
Chat, so if you guys didn't know, apparently Rad has one player sick, so they picked someone from the crowd. That's why that guy doesn't have the jersey. That's why he's wearing the black shirt.
Loud results.
That's why you have to go to these events. You could be playing on a team.
Here on stage now to go up against Rad, our Vanguards, Cammy and Hetlot, Duelist, Kinfei, Snake, and Caruso.
That's literally MASH, bro. You guys are ruining my joke, bro.
And Ghost. Let me tell you, folks, this is going to be a good matchup. I can't wait. Rad, we have Iconics. Fellas, best of luck. Thank you so much for coming again. Let's give it up for both these teams as they lock in first time at LAN versus the team looking for a redemption story from the grand finals.
I like how Cozy just handshakes all the players like he's a player.
And hear about this electrifying matchup before we take
I love
it to
Cozy.
the electric casters. Take it away, boys.
Praise Cozy, because we are so excited for this one. We were literally talking during the walkouts. We were just chatting, and folks, you feel really confident about Rad.
Yeah.
He doesn't even interview them. I think it's a language barrier. That's why.
Of the tournament. I think
maybe a lot of the team, a lot of the players on
everybody's gunning for Liquid probably in their
on
their
Asia
number
don't
one in this
speak
they're a team that could take a map
English,
off them, maybe shock them. It's a best of 3 first round if they
now,
come out, right? And they're the likely opponent for Liquid first. right? I wouldn't be surprised
Now,
if they win map 1 against them.
If Marvel
right? Maybe not
Rivals
'cause it's
wants to get a
domination, but, you know,
translator, I just want to say Emily knows a lot of different languages, and Emily also has been a host for a 20 million YouTube channel, and also she's been on the red carpet, and she's also been on the NBA court. She has a lot of experience, chat. Yes, did you guys know Emily is more famous than me? Emily literally was in the NBA. She literally interviewed celebrities on the red carpet, and Emily was on a YouTube channel, I don't know if you guys know, called React, which has 20 million subscribers. She has a bigger YouTube channel than I do.
Constantly adapt as the tournament goes on. So I'm very excited for Rad. Like, I agree. I do think they are a dark
And
horse.
she has
I'm
more
still
hair.
kind of holding back a little bit. I want to see what happens here in this first one, but I have a feeling they could absolutely destroy Iconics here.
The narrative we have been sort of pushing and have been watching as we head into the draft, starting off with Hell's Heaven.
Okay, chat, stop glazing Emily. Glaze your streamer, me. Thank you, chat.
Into the grand finals last year, and that is just how China, every single event, just seem on the cusp of being able to like start taking series, start making it into the bracket phase, start making real big moves. And a lot of the times that has been OUG, over Ultra Gaming. But Iconics have been a team that have beaten over Ultra Gaming in the past, and this is their second LAN. They do have experience as well, Gaskin.
Yeah, and I do want to reiterate, like, this is one of their best maps on the other side for
Can we
Rad.
get Emily instead of Jay3? Bro, chat, be honest with me, bro. If you really had the chance to pick Emily or me, you guys are picking me.
To the
Come on.
amount that we have seen it on the side. And it's interesting because we get the random selection for the first map. There are just certain maps that some teams haven't been able to play.
Where's my
just
mods? Can we
purely
ban all these
out of not
these
getting the
spammers
random
spamming
selection
Emily?
on their
Where's my
side.
mods?
But that's the only thing I've got going for Iconics at the moment. Is it's just one of their better maps. They are going to be more well rehearsed. But on the flip side, Rad would have been able to put in the prep work here, been able to look at why Iconics are good at this one. So that might be to the downfall of them here.
But it's always important to say, and I'm sure folks will agree with me here, if your team is not grinding domination, the one map, you know, the one series, the one map type that you know every single time that you're going to start with, and you're not grinding it as a team to make sure that you get that first win in the series, what are you doing?
Can she get LeBron on the stream?
It's a map type that,
Emily, have you ever interviewed LeBron?
You're going to play almost every single scrim, at least try and get it twice, right? But it means you're only probably going to get one or two, right, of the DOMs that you're getting, and you're prepping always for your first one, right?
She
so,
was she was mostly, I think, in the she was mostly working with a lot of the Clippers back in the day, so she worked a lot with Chris Paul and James Harden, she said.
On these other ones, Hells, Evans, and things like that, right? So so yeah, these teams should be really, really warmed up, right? So I always put less stock into those stats of map stats, because I think these teams are kind of repping them, and you kind of add the context of who you're playing against, right? Like, how many times did Navi probably play Rad against on this map? Probably
Actually, technically speaking, my initials are CP, and my name is Jay3, so the number 3 is there. So I am literally CP3. Chat, thoughts?
You know, we'll see how it goes.
Speaking of the meta, we're heading on into the draft, and we're starting off pretty similar so far. The Mantises are being banned out on both sides. A Mag Protect early for Iconics, and it's going to be a one-sided Gambit secured for Rad.
Yeah, one-sided Gambit I think is very important, but for Iconics they have the option to go for the one-sided Mag, which, yep, okay, we're going to see that. So, okay, Fox, what would you rather have, the one-sided Mag or the one-sided Gambit?
Every team is a little different, and I think you're taking
a one-sided Fox.
It's kind of what you have.
A one-sided Gambit or a one-sided Magneto?
That you want to play on the specific map. Hell's Heaven's a little bit more of a brawl, close range domination point, and so I think a lot of teams might prefer the Mag because it's just close quarters, and you should probably see a Loki ban on both sides, but whoa.
The targeting, the Black Cat taken away
that's already out
by Iconics, removing it from
Ooh.
Crazy Kitty. But Daredevil will be secure. They're making sure that Crazy Kitty can go crazy.
Yeah, they're making sure the Kitty's claws, even though they were slightly trimmed, taking away the Black Cat, Daredevil is still going to be fantastic here for Rad, and they are building a composition that could certainly go off.
Ban. I hope this is a Loki ban.
If
it's not a Loki ban, I'd be worried.
No way.
We're going to find out as we head into...
No way.
Slow comps.
Hold on, chat. I want to show you guys after the ban phase.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that should be expected. If you allow Loki and Gambit to get through, I think you're just giving the game away, and the lock and ban phase is completely won by the other team at that point.
The Protect for Iconics, and it's going to be the Elsa. They completely ignore one of the characters who was so important for them during that playoff stage, Gaskin. That's the Rocket.
Yeah, and I think, as Fox was saying, like, we're not going to see much focus on Rocket. They still might play it because of how comfortable they have been with their backline, but not going to be a protect or a lock. On the other side, though, a Thing is banned away. Fox was saying how annoying Thing is. I know
you interviewed Paul Pierce.
So it will just allow to protect that backline a little bit as well and stop the Thing from being able to bully you through.
Rad looks like they crushed draft.
Which side, sorry?
Rad looks like they crushed draft.
Well, I feel like
banning Cat puts you at a big disadvantage, right? They get the Thing and the Loki. It just looks like they kind of slaughtered them in draft.
Well, I feel like this is a superfluous question right now. I'm going to ask you, Fox, who you got?
Rad 2-0.
Rad 2-0, yeah.
We're going to be heading into that map number 1, so we're going to send you over to our casters. Take it away, guys.
The underdog story begins. Iconics yet to get a map win on land, my friend.
I know. I mean, this team, last time we seen them in the grand finals and then also at midseason, I feel like they played well back in the midseason, ironically. And a lot of teams, they look very different than last year. This time around, you mentioned it before, they have the full roster here in person. So for Iconics, that's a big deal. But for Team Rad, this team has been getting a lot of gas behind the scenes.
Absolutely. I mean, the same story, right?
Look, Emily's with Paul Pierce.
Last time, same org,
I mean, Chris Paul. Sorry, not Paul Pierce. I was looking at the other video that I have over here.
Push all the way to the end would be a crazy
That's fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, starting out, I mean,
Emily,
both teams kind of through the ban phase had a bit of different.
You have contacts with them? Tell them to come play video games with me.
Great job to everybody on our desk.
Sorry, I was looking at the side over here.
See that, but for Iconics, they're going to be having.
I'm looking at all the basketball players he's interviewed. That's crazy, bro.
Alongside Invis and Rocket Raccoon, and meanwhile for Rad playing heavily around.
Okay, let's see this chat. Oh, I gotta fix my camera.
Lineup of the Luna alongside Gambit and that heavy dive. Crazy Kitty, we heard a lot about his Daredevil, a lot about his dive characters.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty definitely a problem on that dive. That's why they had to remove that cat. There's the engage now for Kitty looking at that back line, and they are
Dude, he is a crazy melee player. He is so good at melee. Like, look at all this. The dodging, the ducking, the diving.
That patty caking done by both strategists.
The dodging.
Only losing one, though. Like you mentioned, it's Smash on the other side, taking advantage of the pressure
Bro.
provided by Crazy Kitty. Next fight will
The
still
dipping.
heavily be in their favor due to the fact they're close to that Gambit ult. They can go aggressive once Mash builds it. I'm curious if they're going to take damage on their Vanguard line. Maybe go aggressive with Mash's ultimate.
Yeah, it's tricky here. Iconics really loves this Rocket comp, but I'm just not a Rocket believer in this particular season, at least as much as some of these backlines we've seen. There's a commitment now from the Sia. We'll find out now if it works out. No, Crazy Kitty going to be able to find Ghost there and keep them moving. That's going to be a
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Someone stop this man. Call the
The
police.
difficulty about the thing that you talked about before is that if you played aggressive,
Oh,
you play a little
man.
fast. And Iconics seems like they
What's
just got
my
rolled over.
lawyer
That
doing,
feeling
bro?
you're gonna
He's
see later
supposed to be
aggressive.
helping me with
Everybody
my
deleted it
case
so
right
fast.
now.
Also,
Why is
Yo
he
helped
playing
them get
video
there in time to
games?
save Ghost, so excellent job to shut down the Invis. And again, they're going for aggressive play here, it looks like.
Oh, I love that with the lift. A huge backline play. Are they able to find value? No, not just yet. Clark Rocks as an answer. Lugia able to find the first pick out of Kurisu.
Excellent engage again. I mean, nice job with the tempo. That's the thing we talk about with a lot of teams is some of them are a little bit too passive. Not Rad in this case. Great job by Ducky. The follow-up was there. Kenby does find blood!
Oh, nice rocket dodge. And nice, wow, the protection on the team support. Wow.
Finds one on a smash, and it looks like still the
That guy dodged it, and they were able to save his other support.
As Iconics moves forward.
Yeah, Carice doing a good job there. They actually didn't see the BRB. I don't know.
Wait. The BRB beacon was right there. He didn't even look at it.
Available for the squad. Crazy pops the ultimate. Here's the portal back from Spawn, by the way, for Smash. So they still want to hold on to their objectives. Crazy finds Ghost.
Yeah, good work here by Crazy again with two. Carice trades that and takes out Crazy Kitty.
Hear the comms too a little bit by Smash. Let's listen in.
Oh, they have a listen in.
These are small listen-ins provided by Razor as we listen to Rad in their comms towards the very end. They win round number 1.
And the production has comms?
Really missed a beat. I mean, that looked dominant across the board there from Rad. Again, an org that we are no stranger to.
They use Groot?
Yeah.
And Elsa as well?
Yeah.
You can do
wait.
this, by the way.
I think even the casters were, what do you call it?
Alright, go you, bro. I go you.
Wow. Nice. I think they kind of messed up on the live comms though. I don't think they knew the. I don't think they knew that the casters knew the live comms were happening.
We've been told. See if it works out here for Iconics. Again, the backline really not making a major change Hector loving that rocket, but that Sia, you discussed it. It was just destroyed.
I think the Jay3 Clash production better. Oh yeah, the J3 community Clash had what do you call it? The listen-ins too. And I told Marvel Rivals, I was like, hey, listen, viewers love listen-ins. You should do that for your tournament.
We've seen teams out of the play-ins.
So I'm glad that they're doing that.
Back in their, home,
like, you have to make the tournament fun for the viewers, and listen-ins are
potentially after being top 3, resulting in maybe not focusing on getting seeding. And you can see Rad.
You hear the emotion, you hear the stress, you hear the happiness, you hear everything. It's what we love to see.
Playing a little slow, not panicking on the point just yet, using that height to their advantage. Smash walking forward here on the Bucky. Off-map potential is going to be immense. Good wall up there from the front line. Smash forcing out cooldowns. Goodbye to the bubble. The dunk comes out from Cammy, and no one falls. The Sia goes out as an answer. Smash now finds Hetlot, and the numbers are once again up for Rad, who are just keeping this ball moving.
And they are crazy looking at the backline shields. Everybody trying to peel off the dive, but the pressure is too much. Rad's consistency has been
this
great
guy's
so
crazy
far.
at Daredevil,
Iconics need to figure
man.
something out as well, as that Ghost and Ikhtar just aren't able to live. We're not able to find those KOs, as Rad are doing an excellent job of living in general.
Can't stop the kitty right now. It's just too much pressure.
You can't stop the kitty, bro.
Way too much forward take. It's like you don't even need the space from the Vanguards. If you're crazy kitty just walking down.
Yo, can someone take their crosshair off the goddamn screen? Production!
People talk about that difference between him and Black Cat is that, if you have a really good Daredevil player, they're almost impossible to KO. And for Iconics, they do have double shrouded as ultimate, or duelist ultimate, and the invis boundary again, but Krisu gets frozen.
There's a commitment now. Cracking impact. Smash finds one onto Kenby. Right back at him. Make it a 2-piece. Hector gonna bring Kenby back into the fight, but the numbers are still up. Cammy finds that right back. Goodbye to Smash now, as the numbers are closer, but still in Rad's favor.
Yeah, I mean, slight lapse of judgment in terms of finding those KOs.
Oh, that's a huge ult. Oh my god. That was a huge ult.
Where they were down numbers, turning that right back at him.
Yeah, I could see why a lot of the EMEA casters, we're talking about Ducky being one of the best group players, obviously in that case got staggered, but regardless, he's been making plays throughout, some of the best group plays we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta love to see those huge strangling prisons. Really can change the tide of a fight, especially when you don't have a cleanse from the Luna or the Gambit. I mean, it just enables them so much more.
They're going to push to start it off, looking for more. Headlock, wait, did he? Oh no, he just got the thing in that Groot ultimate. It's not enough to find more?
Yeah, I believe he's trying to likely throw it over thing. He was using Yancey Street, and that just makes him immune to it. Walks right through it, and then just
he was using Yancey Street.
Ghost now gonna find Lugia, who's taking that space. Ghost again here with that invis, finds Ducky, and now Iconics are looking to take this point over.
The crosshairs or whatever.
Kind of getting punished for it. Finally, Iconics can breathe a sigh of relief. They do have, again, the Kraken impact, but you're against so many ults on the other side. Rad with the tempo plays they've made with Crazy Kitty. He's got that ready to go. Same thing with that dance floor. We can get KOs in the middle of this invisible boundary with good enough target focus. We'll see how it's played inside of Rad.
Setting up on the point here. Kenby ready with that Kraken impact available. All it's going to be roughly even as Crazy Kitty with a Let the Devil Out. Could be a problem as well. We've seen a lot of pressure from that hero. Will that be the story that we see throughout this domination?
Ooh.
Playing it back, looking for a bit more, but here comes the dive.
Sorry, chat. When I see Bucky players, bro. There you go. There you go. Get that reset. Nice. Get that reset.
In that moment, Crazy gonna stall and just hold up. Knowing numbers are down, goes with the invisible boundary. Can't be trying to find a 2-piece. Does not reset as the fight begins once more. We see the drop back here from Kurisu, who's very low on HP and is gonna actually go down from Ducky.
At least the BRB is brought back. Crazy Kitty didn't focus that. Regardless,
it
doesn't matter.
And they weren't on the point.
Pressure. They didn't even see the point. Just way too much
chaos
going on.
They weren't even looking at the point,
right
bro.
Back, and just like that, that is going to be the first map for Rat.
I'm seeing the hype now, all right? I mean, that was an excellent game from them. I'm curious what happens after this, what maps we go to, but domination, that was absolutely one-sided. Excellent job from the side of Rad, and I think you talked about it too. It's interesting that Rad has been, we're actually the previous midseason champions with a completely different squad, but it's the same organization behind this excellent team.
The people who won the last midseason is actually Na'Vi. Like they were Rad, but it's now Na'Vi.
Crazy Kitty was so dominant. Everyone getting a piece of the action here. From the side of Rad. They all had value, huge ultimates across the board. We saw pacing ults, even down numbers. It was disgusting work. Really well done by Rad here. I'm happy to see it.
Yeah. Well, let's see what map we're taking to for the next map. It is going to be BO3s in these play-ins. So you know, depending on a few things, depending on what Aconic's pick, maybe Rad could be put in a bit of a pickle. But after that, I mean, I would be very confident as a Rad fan.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is, right? You got to think of the ban phase. I think the Luna enabled some of that dive stuff. Maybe you try to take that off.
Oh, I feel so bad for this team, bro. They don't look like they're having fun, man.
I don't know. I wasn't a massive fan of their composition. I don't think Rocket looked
They don't look like they're having fun. No one's talking. Everyone's just.
What are your thoughts?
Look, bro,
Yeah,
that's bad, chat.
You know,
They don't look like a team.
Not an underrated hero. It's just so many strategists are really good right now.
Sure.
You know, maybe I'll see a team with the Invisible Woman do well, considering we saw last map, you know, the pace of play was too fast against characters like that. And
no one's
especially
saying
with the Luna
anything,
where the fact that she
bro.
gets, you know, CC
The
immunity
vibes
with the
are
White Fox
down,
team up is
man. The
ridiculous.
vibes
that
are
character was already
down.
good, and now she just has more self-peel. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, the cleanse, especially into a comp where you're going into, you know, a Groot, is so valuable. I think, you know, a lot of the time you kind of just get confident when you land on Luna just instinctively over these past few seasons. You think it's going to work out for you. You try to maybe potentially burn through any of these ults that come out, but you just cleanse and move on. It's that simple.
And what made, like, because you're talking about Groot a little bit,
Sure.
like, what was your thoughts so far on Duck? I mean, his timings, like, he was just consistently hitting them. I know it's team dependent and stuff, but you can see he's in-game leading quite hard there with those ults.
Yeah, I love the ult jump. I like to call them wall jumps, right?
They
Where you
seem
just
like
kinda
they're
set
having
up in
so
a
much
corner,
fun to
you
me,
get, you know,
Jay3.
the
What do you
third-person
mean?
peek, you jump up
Bro,
on
what do
the
you
wall, over the
mean? No
corner,
one was
launch off,
talking
you
to
saw it
each
in the
other, bro.
background, so
If you
great
just
play.
talk about the
absolutely. I mean,
next
taking a look
game,
back at
maybe
highlights,
their
it
coach is
was
talking, but
very one-sided, like we mentioned before. Not much else to say, but
communicate.
that's crazy
Hey,
kid
this
you
is
talked
what went
about. I mean, he
wrong.
was
This is what we should pick for our
absolutely
next map.
crazy.
This is what we should
Fuck the
ban.
hell
This is
off.
what we
Same
should
thing
try
with
to
his counter
keep.
ult by Smash. It was excellent team sort of win, right? It wasn't just one player necessarily. Obviously, in the KO feed, it's going to be a lot of that Black Cat or DD, but really everybody was putting in the work for this side on Rad.
Yeah, I like Smash's change there, too. The Kraken impact was ever valuable. Look at this. Oh, wow. And that's what we're talking about, Ducky. Great ult there.
You don't talk much in bashes?
Some value there with those walls. And, you know, it's tricky
Yeah,
running thing.
of course I don't talk much. Just like I did for Team USA. I listen and I react.
Right? Like,
when you have too much people talking, that's bad.
That's what I was kind of trying to point out, is that they were just like AFK. Like,
and I had 2 pros on my team. I'm going to let the pros talk. Like, Aramori has more professional time in this game than I have, chat.
I just love how aggressive you know, on point they were as a team, just committing to every single team fight together. We'll see if that continues, though, as the next map will be picked. It's going to be a convoy. We're headed to Midtown here in Los Angeles. This is our second game of the day, but no team eliminated just yet. Even if you were to lose this series, you would have a chance in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I think they're playing confident. Rad talked about that, you know, in the pregame interview, essentially said this is ours to lose, and they are playing confident. You need to believe you can win, and at the moment, Iconics, they're just not showing me that.
Yeah, Iconics. I mean, they looked good at the last midseason.
No one's talking
they
on
did win a
that
map,
team.
you said. But for some reason, it just felt like they were in it this time around.
They did, yeah. It's so funny to say that, right? I'm just agreeing with you fully. Sorry to cut you off. It's funny because they didn't win a map, but every single map we're like, oh, they might win this, even against some of the best teams.
Yeah, today it's been different, though.
Yeah.
Today, not so much. But for Iconics, you know, maybe the map pick will change that momentum in their favor. We're going to Midtown, and the problem is that Rad is a very good team overall. Like, maybe you wouldn't want to take... I like they didn't go to Museum, at least. Like, I feel like that might be a good map for Rad, considering all things.
Yeah, I missed this map, you know? Bring us back to Midtown here. As we
the
see.
OG Museum.
For real. Yeah, this was the OG Museum. This was always the pick at the moment, but they're going to remove that Mantis. That is something we expect to see a ton throughout this tournament. And then the lock-in here of Magneto, again, something that we would expect.
Yeah, one-sided mag, or sorry, rather not one-sided mag. Apologies. It might not be one-sided mag, rather.
Yep.
As Iconics go for that mag protect as well. We've heard so much about this hero. He's a pretty dominant character and ranked in pretty much everywhere currently with that Scarlet Witch team.
Oh, they're saving mag and not... Okay.
You know, those swords at the sides of buses. It's very difficult to miss those swords into the back line as we see the removal of Loki. Again, Loki in a very strong space. That team up where he gets the damage boost on all those crystals, the size of the crystals now being enhanced, and always having that despite not having the Mantis really makes him a big threat. But I think he's one of those strategists that not every team has a player that can make Loki work, and the teams that are able to make Loki work really add a huge threat into this ban phase.
100%, you're right. And you know, I know we talk about Midtown and all these Convoy Convergence maps also being very good Loki maps.
I can't play with sleeves. I don't know how that guy plays with sleeves.
Which Rad at the moment are, if this Protect comes through, they go for the Thing ban alongside the Loki ban, maybe trying to prepare for a comp that would be good around Gambit.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of strengths to think. I think his team ups make him more threatening for the front line and for peeling, but just having Purple on command is super impactful. As we see the lock-in of Gambit, the lock-in, being able to lock Gambit that late is crazy to me. I feel like
that's what I mean is that Rad's preparing for that. They're looking counter that comp. We'll see if that is the case. I mean, I like that.
Damn,
that
bro.
Personally, everybody
No
has
one on
different,
this team still looks like
opinions
they're
of what to do in the
talking
ban
or
phase.
anything.
Do you ban the strongest character, or do you ban the strongest support characters around, you know, the main character that would be Gambit, the main hero of Aconic's composition? We have the one-sided rocket come through at the very end, though, for Rad, it looks like.
I think that team
the
might be
thing to
checked
note,
out already.
Right, is when it comes to Gambit, Aconic's just really hasn't been the best Gambit team. I think so. That's doing your homework there. For the
they
side
don't
of
look
Rad.
like
I'm sure their stats team and everyone behind the scenes is making sure that they're aware of that. But it's just not their strong suit. Let it go if you need to. They don't win maps with Gambit, so why not keep it moving?
You're right. I'm with you 100%. Keep it moving. Going for the Invisible Ban on their other side, so Rad cannot play Invisible Woman alongside their comp. Again, focus towards the strategist side, whereas
one-sided rocket and a one-sided Gambit chat. Ooh, interesting.
The thing coming through in the ban phase, but in the last series we saw a lot of focus towards strats again.
Sure.
This time around, the thing being
And a
removed
one-sided
for Aconic's, but
Invis.
this is their chance to stay alive in this upper bracket ship in the play-in. So this is the upper bracket of. We have like a second tournament that they have to go through, basically.
Yeah, knockout, right? Double elimination. So it's just going to push them down to the lower side. Rad, at the moment, looking dominant. Will they be able to keep this up, or can Aconic's bounce back on the map of their choice and find some sort of solution, as we're seeing here?
Okay, I do want to see if Crazy Kitty does play the kitty,
all
though.
I'm thinking about is my Preds right now, you know? Especially trying to get my unstable molecules. I'm thinking like, damn, I should have probably put Rad higher.
Yeah.
That's every team right now in this midseason. You know, you could talk to any of the players, coaches. A lot of them very bright. A lot of them.
Crazy Kitty is on the Wolverine, Chad. Uh-oh. He's going to be the Crazy Kitty.
Would you bet on? Is it the team with consistency, or is it the up-and-coming team that looks like they have a chance to win it all?
Yeah, and it's really any given day.
I don't understand the ban phase for this format. You ban for the other team and you save for your team. So if you ban Gambit, that means the other team cannot play Gambit. And if you save Gambit, that means your team cannot have Gambit be banned.
Shib, we do have, yet again, MASH this time around. People talk about how good his Gambit is on the Luna Snow this time around.
You cannot, and you can also ban a character another team saves.
Aconic's on their side, actually playing the Jubilee triple composition on defense.
Bro, why do you have to explain it so many times? People were probably not here. This is probably someone's first time watching MRI. Oh, I know Aramori would be happy that, you know, the new character is getting a little bit of playtime.
Yeah, they're getting some big cooldowns out. I mean, you force the Soul Bond, but regardless, excellent pick by Cammy. Does get brought back by BRB, though, so that's another big cooldown by the offense used. However, they're still going to be here as 5. Maybe play slow for ultimates at this point.
Yeah, we're going to start.
Jubilee is being used in pro play.
Their composition is right now. It looks like the Punisher and the Wolverine are getting focused for Rad here instead of something like what we saw in the past with that Storm for the damage boost with the Punisher and Rocket. It's going to be a little more spread out with the Wolverine. Now, still kind of on, you know, it just feels like a slow game right now. Nobody really taking major angles.
Yeah, they're playing slow, trying to bait out cooldowns or find a pick through Crazy Kitty. This time he gets the grab, or the group walls enough, and the vulnerability on the side by the thing. Invisible Boundary actually forced out of Ghost.
Yeah, see, it goes out there from Vertigo, and that isn't going to be enough.
Oh, he's gonna pop his Punisher roll, chat. Watch this. It's gonna be huge. I know it's gonna be huge. Watch this.
And this could be big here with the Judgment, but the Bond is gonna slow up that pace. Is it gonna be enough to stop it? No. Smash gonna find the first pick on a hell. Two-piece. And that should be enough to get them moving.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kempy not close to that ultimate either. Does have the res available, but now will get shut down by Smash. Excellent work to farm up that Punisher ultimate. He builds the ult so fast at the current moment, as well as he's running that.
Nice. Early TP coming. Early TP coming. Nice.
Play, though, on Aconic's side.
We've been seeing that kind of in a sneaky team up that's looked pretty strong. You think in infinite ammo.
Uh-oh, this is going to be, chat, big ult, big ult, big ult.
Really, really good, especially in these triple comps. Kenby gonna find Vertigo, just set the
big
ult
ult
back into Aconic's favor. Cammy again onto Smash.
Yeah.
Nice start here, and way to get that portal through and kind of play traditional right on this, right on this ambulance.
Oh. The Jet team to go up. Excellent work by you said on the retake for Aconic's. Usually don't see teams kind of capitalize in those cases, but like you said, Karisu with a huge ultimate.
Good D though, chat. Good D.
Resetting anyway, so that's kind of interesting.
Not too bad, bro. I'm glad that
So I'm curious if maybe Smash gets picked or somebody. If Kenby.
I'm glad that they are putting up a fight here
because he saved it. I actually like Aconic's chances here, unless Crazy Kitty pops up.
Someone has to cheer for the Asia teams, bro. They're.
Yeah, there's a lot
Asia teams in these tournaments are usually.
Oh! Oh! Gonna clean those up. Ducky now onto Headlock off the back of a huge last stand. The res comes out now from Kenby and the entire team back on the field.
The Asia teams usually don't go far in these tournaments.
I think it was eaten by Mag or somebody rather on the other side. Excellent job to get rid of the Groodle. Clobbering time coming out. Everybody's still.
Oh!
What a freeze!
What a freeze!
Just not quick enough here Just a back and forth brawl fest on the point in this invisible boundary from the side of Iconics with Ghost. And they're still up numbers, I believe. It looks like Smash is going to try to turn that back in their favor now. And they're still moving forward. Rad doing a great job playing patiently through all of these ults.
Absolutely. I mean, this is an absolute battle at the current moment. Iconics no res, by the way, to bring back one. Cammy gets poked down low. Doesn't go down.
I like how every time they go to the things like POV, he's just right-clicking and just punching everything.
You're really seeing the power here of the side. Oh, wait, this could be big. Let's see if this final judgment gets some picks. It looks like it does not yet. As the bond comes out a little late, it finally finds one as Lugia takes out Cammy. Smash trying to find a second and does just that, and it looks like this point will be theirs.
Jesus, dude. Lugia built up those clobbering times so fast, by the way. I mean, he went for one earlier and then comes through. I guess there's Headlock, never mind with that one, but regardless. Rad
nice.
Moved to second phase, and you know, I think that was a really well-timed ult, like you said.
Cozy! What Cozy? You're hosting right now. Why are you resubbing? Appreciate the massive 9 months, my friend. I hope you're having a great time over there. I miss you guys.
It's tricky, though. I mean, there's a lot of
Give Shib a kiss on the lips for me. Make sure to record it and send it to me.
The way Lugia is playing Thing right now, it's so aggressive. You know, you think of Thing as this peel hero, but he's just sending it into the backline 24/7.
Oh, also, yeah, Cozy looks real good. I can't hear you, but I can feel you.
Let's see if they can continue this. Rad again, Crazy Kitty with the ultimate. They go in.
There's a commitment. Crazy Kitty again. Keep your eye on this last stand. It's going to be happening here in a moment. I believe potentially trying to force something out. Maybe waiting for Ghost to launch out. Now is going to be the last stand, as we talked about. Will they be able to get out of vault? Instead, going to pull out frontline, and that's going to be the first pick on a Cammy. Well done there by Kitty.
Yeah, nice work. Just taking one, taking what you can get.
Hopefully Cozy knows what I'm saying.
For Ducky.
Yeah, potentially waiting here. Yes, until they're not expecting it, but it gets cleansed.
Ooh, cleansed
really
it.
Well done by Egtart there. So we're talking about
I told
how good Luna can be. Gonna find Smash, though.
I told Shi Young to perma voice ban you. He said consider it done.
You said Luna's so crazy. Nice pull back in though. Get Kurisu, make it even. The Black Cat goes down also.
Ain't
very
no
early.
way, dude.
Ultimate by Kenvi. Can they find anybody ringing forward because of the Psionic? They do. Find two.
Yeah,
Cozy is out here telling the Marvel devs to voice ban me and everything, bro.
Iconics will take this back, and this is
I think he meant Ziyong. Yeah, I think he meant Ziyong. But I think his autocorrect hit him.
Looking to move this forward. Iconics doing a good job right now as they are up the meteor end.
Yeah, so far, Rad looking like a very good Dom team on this map. Iconics looking much improved, even with a minute left, and it's hard on attack for sure, as always. We'll see how this kind of plays out as we go down to the wire. Cammy with that meteor end.
Your stream quality is so fire. Of course, I give you guys only the best quality.
Been able to hit some huge clobber in times. We'll see if it's avoided by Iconics, as Kurisu also has a Black Cat ultimate. We've seen them pop up before.
Smash drops Kenvi for the first pick. Meteor M goes up. Cammy looking for something here, forcing out potentially some of these movement cooldowns, waiting that extra second, and bang! It does go down.
Okay, nice.
Follow up there from Ghost.
Somebody capped C9.
C9! Oh my god, I think they popped Luna ult to touch the point.
What a last-second touch! The potential sneak almost making it work, but the follow-up is enough. Looks like they're getting there, and the retake's there from Rad, and that will be the second point.
Oh,
honestly,
come on, bro. They almost
I mean,
had such a great defense.
For sure, but they do get a lot of, movement forward for that convoy convergence payload. And now you're looking for that Black Cat on the backline. Smash sort of being that spy check. 1 minute 30 pulled in his Donkey. He goes down, but this cart still gets to move forward.
Yeah, shout out Rad making that work. Iconics' defenses looked very strong, but honestly, off the back of just forcing them to turn around, getting the strategists away from that front line, was enough for them to take this point and sneak actually through this point.
I think they just fixed the webcams, chat.
Lugia, who comes right back with that BRB.
I think they just fixed the webcams.
Neutrals. Crazy Kitty, though, looking for 3 people, just trying to dive back around. Goes invisible again, just hides, but smashed on one.
It's just so much, man. It's so hard to deal with. So well done by Kitty as Smash is able to take out Egtart, and now numbers are once again up for the side of Rad. We're riding this momentum, find the second pick onto Headlock, and they're turning this first corner.
Yeah, I'd be curious if we try to change compositions, maybe throw in a Bucky or something. Kempy's been doing well against the Thing, at least destroying him. This is such a disgusting performance by Rad towards his third phase. 40 seconds left to go on the clock, and ultimates have been built.
Yeah, there's a ton of.
Who's the best Asia team right now? Wouldn't it be Gen G? I heard Gen G is really good.
Can be using that final judgment, and then you just follow up with the Meteor M as an answer. Let's see if that's what's going to happen here. Final judgment goes out. Hiding and kiting instead is the answer for the moment.
I can't wait to see Gen G play because I really, like I said, chat, I don't watch the Asia region, so I'm like, I always want to watch them.
Everybody actually doesn't get. Well, never mind, Crazy's got 2.
And Crazy is able to come on through on the backside and just take out 2. And that could be enough for them to get this point here. Stalling them at the door. Yes, I do believe that's going to be the case. Can they sneak through?
Damn, dude. Oh, damn, dude. I mean, Rad had all the ults right there to win the game. But, dude, I'm going to be honest with you.
Excellent job by Rad to fully camp
I'm going to be
out.
honest with you. I feel like if they didn't C9, this would have been held on second point, chat.
And, you know, it was like that just constant black cat pressure that felt like we saw in the first series, too, with Self. Same thing, right? I mean, Crazy Kitty was just absolutely going insane on the back line.
Yeah, I mean, Kitty's in the conversation for one of the best cats here. We talk about how Cat, you know, maybe took a few hits in terms of a nerf. The character is just so complex. They just needed time on the character. You're going to get better and better over these next few seasons to the point where you're going to realize the potential of the Cat, even with some of these changes. Obviously, the team ups
didn't the Gen G Twitch
account
comment on your channel a couple months ago? I think
you
are right.
Annoying it was.
Damn! Wait a minute. Good memory.
I'm surprised they didn't even go for like the double hit scan sort of.
Good
Play
memory.
there.
I think they
you
did.
Know, like,
didn't
you could
they?
play the
User
obviously a lot of
Gen
scratch
G.
band. We maybe in the relegation tournament I think saw a lot more focus on hit scan characters.
Sure.
Black Widow's still available. You know, you do still have also that character Elsa. Instead, they just try to go and delete the thing.
I don't know their user.
I
don't know their account name, actually.
Both of these Vanguards. Regardless, it's interesting they did stick with that throughout the entire map, basically, with Kenby on the Punisher. I mean, he had his moments, but it just felt like in these neutrals, besides finding opening picks, it was very, very much so in the side of Rad.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's fun to see Punisher kind of back in the meta here. Surprised to see this composition for the moment from Iconics. Wondering if there's going to be a change here as they will not have the rocket. And it looks like there is a different comp, but not one that I would have expected. Potentially
fastball break.
Fastball. Yeah, it's all about the fastball special. Thing no longer has that team up, folks. So it's all about the Hulk.
See if they go for it. I mean, usually you see like one fight on Hulk or something. Maybe they kind of walk in together as a unit.
Hulk for spawn break? This is going to be interesting.
Missing the stasis though on Cammy's side, has to fall back to the main force on the front line as Headlock goes over to the group.
Yeah, as you discussed, it's in an ideal world, you force out Bond and then you throw the Wolverine into the back line and try to make a play off it, or even the front line here. It's going to be a triple composition.
Hulk has underrated feet.
66% Cammy.
Mods, get that guy out of here.
Self-res will be available, so the number should be even in a moment. They are. Not sure if Bond was committed, but if it's not, then this is really just nothing that has happened so far.
I don't think so. Building up towards that Punisher ult. That's going to be built so fast. They did find Ducky, though, with the claws of Kurisu. And can they find more after it? Ducky does get brought back by BRB.
Ducky back in the fight. Again, as discussed, Headlock far more up in terms of ult advantage, but goes down from Lugia. The walkthrough from Kenby with his final judgment, but there's way too much damage for
see, there you go. The other Rad is also playing Jubilee.
For that moment. That's just, you know, you're looking for those net wins. You don't want to commit anything if you don't need to.
Yeah, the best teams disengage and just sort of play it out, play it slow. You know,
okay, let's see this. They're gonna have the Gambit ult chat. Let's see it. I think they're gonna pop it right here. Let's see it.
Maybe they want to go aggressive finally.
Yeah, Go's gonna start up here. It's very low in HP. Kurisu would smash back with the Sia from Smash. Lugia with the clobbering time. Is it enough? Goodbye to the front
I don't think, chat, I don't know what this team is doing, but they really do need to get off the Hulk.
Really well done here by Rad. They're trying to make this
I don't know what they're doing. Get off Hulk, though.
I mean, I would love if they switch to something else that would.
They spent almost 2 minutes playing Hulk there. Dude, if I had that in my ranked games, I'm not trying to be mean. You're avoiding.
To work with. Maybe Kurisu could get a big ultimate, but Ducky's been big with the Strength Prison so far.
Yeah, it just looks like they haven't quite made a decision on what they want to run for this spawn break. Kurisu finds the first pick onto Crazy Kitty, though, and that could be enough to get them.
Also, something I noticed that a lot of teams don't do anymore is that a lot of teams don't play Moon Knight.
No, it is going to find Kurisu.
A lot of teams don't play Moon Knight anymore for spawn break.
It's matched back. See if that Strangling Prison works out in the back line.
Your M2, Headlock does find Vertigo at least. Born Again comes through from
Oh, they killed the res!
Smash finds Ghost. Crazy Kitty now with one. Ducky.
Nice.
Oh, and a great hold from Rad even after losing one.
But they still didn't win.
Back at Ducky, who just played slow. Knew Kurisu did have that last stand available. Gets him, finds the KO, and that shuts down the entire fight for Iconics. I love how Rad are playing it, just so patient, slow. They lose one, but they know the BRB will bring one back, so they bait people in to these Groot ultimates from Ducky.
We're going to see now as the tackle comes in from Kurisu, does have that last stand. Ducky falls, the Sia goes out, so that's more value as Ducky's back in the fight. So the numbers are even. Lugia onto Cammy, just coming right back in. Great job diving backwards, using those cooldowns to head back to the team, then committing forward with that Yancey. Kenby starting up now with a final judgment.
Oh my God, I love how he just runs away.
Through the doorway like a champion. We're gonna see if anybody else
ran through the door.
Vertigo walks forward here with Jubilee.
Everybody brought in last stand, does find one on the back, but he's healed up. Oh my goodness, the Adam heals were crazy, but Crazy Kitty does go down on the front line as everybody came back to peel the strategist off. Iconic get a fight win, but 30 seconds left
Brad,
to go.
listen
Ship.
to
They
you. They're
still
playing
have portal
3-0-3.
available
Chat,
too.
3 tanks, 3
Crazy
supports
goes
is
for
a
that
really,
portal retake.
it's a really, a lot of pro teams do it for the first point, but it's a very basic first point hold strat. Because if you think about it, the main objective is to play the objective. Waste as much time as you can, and three tanks has large health pools, and your 3 supports build their support ults off of that, and you just keep stalling, keep rotating your support ults, and you win. And then you res everyone with your res. It's a really good stall, comp.
Meteor M ready to hear any sort of I am Groot, but takes a ton of damage, and the I am Groot goes out.
He couldn't use his mag ult because he was in the ult.
Will not stop, and they are just a dominant team in this matchup.
That was crazy. We'll look at that at the very end, but it looks like Rad capped the point. Overtime ticks down. Karisu swaps the Strange too late. Maggle being saved.
07
next match, maybe for the next tournament as
Iconics.
touch, and Iconics are shut out by Rad.
I say Iconics. Jesus, Florida education.
What the crazy consistency out of them.
Yeah. I mean, it was just really clean play. There was not a lot of mistakes being made. They knew when they could.
I mean, to be honest with you, it didn't look like that team was talking or even like.
But either way, they were played confidently.
No one.
They didn't even need the third touch. I don't know. I'm with you. I think that hold of the Meteor M in the final fight was a huge mistake.
Yeah. Rad get it done though. They 2-0 and move on to the next round versus 100 Thieves. So we get to see the EMEA versus NA matchup already. Looking back at the stat, Shib, what are you noticing overall?
Oh, Lugia, 13 finals, 37-4. Come on now. I mean, just so much aggression on the thing.
37-4.
Cozy and one of the winners from Rad. Excellent work by them.
That is tough, bro.
It didn't give it up for the first time.
It didn't look like anyone was like. It didn't look like anyone was like ready to play, bro. No one was talking. Every time the cameras went over there, they were all dead silent, not doing anything.
They're great, good games at GGs. We'll be pulling in Ducky because again, the dream. I think this is the perfect story of what Rivals is all about. Going from essentially couch to pro, going from a dream, getting a team together, and then making it all the way to what we have as our biggest stage. Ducky, we had you whenever we pulled you into the original lineup. Congratulations, good sir. Gotta ask you, I want to hear the story from your point of view, going from MRC, being the only MRC team here, and making your way all the way to this stage. Walk us through that.
I mean, when I got with this group of people in MRC, I already knew that we would make it to LAN. Like, I was so confident in us from the start, and I'm just so happy to like be here and play in LAN and to win our first map. Like, I had a few like jitters, you know, it's the first time playing, but like now that's out the way, I feel fully confident. I don't think there's anyone that can beat us.
Oh, chat, by the way, now we're gonna watch Rad against 100 Thieves.
Let's give it up for Ducky. Now, Ducky, listen, on the other side, 100 Thieves, they're anything but inexperienced. They've been to now every LAN that Rivals have had. I think you're the perfect person to ask. Any words you'd like to say to 100 Thieves, any players, anything at all? I'm going to give you the floor.
I mean, again, there's nothing to say. It's just play the game and we'll see who wins, but I'm confident it will be us.
Love it for our humble king. Give it up again for Rad and Ducky. Again, congrats, my friend. We'll see you. Job's not finished. Yo, and not for us either, as we have more matches to go in our playing stage. We get a little bit of a better view of that upper bracket, and we have more action.
Oh shit, yeah, I have to give you guys your payday.
Viewers, we're gonna give it over to the desk to break down the next match ahead of us. We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you very much, Cozy. But first, let's talk about the match that just happened.
Okay, chat, they're gonna yap for a bit. Yo, Rad against Ace. Congratulations to the 941 people.
Mid-season finals were happening in
Congratulations on some money, chat.
And at that tournament, a team called
I'm
Rad,
pretty sure.
but for the sake of it, a team called Rad played through the play-in stage, where they made it to the upper bracket finals of their play-in stage and lost to an American
I don't know
team.
who's next.
They then went on to win the whole event. We now have a situation where in the upper brackets of our play-in stage, we have a Team Rad and an American team. Gaskin, is history about to repeat itself?
If you listen to the confidence
Is it Rad
of
100 Thieves?
I don't know about that. I mean, they seem like they can.
Oh yeah,
take
it is a
the world
Rad
at the
100
moment,
Thieves.
And I
Okay.
really appreciate what he said as well. He got rid of some early jitters. I think acknowledging that, being aware of those early jitters and how they are very prevalent in the early games. But being able to
Okay,
get
chat,
past
I'm starting the
that, because now you know
predictions.
what that feeling's
Get your
like,
money
you know
on
you
the
can play
line.
through it. it's
Starting
going
the
to be a
predictions
very different
now.
experience against a very hard-fought 100 Thieves roster, right? Who are going to come into this all guns blazing, very prepared, know exactly what they want to do to approach.
Oh shit!
Folks, in this series in particular, Rad, you talked about it beforehand. They're looking strong, but they looked so strong.
Yeah. I mean, they've
Who
just,
you
they've
voting
just got more
for?
talent. It's
I
hard
predicted the whole day happened. Look, chat, bro. I predicted the whole day. I predicted 100 Thieves was gonna beat RC.
So, you know, they did what they
Then I predicted Rad was gonna beat Ace.
Obliteration. What can I say?
Wait, wouldn't it be RC against Ace?
It comes a lot down to polish for like individual stuff here.
Or is it going to be 100 Thieves against Rad first?
Like, mechanically, everyone shoots well. You know, everyone knows how to play their heroes at this point.
Anyways,
so it comes to the team fights and the execution.
I have 100 Thieves beating Rad.
Minor moments, for example, the strange.
I have 100 Thieves beating Rad, chat.
Not communicating with your team,
Definitely.
going to strange hole. Those small things with execution just allowed Rad to just run over them a little bit. Not to mention the one-sided thing in the end was just a complete bully show. Rad showed us why Thing is so powerful in this meta.
Losers go first, so it's not.
Teams are gonna learn that you can't really allow one-sided thing to go through like
so
that.
this prediction
Very
is
much
useless.
Kind of looking at one-sided stuff from one side or the other. We saw one-sided Thing, one-sided Rocket. They even lost the one-sided Gambit at some point, but it didn't really seem to matter to them, guys.
Chat, so this prediction is useless. You guys told me the wrong
They have
prediction.
just been able to work out the meta, work out what the counters are, and work out where they go if they get targeted at all. I did like that they did focus on the Rocket. We mentioned that in the pre-show, like, are we going to see Rocket get banned because of how prevalent it is in Iconic's lineup? In the end,
I returned
they
everyone's
noticed that
points.
perhaps it was a weakness. They did take it down, and also on this map, one-sided Rocket can be very good for you.
Folks, looking at these two teams at Rad and 100 Thieves, which is going to be our next series for today, I believe. What are you thinking? Now you've had a chance to
Wait,
see
they literally
both.
just said it was
What do you
100
think
Thieves
about
against Rat.
I mean, we kind of saw they play a similar style, right? Self looked insane in the series versus Iconics, or not Iconics, pardon me.
I'm starting the prediction again, chat. Enjoy.
Looked insane
100 Thieves against Rad. We just redid the predictions. Redo the predictions, chat.
It's a really good meta for 100 Thieves, though. You know, like they are one of the premier kind of front-to-back slot teams. You know, they're Vanguard players. They really like playing slower comps. They don't like playing dive as much, you know. And so when you're able to get Vinny and TTK on Groot, Thing, Penny, Mag, those types of characters, you know, throwing an Angela too, right? It's a good meta for 100 Thieves.
This is going to be a great game.
I think it's going to go 3.
This is going to be a great game.
Who's
I have
win.
100 Thieves winning, chat, but this is going to be a great game nonetheless.
I think it's going to come down to does TTK get Thing? And if he does, I think it's going to look really good for them. And if he doesn't, are they good enough to handle what he's going to look like on Angela? Because they don't have Angela players that look like him in the EMEA.
But there's only one way to find out, and that is to get ourselves set up for that next series. So I'm going to say goodbye to you all for the moment as we're going to head to a quick break as we get set up for our third series of the day. Don't go anywhere. We still need to find our last two teams for that main bracket starting tomorrow. So tune back in just a second.
Nice, nice. Quick break. How long is the break? I better be getting a cut of this ad, by the way. I better be getting a cut of this ad. Oh my god, you can get that chair in pink? I want that chair in pink. I don't know if you would ever get a chair in white, bro. I feel like if you get a chair in white, that is going to be disgusting. Bro, because a lot of people eat in their chair or probably, like, you know, eat some wings and then touch their Oh, bro, that thing is going to be disgusting. Like, look at your guys' keyboards right now. Look at your controllers. I'm pretty sure that stuff looks disgusting. Wait, it's not telling us how long the break is, by the way. People are saying I was so far behind. I wasn't far behind at all, chat. You guys are on drugs. I was like 2 seconds behind. I actually do have a white keyboard. Not this one, but the one I take to LAN events and stuff that I, like, you know, use. It is a white keyboard. I love my white keyboard. Yeah. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Okay, chat, there's a little break going on, so I'm gonna go pee real quick, and I'll be right back. How are the predictions going on right now? You have 400... Hello? Is this thing working, chat? Hello? I'm trusting your predictions, Jay. Have I ever told you guys anything wrong? Have I ever lied to you guys in predictions? The answer is no. Jay3 equals the ultimate pred. Like I said, chat. A lot of you guys might not know me as Jay3, but a lot of you guys might know me by the other name that I go by called Jay the Oracle 3. Yep. I could literally tell you the future. Oh, we know you as Gramps. Mods, take that guy out back and deal with him. Break his computer. Also, you're going to see the same 4 teams today because all these 4 teams are fighting for their lives. Tomorrow is going to be the actual main event where you see all the teams, chat. So just as a heads up, if you guys were wondering. But yeah. Also, this is not a paid chatter, by the way. Let's look at this guy's message. Jay, you are the best and my #1 Marvel streamer. You have the best aim I've ever seen. You are always right. You are the best. Jay3 is the best. Thank you. Not a paid chatter, by the way. Appreciate it. Not a paid chatter. How are the predictions going? We have 587 people voting on 100 Thieves for 10.7 million and 319 people for 6.4 million on Rad. There's a lot of money going on right now. A lot of money going on. I don't know what's going on, bro. I thought this break was gonna be over, bro. Why is this break like half an hour? No, bro. This break is not gonna be an hour, chat. There's no way. The break is not gonna be 30 minutes, chat. Just because they say that's a prediction. Oh, the match is going to start at this time. It's not going to start at that time. Wait. Okay. See?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Los Angeles for the mid-season finals!
Everyone's sitting down already.
We just had some incredible games come out for you today. I am your other host, Tetcher, and we have a couple more for you.
I like that blue. That blue looks nice.
Our first team that will be making it into that bracket stage coming in tomorrow. So we're heading to our upper bracket here between 100 Thieves and Rad. I'm gonna say hi to some of the players here very quickly. You've had a little bit of practice. You've had your earlier matchup coming fresh on from it. How confident are you feeling?
Feeling very confident.
100 Thieves, how much have you seen from them? You've been watching them all year, I assume. It's your first LAN coming in here. What are you thinking about them?
I think they are favorite for sure, and I respect them. I think they're a stronger team, but we're gonna clap them, I think.
Ooh, I like the shit talk. That's what I'm talking about. Shit talk them.
100 Thieves, your third LAN, as you've been mid-season finals, you've been grand finals, you came third and then fourth. Now is your chance to try and surpass your previous results. How are you feeling about it?
Feeling good. I mean, our first game went pretty well. Take this one as well.
How much have you looked into Rad?
Sorry?
How much have you looked into Rad?
We scrim a decent amount. It's off and on, kind of, but I mean, looked in as much as we can.
Shit talk them!
What's your prediction for the score?
Score? Hopefully 2-0. We don't.
A 2-0, don't want to play another third game. Thieves are confident. Rad are confident, but only one can go through to that bracket stage. In this series, the other will have to fight through that lower bracket. So let's find out about these teams a little bit more as we head over to our analyst desk.
I'm the host now. Welcome everyone to the analyst desk here. Vaudable, of course, and then we also have Dogman and Ryan Central joining us for the breakdown and analysis and everything.
If Dogman is here, and they brought a new analyst on the analyst, the anal desk,
And they're already guaranteed on who they're going
That
to play,
means,
right, Dogman? We have,
if I'm not
going
mistaken,
into that bracket, if
Shib
Brad wins this,
and
or even
Cozy
makes it out of the
are the
qualifier,
only
guaranteed to play
ones
Team Liquid
not
Citadel.
here.
And on the other
So
side,
does
the
that
100 Thieves,
mean
if they
we're
make it out of
getting
this or lower
Shib and
bracket,
Cozy
guaranteed to play
casting?
Navi. I mean, these teams
It's
are probably
the
taking
anal
their
desk.
boots up thinking about that.
What? There's nothing wrong with the
I think
anal
you
desk.
mentioned it, obviously, this is a tough situation to be in. I mean, you make it out of the play-ins, and I think you guys talked about a lot behind
Oh,
the
wait,
scenes. A lot
where's
of our fans
Gaskin?
noticed that you're just going to go against one of the best teams
Yeah,
in the
where
world,
is
whether it
Gaskin?
be
Wait a
from
minute.
North America or MEA.
But I would say for Rad, I think there was another team similar name that went for a play-ins for a mid-season finals, and then won the whole damn thing. It was a different team. It's the same organization, but you would expect maybe that they feel a little bit more warmed up for the occasion, but 100 Thieves is a tough opponent to go up against in this kind of game.
I mean, speaking about that, our first series of the day, 100 Thieves, people were
Also,
included,
YouTube, if you guys
kind
need
of
a mod, let me
hesitant
know.
to say that they would quickly 2-0.
I think,
I mean, I did get the
I think we probably
prediction
have a
wrong, I
mod
gotta
in
say,
chat by
and,
now.
You know, own up on that one,
Shame on
unfortunately.
you.
But it's okay.
Happens.
It's okay.
Happens.
I still had them coming out of the play-ins. But, I mean, why did 100 Thieves look so good
Watch
during
Party,
that
let's
first
go. I
series?
hope I'm not
Yeah,
late.
a little bit
You
of column
missed
A, and
2
that Reject
games
played
already.
Terrible, just to be honest.
Not
like,
too
that
much.
Was, I mean, a lot of it, 100 Thieves playing good. Like, I was surprised how well they played.
We're
in that
going to
series.
Celestial
But I think
Husk.
it genuinely
Nice.
was. If you looked at the pace of play once.
Who do you
Ryan
have?
talks about
I
Rad,
think
Rad was
100
actually
Thieves
using
might
the
win
comp to
this,
its fullest.
but
They were
I
always
do
pressing the
think
gas pedal,
Rad is a
whereas
very strong
Reject, they
team.
were
They
AFK with that
dominated
triple
last
tank
game.
Vanguard comp, and I don't know. I feel like you need to play a little bit faster than what we saw of Reject.
I think for Reject against 100 Thieves, it was like you could almost just see that's where the series was going, right? Domination is pretty good for Reject, but it's in a whole different region. And then you sort of know that Museum of Contemplation is like the Pacific map to go to, break glass in case of emergency, and it's just another break glass in case of emergency button. Like, it doesn't offer too much. So 100 Thieves almost felt like they could have predicted exactly where it was going to go. Rad, even though they look dominant against Iconics, they did also struggle a little bit on that attacking side of Midtown.
So, chat, you have the
going up against
third
the
place
triple
team from
and
NA
knowing
and the
Rad,
third
they're
place
the kind of
team
team
from
that, like, if they
EMEA
do
playing
struggle on
against
these
each other.
instances, especially
Who's
against a
better?
good team like 100 Thieves,
NA
they end up losing games and they're like,
or
how did we lose that?
EMEA?
We shouldn't have lost
Which
that.
is better,
That's where they can get a little
mile
bit of their own worst enemy.
or
So we're going to Celestial Husk.
what
for
the
this
hell
match.
is a
We've seen
kilometer?
that so many times during the group stages.
You know what I'm saying?
preseason, what have you. What can we expect here? I'm going
Kilometers
right back to you,
an
Ryan, 'cause
hour?
You got the stats and everything pulled up for this.
So
Or
it's a
miles
weird-
per
domination,
hour.
I think overall for 100 Thieves just hasn't been amazing for them, but to be fair, like they go up consistently against the likes of Swarm Gaming and Team Liquid Citadel, who are monstrous on domination, but they've got a 4-win streak.
What
on the
does
likes of,
EMEA
like,
mean? EMEA
FlightQuest,
means
they were
Europe,
able to beat
Middle
Nightmare,
East,
Sentinels
and
twice,
Africa. It's
but
the
then you
whole
go
region.
over towards the likes of Rad, and they've lost to Na'Vi twice, and then also alongside just being able to lose to Shikigami.
Yeah.
So it's one of these cases like 4 wins for 100 Thieves in a row on Celestial Husk, and then 3 losses for Rad, but it's different opponents, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what stats kind of throw out the window sometimes. I mean, we saw 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
You were talking about it before. You did a lot of you guys did a lot of the background research, you and VOD, about how they didn't win a
22
core
miles
forever,
per
right?
1 kilometer.
It was like 160
Australian
days or
here.
something
I think
like
you're
that.
wrong.
Fourth, that it had been since they had won one. But hey,
And they won it.
It's a different region, so
True. Yeah,
it's
so
a
you're
big
right.
thing to talk about.
That's what you guys said.
Isn't
I mean,
it-
it's a different region for sure.
Isn't it
and that was
1.7
my main
miles
point with
for 1
100 Thieves.
kilometer?
They beat a team that didn't
No.
look very good, sadly. And I do
And
have
then
a
1
lot of,
kilometer
faith,
is
I think, in Iconics
no,
and
0.7
Reject
miles
to
or
get
something?
better
No.
and improve. But it's as you guys talk,
Isn't
as
it
you mentioned,
1.3?
It's, win or go
No,
home.
because
Now
you're
at this point
talking
for
about
them, they're on the lower
pounds,
side.
chat. 1
And they might still have to play
kilogram
one of
is
these teams that
2.2
you talked
pounds.
about. I mean, Rad last time made it through the
Oh,
play-ins
1
and
mile
won
is
the whole damn
1.6.
tournament.
There you go.
It's really a huge shout out to Rad's scouting team, first of all, as well. But to maybe focus back on 100 Thieves, I feel like, yeah, against Reject, they just kind of had their way with them. It was a lot of the Angelo looked really good. So I'm curious if we'll see more individual bands come out as a nice little cute thumbs up from the team of Rad, who all look very young. But again, I think that's a big thing about Rad. They just have a really good scouting department or something.
That's a good point that you make too. It felt like the Vanguard line has leveled up for 100 Thieves. That was the big question for Hero Pool for TTK. Vinny, people were questioning.
Reopen the predictions, please. I'm sorry. We opened the predictions for 15 minutes. If you don't make that 15 minutes, chat, I'm sorry. 07, bro.
First true test.
You gotta wait till the next prediction.
In this instance as well. I mean, composition-wise, what can we expect?
There's millions of dollars on the line. I can't just cancel it.
We might see Think
There's
but
let's just say there's $20 million on the line. Yes, chat, dollars. There's a lot of money on this.
Touching the band phase, depending on things.
There's over 1,000 people voting. I can't cancel it.
That's crazy as well as how good that is. But I'm curious if they do want to mess with that, because that'll be later on. I mean, every team seems to be first banning Mantis. It doesn't seem to slow down. When we watched the relegation tournament, there was, I think, a team that did let it through, and then they still won.
Yeah.
Because the team that played Mantis.
It was Dreamland.
Yeah, it was Dreamland. Yeah, they did not play the Mantis good,
Yeah.
right? It was just a very poor game of Mantis.
Play what you're comfortable with is what it sounds like.
Exactly. Play what you're comfortable with, and I think 100 Thieves are going to follow your advice.
I think that's the one thing about the team ups that's done quite a lot is it's given a lot more agency to all of the different roles. Like, sure, it's still Mantis versus Gambit of like who's the main ban, who's the main enemy, villain in the draft, right? But the Vanguards have a little bit more agency on what they can play, like the Angela pick for, you know, for the
Yo, what's going on with the 100 Thieves play? Why do they have so many of like the staff over there working?
It's not like, oh, I'm the anchor, I have to
Bro, you guys are not getting the Dallas server. Just say R, ready up, and let's go. You guys are on land. There's no need for Dallas ready. North Virginia ready. Come on.
And Team Liquid Citadel, they're big organizations that expect to do well. For Rad, this is not only just one of the youngest teams by face, but by nature. It's such a green squad that they need to get a bit more LAN experience against one of the teams that has consistently been around.
Only one member.
I think 100 Thieves is going to beat Rad, but I think it's still going to be a good game.
So this is a completely new territory for this roster. They were so close last time on Chopped for the majority of this team. So, I mean, kind of going back to you on this one, Ryan, what is the secret sauce for Rad to potentially come out on top here?
I mean, it's not even a secret. It's Crazy Kitty.
Yeah.
Like, I think he is just one of the best players in the world. Like, when it comes to, like, passing the eye test, even going back to, like, Blood Carryoda with him and Layalus, like, that was such a duelist squad that ended up going in different directions, Rad and Shikigami with their own little rivalry, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it's just... This was a team when
How's production still having troubles? Third LAN out. They haven't used the same production team for each one though. So
Crazy Kitty's Black Cat to make it work when so many other teams were like,
I
it's
think
okay, but we need to put more time in. Because
the first LAN was in China. That was their production team. Second LAN was what in Atlanta at DreamHack. So that was the DreamHack production team. And I think this is the one time they did it by themselves in NA. So I think they have a different production team. That's not all the same production team.
Even do that with Jitward. Vaudable mentioned it. You know, whenever they
didn't have it, they had no hands.
Exactly. And that's the thing with. A lot of these teams, I feel like.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think this is the one that went by the smoothest.
With people that are really strong on certain heroes. So I would like to see maybe even more first bands focus on that. I know Mantis is super strong right now, and it feels bad when you do give it up. But still, like there's so many characters.
One team's going to do it.
One team will do it. I'm just curious about how fast because there's so much money on the line, $500,000 as well as the play-in spot. It just
and
feels
the league
like
points too to try and even make the grand finals eventually in the fall. So there's a lot on the line for these teams, not just making it to the main event, but placements and everything else. And I mean, talking about the Black Cat specifically, Self actually looked really good. That was kind of a question mark going into this event. How practiced he's been on it before, especially after having a patch where it was irrelevant during the actual playoffs itself. Some people tried to play it, but I digress. But, talking about these teams specifically with Crazy Kitty versus Self with the Black Cats, I mean, how do you feel that's going to go?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Crazy Kitty. I know Ryan mentioned a lot. You mentioned a lot, too. And then, yeah, Self has looked really good. I think even I was at the caster booth, and we have a nice VIP section up at the top where a lot of the players are hanging out with their family and stuff. So huge shout out to all
that's cool. There's a VIP section with the family and everyone. That's sick.
Awesome people. But Self came up and chatted with us at the booth. It was awesome. I think one of the coolest
maybe TTK's dad there and Vess's parents and sisters and
having the best Black Cat
are there.
Now it's a
hey, speaking about Vess, hey, Vess was mom. How you doing, Vess was mom? Are you at the event?
Tough. He's just showing up in the KO feed a lot, and it's tough because we don't know exactly
How you doing?
Now, definitely opposite side of the spectrum. Now I'm curious to see. This will be the first time we do get to see that Black Hat versus Black Hat, like you said.
I hope so. I hope so.
I think
we are here. That is awesome. That's awesome. Say hi to the family for me. You guys are awesome.
Know what happens with that backline because this is gonna be the first time that Millennia.
That is cool, man. I like that. Supportive parents are always awesome, man.
Do we see the Gamma?
Hey, what's up, Virtual? How you doing?
Rad. We haven't seen it yet. I mean, we saw some Wolverine from them before, but is this the time to pull it out?
Potentially. I think it's just the fact, like, we saw Rad be.
I don't know, Vess's mom. I don't know if you're with Vess right now, but give him a big hug for me. We'll see him tomorrow.
Going for like Rogue for Lugia.
Why don't they have you do a watch party at the actual LAN?
It never seemed to work. It never seemed to gel. So they're gonna feel great.
I have no idea. I wish they invited me.
Practice with like the frontline going for like the weird Vanguard options. That they did it on LAN and it went better than it usually does in officials. Even though you could say like
they probably have a hair or a height requirement. I just don't meet that criteria.
Shikigami or some of the top teams in EMEA. It's hard to get a gauge. We'll have to see with the elimination game after this one. But yeah, potentially for fastball, it's just now that it's sort of more limited.
Chat, if you guys had your own tournament, you guys would invite me to watch, right?
You don't get that anymore, so it's one of those things that it's like the Mandela effect. You just kind of have to get used to it. It's like, okay, Fing, throw me. And he's like,
I think the real reason, Virtual, is they did invite us to the first LAN event, which is in China, so they did invite us all to China, but there was a few bad apples.
We might eventually see that, depending on certain conversations.
And I think that kind of ruined all of the chances for everyone.
Expectations on like, okay, we're gonna.
I was sick, so I was not one of the bad apples.
Not give our entire hand away because there's still so much more competition to go from here on out. And both these teams fairly confident that they should make it through in their own right. Talk to them during the breaks and stuff, and they're like, yeah, we're both good at 2-0. Someone has to at least give us a 2-1 in these best of threes. These are so much faster than the best of fives here, Dogman.
Yeah, I mean, great point. I think that BO3s can be really tough to come back from, and that first map matters a lot. You know, I'm sure.
I hope for the grand finals they invite streamers, bro. I love going to events, and I know there's a lot of people in chat that would love to meet me and actually see how tall I am. 6'9", 420 pounds, by the way. You guys would like to see me, right?
Yeah.
Very similar.
It's very back and forth, and that's why I mean early
on.
It's
like that saying, chat. Would you guys rather have $500,000 or a dinner with Jay3? You guys would all have picked the dinner with Jay3, right?
For this one, but some very expected ones coming through here, Ryan.
Yeah, from seeing the brief glance overall, just on the shoulders. But yeah, protect for Gambit, so it's the Mantis bands, like the Magneto bands.
Wait,
so
why are you guys all saying no?
The phase of the draft is going to be mirrored. This is where I imagine some changes have to come in. And like from seeing it from like playoffs, a lot of teams are very reserved of what was meta, what they wanted to go for. It was only till those big games that you saw some crazy stuff. I think you have to see the crazy stuff now, especially when play-ins is on the line, to just get yourself across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think back at the ban phase, as it kind of continues, we go to the
oh my god, you said you go to all the Apex lands. Apex is fucking awesome. Don't they have all their lands in like Japan?
Oh, 50-50 trade for the most part.
I would love to go to Japan.
I feel like as we have the double Loki bans out to get rid of characters that are crazy with Gambit, Thing Protect comes through. Yeah, we got to play the Thing once more, and you know I think that'll be good for the side of Rad because of how they play that character for sure, alongside the Groot. So I'd be curious if that's touched, considering we don't play Wolverine on the side of 100 Thieves. I want to see if they make that adjustment, if Remix does it in the background as both coaches are going back and forth, their team captains, on what to ban and protect next.
Trying to figure out what the best options are for them, I think, at this point in time, too. And it looks like there's Elsa save and one-sided coming out here, Ryan, as well.
Yeah, I mean,
wait, who has ooh, 100 Thieves has a one-sided Elsa? Oh.
From going for preseason into stage 1. Still one of the stronger options. That team up with Deadpool getting 4 instinct means that she's basically as strong as she used to be with like a 2-second cooldown and stuff like a dash. But I think that's still
only if the dinner leads to overtime with Jay3.
Another thing when it comes to head-to-head, whilst the draft is still building, like
yeah, I'm gonna need some police.
Damage, but doesn't get those final hits versus Crazy Kitty that doesn't do a lot of damage but does get those eliminations. So it's a complete difference in style.
Yeah. There's the Luna ban as we were talking about. I mean, I didn't want TTK to have that snowflake.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I didn't think people would go for it this early, but I love how Rad's banning already. This is like from what Ryan told me and what you guys were talking about. This, to me, seems like one of the better ban phases. I love when teams do specific bans when they're allowed to.
Yo, is Delena yawning already? Tell that kid to wake up.
If we take a look at, like, I don't know, sports drafts and stuff, there's always, like, value in the spot that you do it, and I think that's really good value.
Wait, is Vess's mom here? Oh, my God. Vess's mom needs to meet...
What's interesting, too, is, like, we've seen Elsa say...
Vess's mom needs to meet TTK's dad. TTK's dad is so awesome. And actually, I don't know if his mom and other sister is there as well. TTK's family is so badass.
Prioritize Elsa and more duelist protects compared to some of the other regions too.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, because so much as focus has gone on to the strategists, really, it feels like one of those moments. But it's like you have the one-sided Elsa, you have to make use of it if you're 100 Thieves. Otherwise, it's a complete waste.
Well, we got Cozy and Gaskin on the cast to take us into
a
full match. Take it away,
Cozy's casting!
Alrighty, folks, welcome from host up here to cast another multiversal variant here, and Gas, good to be with you, my man, as we open up the match.
Let's get it, chat.
To the main
Rad
stage.
against 100 Thieves, like I said, ranked top.
I'm gonna like the fact that we get the one-sided Luna
top
again
3
for
from
100
each
Thieves here. We
EMEA
saw that in
and
that
NA
against Reject, and they were able to really capitalize on it. So a lot of advantages when it comes to those ults, being able to counter as well with that Luna. So we'll have to see whether they can take down Rad here.
For sure, and Lugia going on the Hulk here, I love, because you have Delena on the Widow. They ban the Elsa, so force it in the face, right? Domination already a little bit of a
what's up, Window? How you doing, my friend?
Constant chaos. So when you don't have the Elsa, put the pressure there on the Widow and the hit scan guy we know as Delena looking right away at that point. Obviously not going to go to either side as Ducky in the fight for the Vanguard spot. Can he go down first?
Yeah, Self gets the win in terms of the duelist versus duelist. We're wondering
chat, that's not my cursor. Don't yell at me, bro.
Self played Daredevil instead.
Does
Daredevil runs very well into
can the production team take the cursor off the screen, please?
As a big Black Cat player myself, I hate going against Daredevil, so Self just gonna elect to go on the counter side rather than the mirror, and right off the bat, 100 Thieves gonna get that first claim of the point. It's all about momentum here, folks, as we have Delina standing in that nice healthy range, gonna go and pick off Bruce Banner. Oh, he gets a grenade off, but not in time, as Self gets the second.
Self again onto Kitty. I think there's gonna be a lot of focus onto Smash as well. Playing on the Elsa, it's a one-sided Elsa. They did manage to ban it and keep it on their side. We know how impactful Elsa can be, but Delena at the moment doing absolutely terrible things to the other team. We know Black Widow is just one of the best picks in the game at the moment.
Yep, we got both Gambit bans on our ults on either side, right? So at this point, looking pretty healthy on the ult economy side. We'll see how Delena uses this Widow ult. Each kind of used and elected at different times. Self ready for the dive. Love the stance. And
why didn't I listen to J3?
Exactly that
I tell you guys who's going to win every single game. So if you guys don't believe me and you lose your money, that's on you guys, bro. That's on you guys.
But now they've got Gambit ult of their own. The Raging Royal Flush will come out, but you can already see Vinny slams down Kitty again. He can't find any room in the map at the moment.
Yeah, those massives going in match blow for blow. Delena finds himself with that ult. The pick there on Smash. So even the odds, and now tilting it over to their side. Absolutely beautiful.
I like how Delena is running it, running it down in front of 3 people, and he's just not dying.
Looking confident. 100 Thieves 70% up already.
Very much on top here, and yes, okay, you're gonna have the Glartrox coming out of spawn here for Rad. Vertigo's gonna have ult as well to work with, so the invisible boundary is pretty good, maybe just to keep you alive, and you're gonna need something here because 100 Thieves are holding so strong.
And don't you love how Crazy Kitty went over to that Daredevil? Now you have Self more on the aggressive offensive side of the platform.
That's gonna be a great matchup, by the way. Crazy Kitty against Self. That's going to be a crazy matchup.
It is absolutely trying to feast Self now, going in for the quick hit and pick, but does the job at Black Cat. Just be that distraction.
It's going to be eyes on Kitty now as well. Can you make the difference as you switch over to the Daredevil? Lugia Goat also very close, playing on the Rogue at the moment to the ultimate, but you've got to try something here. Someone has to pop. Otherwise, you're just going to go down in the neutral and struggle a little bit. But Ducky doing very well on the group to just force people away.
The land bets are looking like bets here and comfortable as Self just going to get in and
Don't
out.
pro players scream? Wouldn't the other team hear them? Chat, you're wearing you're wearing earphones that have the game sound, and then you're wearing
once again, if needed, gets
what do you call it? Soundproof headphones.
Kitty gets 2, but Vinny is
you can't hear anything.
Ducky as well. So 100 Thieves still have players up, but the Glartrox.
Oh, the Glartrox is looking like my Glartrox out there, bro.
As Rad really struggling to hold on to this one at the moment.
Yeah, somebody get glasses for that Glartrox. Nothing coming up from that, and quickly time is fading over time. Ticking. It's going to be the fight on 1. Crazy Kitty going to go ahead and get Delena out of here, and that first cap is going to Rad's side. All it takes is a chance. You're telling me there's a chance here, Gaskin.
It did eventually just allow Crazy Kitty to have a little bit more freedom on the map with Self switching over to Black Cat. An interesting switch, it has to be said, considering Self was doing so well previously against Kitty, had forced Kitty off the Black Cat. He even went to Torch for a little bit as well. Now he's going to have Let the Devil out. So this is going to be concerning for 100 Thieves. Their backline are going to be very vulnerable here.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that last fight, the way Rad was able to use the ults that they had, and 100 Thieves kind of left empty now. Delena, though, did get value off Smash that last ult. We'll see if we get the sniper ready to go again. You know, change of a kit, but still there and lethal from afar. Crazy Kitty going to go ahead and let that Devil out and try to find some value here, folks. And
oh, poor guy, bro. He just fell over.
The Devil sent back to hell.
Yeah, great response from 100 Thieves, and now you've got Delena popping it as well and popping those shots. He's popping, he's looking.
Oh, poor Delena.
100 Thieves applying a lot of pressure here, but Rad trying to hold up.
Yeah, that ult gets a lot of respect now, and just absolutely putting the pressure whenever you pop it is the way to go. Vinny finding Vertigo from this is going to open up the door now. Can they close it as another one for TTK?
Dude, kill the Groot!
Pistols at max and 100% and lethal. Ducky up in the air playing up high on the advantage. Crazy Kitty keeps getting these picks, though, to even the odds here, Gas.
Ranking Prison's going to be there as well. Bubbles at the moment to protect himself does Ducky. You've got to remember, Millennia on the other team can negate it with CC, but Ducky slams home onto Winnie. Millennia goes down as well. So Rad
not being able to kill that Groot. Oh, my.
Absolutely, and if you look at it, I mean, Ducky's ready to go with that Groot picture and get everybody in one, and they don't have a lot of answer to that. If you're on the side of the strat line, got to stay alive here from Millennia. Got to get that show on the road and get Coachella rolling here live in Los Angeles. We've got ourselves 83%.
There's no way Rad actually like pulls this back, right?
Just so good at holding. That's the problem. But now 100 Thieves have started to build up some of those ults.
They do have Groot ult.
Clobbering time available
when
to
he
him as
can
well.
cleanse
So
it though.
CC quite a few players, be able to get them up in the air and allow the damage to come out from Self, you'd imagine, to try and find those picks. But it's going to be eyes on Ducky. this Strangling Prison could be huge for them.
I love the aggressive play they're going with. Oh, finding TTK and early. Delina, though, finds the pop and the finish there on the Rogue. That squishiness and health, they're wanting that back for the last match, man. If you look at time ticking already, this is it, Gas. What do they got?
Oh, he dodged it.
Be the opportunity now. You're gonna pop it. Glartrox is gonna eventually get put out here, and it doesn't find anyone just yet. Finally does connect with Winnie. Millennia goes down on the backside, and all the meanwhile, they were off the point. Rad hold on, and Rad take the first round.
Who needs the Glartrox when you got the guns to do it? And that is just so unfortunate. It's 99% up and out. That does not
100
happen often
Thieves
here at the
choked,
top
bro.
level. Absolutely huge from the newbies to
100 Thieves is choking, bro.
No 2-0s here.
The newcomers are definitely showing up today, and we heard from the interviews, right? They were feeling confident. They
TTK
think they can
4-2 with
anyone in
one
the tournament,
final?
just
That's not my
100 Thieves.
TTK up.
I mean, even Forks on the analyst desk was saying he thinks this one's going to 3. Rad are an underdog. They're a dark horse in this tournament, and 100 Thieves just learned that the hard way.
No, absolutely. I mean, hey, if you look at it, it's crazy. We've heard so much about one crazy kitty, and it's showing up to the maximum degree. You know, we've heard and said one of the arguably best Black Cats. Well, I can tell you that is being said
speaking
here,
about
not
Black
only
Cats, look,
statistically,
we got
but
Boba.
right in front of your eyes,
Boba.
folks. Taking a look at it, what do you want to clean up for 100 Thieves? I mean, just finish strong. You said to the self-change earlier.
He's even wearing his bow tie. You see it, chat?
Get ahead of themselves, yeah?
Yeah, I think it was a strange swap from Self. He was doing so much on the Daredevil, then switches up to Black Cat, starts getting beaten by Crazy Kitty. I feel like they gave them the game, gave them the round a little bit there, because he had 3 1v1s. He had one previously when he was on the Daredevil. I understand the change. Mentioned it as well, a little bit of a distraction when they were close to getting to 100, but in the end, it just allowed Rad to take that point. And once Rad did have control, they did not let up pressure at all.
Yeah, frontline playing strong too for 100 Thieves. I think they're doing a well job, Vinny, for sure. Millennia loves to play aggressive, right? Like going from that duelist into the Luna, how perfect there. As we see, having a bit of a match game here on the ult economy. Look at it, you got the Fate of Both Worlds ready to go, and we're gonna have to use that to kind of counter the Gambit, most likely, if they want to go on the aggressive angle themselves. Jeff making an appearance. There it is. The cards are folded, buddy. Here we go.
Crazy
Oh,
Kitty
TTK's dead, bro. TTK's by himself, man. He's caught out.
So
Oh, TTK, bro. What is 100 Thieves doing, bro? They're not playing as a
You don't want to give up
team.
too many KOs.
They're not
as well.
playing
Self
as a
just says, all right, I'll
team.
go back to the respawn screen with everyone else. Ducky's still holding on to Strangling Prison, by the way. It feels like he's held
They're
on
not
for
playing
like
as a
almost an
team,
entire
bro.
round.
They're
You
lost.
gotta know when to hold them on the old side and know when to fold them whenever the fight's lost, right? Like if you're 100 Thieves, get out of there, don't overcommit. We see a lot of teams do that, especially as we were trying to get some qualifying into this match. Again, folks, whoever wins these matches are gonna be going into the main stage here. It's the best down on our first day one. Luke Goat now gonna back up, big pick there. Once again, Delina opening the door. We know the damage is there from him, but showing up here on the final hit side, and on their side, they've got the cards folding. Gotta win this fight here as quick, it's Jeff ult, tries to find the value, gets nothing.
Yeah, do you connect with it? Do you even
Oh,
survive?
wow.
Is usually the question. As we can
That
see
guy
in
got
the early
deleted.
portal as well, it would seem to try and re-engage and just stop this point from being taken. I love an early portal, especially with how well Rad have been holding. They're saying, let's just make sure we keep control of this point, but you can see KOs just so much. Delena has been fantastic on this Widow.
You know, Strange sees a million outcomes. I don't know if you saw that one. Going right out that portal, and that was it. But either way, they needed to win that fight in the neutral if you're 100 Thieves. Still don't commit too much. I mean, Ducky, the master at it right now, has had that check mark the whole time, folks. Ready to get that picture rolling. And at that, Self back on this cat. Let's see if we can get that value. Playing with the team a bit right now here. Just kind of getting a little bit of an eye of where Rad might take.
I think Ducky's very worried about the Luna. Wants that Luna to be taken down before the prison comes out, because otherwise it just gets negated so easily. But now you will see ultimates popped on both sides from Daredevil and the Black Cat here. But can you convert with anything? Maybe you can. Self does take down Smash.
Dude, Crazy Kitty is disgusting on this character. But Self, on the other hand, is killing a lot of people as well.
Everything they need, and it is now 3 for Self and falling, but definitely proud from it. Crazy Kitty gonna go ahead and get the best of that matchup, but did set Thieves up for success. Getting a little bit of an opposite.
Lugia, you have to run around that box, by the way, bro. You can't keep running into it. What's my boy Lugia doing over here, bro?
Early game control, continue to hold that point, and now Rad, they have to back off. They have switched over as well. Lugia going to be playing on Hulk here, and Mash almost has Raging Royal Flush. But you can see there are
He was stuck?
on the other
Well,
side.
someone go help him!
Yeah, you know, we'll see if they kite or they just decide to go with the Luna. They've had that for a minute, right? And they didn't need it for that Ducky ult still won because that's the power Self and get all those picks on it. Now we've got the cards folded out. Can they get this value? Have to find it as the show is popped. The colors are flying, folks. Who will get the first value? Got to stay as one team in this circle. Now it's going to go ahead and show why Gambit's so dangerous.
Nice
in this
nice
game. Up
movement,
goes the Hulk,
though.
The Game of God looking for some distraction. No one getting any value. This is a win for Thieves in my book.
Yeah, good use of the fate of both worlds from Thieves to make sure they just had that counter. Delena again gets the pick onto Crazy Kitty. Now it's a 6 versus 5, and 100 Thieves can start to press with Thing here.
Yeah, you can take that Elsa, but you cannot get rid of those red bullets flying. TTK has a trance ready, both Vanguards ready to get this thing ended as they're going to go ahead and throw up the ult. Get everybody eyes there on Emma. 99% down. Slow down.
Oh, the combo! You saw that? Oh, the combo! He put a crystal on him and then punched the shit out of him and kicked him. Oh.
I don't love that, right? I mean, it's
oh,
right now, 3, 2, 1.
That's a huge pick too. Ducky was at 96%. Hey, we have ourselves a series, chat. We have ourselves a series.
And they felt like they had the advantage. There
Nice.
to maybe get the momentum to swap. Instead, now going into map number 3, down a big ult.
Yeah, difficult pill to swallow when you hope that maybe that if
Nice.
just do enough. But the early picks that came out from TTK on Emma at the moment, just dominating, manipulating the battlefield in his favor, being able to pick players up, throw them across the map at his will has been very difficult to reply to from Rad.
Yeah, big thing to highlight for me is Delena's always been great at the damage, but again, it's getting those final hits. It's kind of the same story that we're now going for Smash. 20k damage, doing well, but you have to secure those finals to get the job done. Self saw what we highlighted on Kitty's side to match that. Other ways around, I mean, frontline-wise, I think Thieves are really impressing me with the space and the pressure they're making.
I mean, that's what Thing does, right? Thing, the best thing you can do is just bully your opposition as well.
Can you explain why Delena's using Widow?
Well.
Widow, a lot of pros have started using Widow. A lot of people in ranked have actually started playing Widow, chat. Widow is very good. She does a lot of damage. Her ult is actually a lot better. She's getting damage boosted, which really isn't because they're banning Mantis. She one-shots any squishy, like, support character. She has a lot of, like, mobility.
Find that target, be that distraction.
Widow's really good right now.
Kind of play the same role a little bit, be that distraction and waste those cooldowns. Hard to deal with both here, but that's going to put a lot of pressure on Delena, who's been answering the call.
Answers the call, can self-answer one with an early pick. It's just going to be distraction, as you said, but maybe going to be hunted down a little bit by the opposition. Black Cat, Crazy Kitty versus Self. This is the matchup that we want, both locked in at the moment.
Exactly. Are you guys watching? This is exactly why you get the Widow now.
Disgusting, just getting those opening picks.
Oh, the Rockets won!
Res at that. I mean, Self-insert all the praise for the Kitty and showing.
It's a best of 3, chat. This is a best of 3.
On the Invis crowd, getting out and getting
oh, there goes Smash Naz.
That's what we needed to see, is that match on the top duelist.
And that's been the difference.
Oh, he missed the next shots.
Black Widow. Now Smash not playing on the Elsa.
Also, it's really easy to farm kills on Black Widow. You just keep left-clicking someone, and then when someone's low, you right-click them, and what do you call it? You kill them.
Will take this first point, and they will hold.
Brad did a good job getting Vinny out of there as Venom. They didn't really have a lot of damage as Hulk was going down. I was kind of thinking that Vinny would be able to stall more. Had to get out of there, got the first cap. That's so important, as you know. Melinda gonna go ahead and get that pick, and there it is. They've got match with the ult. But TTK, it's such a good answer to a Gambit ult. You're able to just slow down that fast offense. Melinda gonna go and pop that as well. Gotta get the value, but Lugia is gonna get the Winnie out. So just like that, favor to Rad.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have committed a lot to this fight as well. Winnie has gone down. Delena is able to find a pick, though. So with Mash now falling, they are going to be down one strategist. 100 Thieves should be able to just bully them away and take control of this. A point you would
watching a
imagine,
Black Cat 1v1
on the back line, a little bit of Venom on Venom action.
Just seems so confusing, bro.
Both can get away to rejoin their squad.
Yeah, Noel is clapping up there as a god of symbiote scene. 2 Venoms added, but either way, big advantage for Winnie having that ult ready to go. And when Delena is just rolling, folks, there's no ultimate popping off. That's just a clear-cut red rifle getting it done. And just the queen of 40 meters and back. You can just get so much.
Jesus Christ.
Out of all the Dom maps, this is probably the
This is a $500,000 tournament. That was on my screen. That was allowed to be on my screen? That shit was just like my face.
And that's exactly what Delena has been doing. But Smash has been answering back. In terms of ult economy, no. Now they do have reasons to try and push in here. Vertigo is going to have Sia available if they want to try and use it here alongside Venom.
Yeah, and the big thing about this is it's going to be a tough point to take when you've got the Venom there ready to stall for days. Now, when are you going to go and pop the cards up? Smash, can you hit it? Can you land an ult?
Oh, that was very interesting. Vinny used his Venom ult to do damage to the Rocket ult to try to kill it as fast as possible.
Oh, man. This is going either way here, but they're able to stall. Delena gets the pick, and now going to get that point up more to their favor.
Oh, wow, yeah, goes back again because of Delena, who has really popped off. Still has ult available, by the way. And then alongside Self, they are terrorizing Rad at the moment, and Rad have to drop off. Yes, Mash got one onto Delena, but is it a little bit too late here?
I mean, Dylan is just making up for the year plus of stats we haven't seen from Widow on their side.
Self is literally going crazy right now, dude.
Getting it done in the back line, and it's all about
Self is going crazy right now.
Who's going to go? You have to engage. Can't give them any confidence there. As we see Dylan trying to find that angle. Just get the Venom down while you can.
And TTK almost has Psionic Seduction back again, by the way. It's going to be, I think, the 4th use that we've seen from him. Ult economy definitely favoring 100 Thieves as they tick over to 80%. So for Rad, they have to try and fight in this neutral, but they are in dangerous territory of potentially losing the next fight because of ult and losing the entire map.
The match has to stay alive here as now TTK going to pop that ult and try to get that secure for the hometown team on domination, folks. It's coming down to the wire. Ducky going to try to kind of use that bubble to success. Waste that cooldown, at least getting the value.
We've seen better ults from TTK, but we take those. We take those. Chat. It's all about the space creation.
Sonic Seduction, but Delena getting the opening pick. They do have a 6 versus 5. Raging Royal Flush has to come out now, and it will from MASH.
Yeah, that's a good pick to get, and the res is out as well. And either way, it's Dylan just getting all the pressure. They know and they understand the assignment. They've seen the Olymp feed as well. Smash, getting Vinny. We got both Venoms out, but one back quick as Self gonna pop the ult, gonna find his value, folks, and Vertigo getting that out of here quickly, finds the next strategist, Gambit. Trying to find some safety, Mash and Smash.
Damn.
Get it done.
Yeah, Smash has done so well, switching back over to the Elsa, by the way, just applying a little bit of pressure to Self. Those traps have been deleting as now the Gladrox comes out, but Delena on the other side still finds 2 of their own.
I mean, Lucas just trying their best.
This is a back and forth game, man.
And he is not scared, and we're not seeing much of those abilities, just the red rifle as we see now. Vinny getting himself another pick, 64% and up, still plenty of room to work with, and that's where you want to look at the ult economy for your 100 Thieves. Don't play too fast, just secure what you need to as Crazy.
Oh, what a freeze! That was a huge freeze. Oh, they still lost the support though. They're down both supports now, chat. That's bad. You gotta TP, you gotta die in TP, you gotta die in TP. You almost have Gambit. You almost have Gambit and TTK.
Clapping for that Black Cat on Black Cat. Just getting the job done on the pick side of things here. Delena gonna go to the portal play, 89% and up. Gonna get our view here on how they want to take this. Good idea for Thieves to kind of back up, allow this for the last final fight, folks. This is what you want to see to get into the play-in stage. Tied inside, portal play.
Farm Gambit, farm Gambit, farm Gambit, farm Gambit.
Raging Royal Flush, so now they're gonna pop this one, you would imagine. If Rad can potentially use the scenery to their advantage, maybe they can avoid some of this gunfire.
Now Winnie gonna go and throw up the cards, and this is how they lost the first map, just getting out a couple picks. Self needs to find that value, and getting just that on the res beacon out here, that's as good as a elimination. Gonna try to stay alive.
Yeah, was that a single Gambit ult? It looked like he only hit one person.
Raccoon in the sea up, but Smash finally gets those final picks. Smash finds another.
Oh!
2 are gonna be down. Make it 3.
Chat, this is going to Rad, bro. This is going to Rad. This is going to Rad.
Surely, and will take the first map.
I mean, could you ask for it any better? That's as close as you get in a domination map. Just coming down to that final fight. I thought really. I mean, listen, we can point out a lot of things. Crazy Kitty getting on lock and what we needed to see from the rest of Smash.
What a game, bro. What a game.
Seduction there. No picks found at all from 100 Thieves. I think that
what a game, dude.
Where they need to hide, have one person just stepping in the point to make sure they don't lose it as well. As Rad take the lead now over favorites 100 Thieves, of course, with Rad being slight underdogs just because of their experience here, Coach.
J3 stays scamming. Bro, the game is not over. It's literally a 100 Thieves map pick, and the 100 Thieves can win, and it will go to a map 3.
But I would say most roles
Chat.
did the job right. The big difference to me, Delena getting those
don't
picks
count
on
your
those first
chickens until they hatch.
It was Luke, yeah, what?
I think that's how the
twice.
saying goes.
One was the res. Venom could get back in the snap. Just didn't seem like they could close in. Win
It's not
needed.
over.
But man, that's what we want to see here, right? To get
also,
into
by the way,
that
everyone that is subbing, gifting subs, resubbing, prime subs, and everyone following the stream, appreciate it, guys. I just have notifications turned off because it would be there's too much noise going on, but I appreciate you. Appreciate everyone being here.
The execution of ults there that really favored Rad.
Yeah, for sure. For me, it always feels like with 100 Thieves, you got to keep the mental strong, right? Because yeah, you're right. I mean, whenever you have something like that happen, it can deter a little bit from what you know you can do. You're that close to have it, especially if you're looking back on how they lost map 1 on that. It was 99% and up, and kind of just slipped through more and more, and they were looking for the heist. But no. Security showed up, shut that down.
Similarly, though, it was just
Look how
Rad
good
were able to
Cozy
play
looks,
around
man.
that point. They were able to just hide away.
Look how
in the
good
shadows
Cozy
long
looks.
enough,
Let me
wait
put
for those
myself up
ults to
here.
just deteriorate, and then they re-engaged. It was just such good execution from them.
Yeah, you have to wonder if the getaway car was started up and ready. 100 Thieves thought they were, kind of running away with that. I will say Self is definitely playing to the level that I've wanted to see here at LAN. We've seen, different Selves play throughout getting up to this moment, and, the kids got everything they need to have that clutch factor, that it factor. Crazy Kitty, though, showing the same.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty is unbelievable. Let's be completely honest. I think we're going to be saying Crazy Kitty's name a lot this tournament, even if they weren't to win this one, right? Which, there's still a long way to go. They could still drop down to the lower bracket. They could still qualify through into the main bracket through here, this one. And I'm highly expecting both these teams to be there. No disrespect, of course, to Reject, who is still in here as well. Iconics on the other side. But I think we have two clear leaders in these play-ins.
Well, listen, fans of Rivals that watched the last midseason finals over there in Guangzhou, one of the teams from the playing stage in Envy made it all the way to the grand finals, right? So it's one thing getting to that playing stage, but you also get a little bit of a buff because you're warmed up and ready to go throughout the rest of the tournament, right? So have to remember, there's just so much to play for here. Of course, if you lose here, you're not out, but definitely puts that pressure on even more.
I wonder now, looking back at the...
What a great Gartrox to force that C9. Well, not really a C9, but damn.
Well.
Yeah, for me, if you look at that pick ban, it was Mirror for the most part. And, listen, Smash wanted that Elsa. I give them that. I don't know if that mattered too much. In fact, I don't even know if they're going to go for the ban on the Elsa this time around because how
the next match starts in about like
especially on
a minute or two. They run it back, like they do it literally back to back, chat.
Slight adjusting to what you thought was the biggest threat. Do you even give the respect and the tip of the cap to Crazy Kitty and ban the cat, or is the ego too big? It's like, nah, leave it available.
I think Kitty looked better when he switched over to Daredevil,
to
be honest. So I think that it's rough to try and use that as one of your bans because it feels like a little bit of a waste. One point of contention would probably be the Luna on the 100 Thieves side. The fact that they banned that away from Rad. Did that
How
make
many
as
matches
much after
after?
As they thought it
After
may have?
this?
We did see a few times, like for example, we
have two more matches.
Hold of the ult forever because he was worried about Luna on the other side, just negating that ultimate completely. But in the end, Millennia and the dance floor didn't really help them as much as they would have liked. The build-up of that ult was a lot slower than some of the other strategists that we saw.
Sure, one thing that makes me nervous too,
the loser of this goes down to the lower bracket, chat, and they will play the winner between RC and Ace.
And then
the winner of that continues tomorrow.
Want to be too confident if our 100 Thieves going into
if you lose today, you're out of the tournament. So you basically lose on the first day. Two teams are going home today.
Where do we think we're going to take it if you Thieves?
And we're going to Museum of Contemplation.
I thankfully see it on my screen, so it's a little bit cheating, but we've already seen 100 Thieves be able to take it to Museum of Contemplation a lot throughout the season, and of course we saw it earlier on today as well. It's just a map that they can play their 3-3, right? This meta of a 3-3 hold is just so much of what 100 Thieves want to do. If you think back to the 100 Thieves of old, we used to say they were trip strap like merchants, right? And then when that dropped out of the meta a little bit, they did struggle when it went into 2-2-2, but now we're seeing the resurgence of it once again. Yeah, I think this 3-3 hold is good for them here.
Yeah, for me too. We've seen so many 100 Thieves on Museum of Contemplation, and really what makes the biggest difference is all about the gates of point 2, right? As soon as they make it through that, I think that their record at that point is almost undefeated. When you get through...
What? They were all in range? What stops the Gambit ult from hitting his team? You have to go look at it, but there is a range to the Gambit ult, chat. Just because they're like in front of you doesn't mean you automatically hit them.
Maybe, but yeah, we're gonna.
There is a range for it.
Outside, there's that rocket coming from the top of the Rad band there.
Yeah, Rad just taking away the rocket. The BRB is going to be very important in the early stages, so I don't blame them for getting rid of it as well. And the protect onto Magneto makes sense as both feel like it's going to be such an important factor in this game. And what we saw earlier, you speak about the point 2 as well. We saw an instant portal after point 1 was
also,
lost,
yeah, walls don't usually, YouTube chat said it, yeah, walls don't usually matter when you Gambit ult because it goes through walls, but
give them any more space and have to switch off our
the portal was there, and
when you get rid of the rocket,
the portal, I guess, blocks your vision, and you can't ult the people behind the portal.
Extra res can just give you that small bit of momentum that you're going to want there, and they're going to get the save, make it a one-sided affair, right? And that's huge on these kind of off bans that you see sometimes.
So we have a one-sided rocket. Can we see the bands? I can't see the bands.
For the coach there in iRemix, we'll see.
We have a one-sided.
He's ready to go. The ban looking at the Invisible Woman, which
Yo, can we see the bands?
Most parts there in our first domination map.
Yeah, but this is similar from Rad, what they did against Iconics, right? They had the one-sided raccoon on their second map, and it really benefited them as well. The BRB was huge, but the Seer, usually the Seer gets deleted so quickly, but with some of the positions that these players have been able to put that ultimate, they've made it a little bit tougher to try and eliminate it instantly. And
it looks like there's a
needed for those
one.
first
Okay,
couple
yeah,
of
that's
seconds,
the
right? That
one-sided
instant bit of
rocket.
damage boost can make such a difference,
There
especially when
we
you provide
go.
that to Crazy Kitty.
Both
Damage
teams
boost, you get
have
that pick,
Magneto.
and you're able to benefit off of it.
Sure,
And
I mean,
one
we just
team
saw them
does
go through
have
every single
Loki.
strategist there to pick their last save. You can tell they were trying to decide what route they wanted to go. And listen, they wanted to save the Atom potentially. Both Delina and Self could play that to great success. I think the Loki, though, very smart save, given the fact of what just happened on the dive front.
Yeah, Loki has just been such an influential hero as well with some of these compositions.
Sure.
We'll have to see whether it can be the same going into this one. It does look like an interesting lock and ban. If I had to say one team who's on top, I don't know, Rad just seem more comfortable with what they've been able to play off the back of it.
So, I mean this with all respect, yeah, for sure. I think Loki in the save for a lot of teams would be a lot bigger. Yes. I need to see how 100 Thieves utilize Loki to the best potential. Because we say this all the time. We talk about all the best strategists in the game. There's those that play Loki and those that don't. Because the list is smaller than you think. Loki's such an important hero. So good against anti-dive. One of the best abilities in the game as we know it as the thing. We'll be ready to charge for them. And I got to say, I mean, how do you want Thieves to approach this first offensive attack? I mean, we've seen a lot of strats kind of get formed live here. We know to expect the penny.
Yeah, you've got to
The penny, bro, the penny.
If you're on the side of 100 Thieves, because if we get the penny on the other side, someone needs to be focusing on taking down those nests. You can't just allow the penny to run rampant. And we are going to see Lugia setting up shop now and making sure you can get those nests down and try and be as comfortable as possible. But what you are seeing as well is the team up, which gives you the shield
dude, that's a lot of nests, bro. That's crazy.
And controversy, some might say.
You can take over so much of like the ground
on the storm and absolutely push forward that pressure. And right away, folks, the gates open up for our second battle here between Rad and 100 Thieves. Rad win, they're in. 100 Thieves trying to steal this one from us. That, as you just said, that Penny Mine getting quick work of the X-Men.
Keep an eye on Crazy Kitty on the Ultron as well. It's going to be a very different role, but we have seen Kitty perform excellently. Went up in the sky as well on this trip. Well, actually, it's going to be a 3-2-1 because they have the Bucky, and we know Bucky can be such an influential hero as well, especially if you hit one of those grabs.
Yeah, and I expect Self to switch here
bro,
somewhat
put
soon.
me in pro play chat. Get me on Bucky.
Being on the Loki as well, so just trying to get that damage and that pressure right off the bat. Don't give any chance for those nests to do much, but I mean, Penny on top of the nest, just such a good counter right now to most of the meta between the entire kit.
Yes.
So up in the air, looking for more. Big thing to kind of call out here is going to go more for that Thor team up.
There's that break that they were looking for. And just being able to get past this corner is always a huge point. The BRB will come in, so that's going to be the advantage of Rad having this Rocket Raccoon now. But Self looking to try and eliminate as Mash gets taken down, and Kitty follows as well. 100 Thieves will get their break.
Yeah, around that first tough corner, and on top of that, you look at the straddles. I mean, we got both Loki and Luna ready for more, right? So
100 Thieves broke that spawn hold so easily.
That magic rolling for the team to jump out their Avengers. Any other changes? No. Well, it looks like we got the Venom coming in, so maybe a potential stall. 3, 2, 1. It's getting low. There's the portal of the magic. Can you body block? No, 1.41. Here's a fight.
Just about get the touch, but now Delana's going to have ult as well as Winnie. And Delana will pop it and lock it, baby, as 100 Thieves take the lead. Rad are dropping like flies, and 100 Thieves will get the first point.
I just want to let you guys know, Delana VOD reviewed me and learned how to play Bucky. Did you guys know that?
Nightmare Paralysis Demon of the again and again, and we'll see it again now as the first spawn opens up. Delana going to swap over.
Oh, he goes to the Black Widow now.
For Widow on this point, right? Get a little bit more of that space, and we're also going to see in return Self on still that Storm has the Omega Hurricane.
Well, as the game slows down a little bit, but ultimates are there. We're going to go to a Razor listen-in with 100 Thieves and see what they're thinking.
Oh! Listen-ins!
I'm amping. Comes out, walk. I'm spinning. I'm storm ulting. Rocket, they're gonna rocket ult. Rocket on burn it. Break it. Four. They're gonna try to trade our Luna. Come on. Top left. Got top left. You can go back and swap, though. Yeah, I'm swapping.
I think you stay with Storm. Stay with Storm. We stop them. So,
Swapping.
No.
It's too late. Swapping.
Stay Storm. Brody. I like those callouts. TTK, bro.
All right, a little bit of that, back and
I like that. Hey, W listenings, W listenings.
DD is perfect here and perfect indeed.
I love those. They need to do more of those.
Up and ult. Look at what they both have. This is the toughest quarter, folks, to cross. You get through this, and it's victory bells ringing usually. Speaking of the revive coming in big, as Vinny finds Lugia. Now at this point, Smash picking up where they left off with the important pick of Winnie down.
Yeah, Smash taking down Winnie is huge for them. Millennia's going to pop Fate of both worlds here just to try and stay alive. Vinny does have clobbering time available. He is bullying them off the point in the moment as well. Got to be careful as Magol. Can you slam it? No.
Slam dunk out, and the rim shakes, unfortunately, but Kitty continues to pick up the scraps and gets the alley-oop. Who needs a slam when you've got yourself the quick three-pointer? Done, 2-point on the point. Winnie and Vinny find more. At this point, it's looking Thieves, and the aggression is there. Luca
oh my God, can they do it, chat?
Nice!
4 minutes!
So close, but they're open, and that is
4
a huge win for 100 Thieves.
Winnie and Vinny, baby. Winnie coming back just in time to assist Vinny, keep him alive. And again, the 150 extra shields you get on every right click is stupid, by the way. And Vinny is showing exactly why Thing is a must pick in this meta.
Winnie and Vinny got Mash and Smash. The Dr. Seuss book out here at the MSF. Love to see it. Again, the duck float. If you're new to Rivals, you might be looking at this and saying, what is going on? This point's a lot different than a lot how they work in general to push through. We often see teams use that bridge for that.
I hate this point. I hate this. I hate this cart.
Right away, and Rad has it. Guys, well,
oh
Smash
my!
Has the ult, pops the ult, but it's
pops the ult and Delena.
And even though Smash is going to get brought back, maybe the damage already done by
I don't even know how he got that kill. I didn't know you could shoot through that.
As he is comfortable as well, and now Self going to take down Mash. Lugia
okay.
follows afterwards. 100 Thieves are running rampant
okay,
right now.
DTK.
Going down as well. They're going to push this quite a considerable margin through this final point. And Rad, they don't really have much to work with. They have a Seer coming off spawn, but 100 Thieves, they have answers. Delena not only having ult, but Winnie can pop the God of Mischief as well to copy whatever you want here.
Yeah, for sure. Just a bit of an awkward angle there for Rad, in my opinion. I like the fights more towards the bridge. It does give them an extra fight for the most part, because you're always going to have the third one, so I agree there. But there's Delena popping, ready, all that red room trading, as we've seen in Marvel. Once again, goodbye goes the Luna, and that's a big pick at that. Forced now to rotate out, right? You can't do anymore. Third fight, final fight, and guess what, Gas? 2 minutes, 37 seconds. Some of the most time we've seen here at the pro level on third point.
Yeah, this is going to be a frustrating one for Rad because they would have wanted to get that Seer out a little bit earlier, and now it's allowed 100 Thieves to also build up even more responses. It's going to be Winnie who pops first with a Seer of his own. A counter Seer comes out, so now the damage is going to be there. Millennia gets the opening pick onto Smash.
Everybody getting a piece of the pie here now is Self going to throw it, do it by himself. The Devil's let out. Ducky was unable to slam. It's Lugia now going to get his chance, and nothing coming
oh,
from
that's
it.
a
Once
huge
again,
ult by Vinny.
Mental is high. TTK
that's a huge ult by Vinny. 2 minutes. I believe that this is one of the hardest maps to fully cap on. It is really hard to fully cap that, and not let alone even professional play. I don't think Rad is winning this, bro. I think we're going to a map. We're going to a map 3.
Picks that we were able to see from Delena, but you've got to go back to Vinny and Winnie combining to make sure they were able to push that over point 2. Had they not won that engagement, it could be a very different game.
It's all about point 2. I mean, they did a great job to. I mean, even the odds. Crazy Kitty coming off 2.
I like how everyone has mouse pads and keyboards, and then TTK is just sitting there with nothing.
At the very minimum here, I mean, 2 minutes is
I love that.
I've got to say, 100 Thieves to lose the Dom like that, right? And come in here and just quite literally fist
Vinny. Yo, who was hating on Vinny? Vinny is 17-0. TTK I think was 20 or 21-0 as well. The tanks for 100 Thieves did not die once.
3-2-1. They're going to play Delena over on the Bucky as well, similar to what Rad had just done. Now, I think the advantage 100 Thieves had there is 100 Thieves are so good in this position when they defend. They also know what counters it. They also know what breaks it, and that's why they were able to force out with that Storm previously. And now for Rad, can they do the same?
Yeah, and we got the double nest on the side here. For oh no, we've got, oh my gosh, I love this for Vinny, right? Because this was what we were talking about with the 100 Thieves. Who's going to kind of rise up, be that penny player? Because trust me, not shown a lot of it. Actually, they've fallen to it, right? When we go back to the group stage or something like Sentinels. So now picking it up, getting those reps in, and we're seeing just that now as they're going to try to take a bit of that high ground ramp, maybe get that cap on the bus to slow it down.
Wait, why did he put the mines over there? Because Lugia just slammed and destroyed them all.
Going to try to get the kidnap going on as the X-Men Logan, angry and dangerous.
Phoenix stay alive. The rest of the team trying to keep him up, but they can't. Ducky gets the pick in the end, and that's huge now because 100 Thieves, remember, they don't have that BRB. They do not have the Rocket Raccoon. It got banned away from them, so it will allow Rad to step up a little bit here. Smash also gets the pick onto TTK.
Yeah, one big thing to highlight, Mag is available, right? Feels like the old MSF here with TTK able to play the hero. Self does get the match and the trade, but slowly but surely, both teams trying to even their odds. Right now, favored 100 Thieves, but Ducky getting Self out past still. Oh, Ducky just having the exclamation point on this first fight.
Yeah, Self wasn't able to build up the ult too much, only 36%, so they will try and hold, see if Self can get up to that 100 and make that Karmic Revival the difference maker going towards the end of point 1 here.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that hold. I like the other hold, the transitional hold, where you hold the actual choke, not the spawn.
The rocket ult, it's a little bit less effective than something like Loki. Loki builds up quick, 70% and up. That's going to give them plenty of favor, but Ducky
two things are just slapping each other, bro. I love it. They're not looking at anyone else. There's two things are just slapping each other.
Smash. Everybody getting a piece of the pie here, and these gate ones are going. The gate is going here to Rad.
Yeah, Self does cocoon himself back into the game, but again, only at 53%, so it might be a switch off to Adam unless they want to go for a portal back into this one like they did previously, but it looks like they've given up on that as well because too many people died too fast. They weren't able to re-engage and stick with that 3-2-1.
And how many times do we say, it really doesn't matter how much time you have here on Gate 1 to Gate 2, right? You've got 5 minutes, seems like an eternity, but that can vanish in a quick moment. A lot of these teams choose to take this differently, as we'll see how 100 Thieves wants to approach.
They might have 5 minutes, but point 2 is very hard to take, chat. You see this a lot.
Vinny's out. Self has switched over to Black Cat as well. I think that's going to be the big difference here for 100 Thieves. But look at the economy for Rad at the moment as now Conquering Time comes out as 100 Thieves should be falling, and they will be. Rad are bullying them at the moment, and they say, okay, you did it in 2 minutes. I think we might be able to match you with this time.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Job's not finished, but they won 2 big parts of the battle. Either way, looking at it, still plenty to be used. TTK is going to go and slow down a bit. You know, Rez beginning to bring back the thing, but we'll be quick here as we've got what you want to go with. Probably the Winnie ult quick to try to respond. I mean, on the other side, they only have Mash to survive what is going to be the quick onslaught here from Thieves.
It's what Winnie uses that ultimate on as well, right? You try and copy the Seer like you did before to give a little bit of a damage burst to Self to get that early pick, and then you can take that engagement and be out on top. But you will see Meteor M now coming out from Ducky. Can you connect and get that slam dunk? No, you do connect, but you don't get a KO.
Like
good greens. Good greens, man. Can't do anything against those greens.
And you got the crystals to boot as well so far. The Rim has not seen a swish yet. TTK in that front line, but we continue to see stand strong and slow them down. This is exactly what we're talking about, folks. The wheels on the bus do go round and round, but up this ramp, it's a lot harder to find that momentum.
Yeah, Mash pops the fate of both worlds as well.
The wheels on the bus go round and round. That's how you know Cozy's a dad, bro.
Pop his as well, as they are able to get their first hold successfully.
And they just did so much with so little, right? I mean, I said I wanted to see Winnie first, and they capitalized off it and went from there. Obviously, getting Ducky's ult out of there as well. You're going to have to see the 2 greats, Smash and Crazy, find some insane value, but Millennia getting the job done, shutting down the Cat. Back to the
where the Luna has a lot of responsibility on that back line. You can find those picks. Vertigo is going to get brought back, Lugia brought back by Vertigo, as again, the Bucky is such an influential part of this fight. If you can get any sort of pull and the damage output as Ducky finds one onto Self.
Ducky's neutral has been impressive, but on the other side, we have the slam down.
They showed us the mag ult, took the camera away, and then went back to the mag ult after it was already done.
Left here on the clock for this Gate 2. Now the bus going right back down. Spawn is so close here, Gaskin, and with the ult economy, it does favor Thieves right now massively going up, because guess what? The Glartrox, it's hungry, it's ready. The summon is coming.
Yeah, Deleno will want to hold on to that, I imagine. If it gets a little bit tight, you could lose it aggressively if you wanted to, but Self is probably going to be the focus point for them. You've got the fallback of Millennia with Fate of Both Worlds as well. As for Rad, it's all on Crazy Kitty, baby. If you can try and pop something and maybe get away with it, Vertigo going to have Sia available as well.
And that's why Millennia is so dangerous, right? Because Thieves, I would say, they do lean so much more towards a bit more of those damage side of the strategist, but there's the Self ult looking for more. Kind of get what they can for the reset, but 1 second goes down and no value down for Self. So still plenty up in the roster to go. Delina looking for more.
It was an back-to-back, though. Crazy Kitty popped it first, Self did it in response. Neither Black Cat's able to find that pick, but Crazy Kitty's still being a distraction at the moment. It's 100 Thieves, though. They are capitalizing on the position
throw it
of some
in,
of these players.
throw it in the
Now
cheater
does
section
come
in the
out. Vinny
Discord.
gets a pick on the Vertigo. Lugia goes down, and Rad will have to back away from this one, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, we say this all the time. You don't have to get the whole team like you see in the rank. Just get the one big value pick, and that was just that as Lugia go now on over to that Magneto. And I think you said it great. I mean, watch his Black Hats and how quickly they use the iframes right to the invis, and then they get the funds back instantly to continue that barragement. But yeah, Crazy Kitty, we're not getting that same impact value there, at least in the final hit side.
Well, Smash does have a Glartrox of his own. TTK at the moment applying a lot of damage with those Chaos Swords. That Scarlet Witch team up is
throw it in the Discord and let
we
me know when he
how
did it.
powerful
I'll
you
take
can
a look
be
at
when
it.
you get put in that position. Glartrox does come out here.
Two. He has two. Malini's got to stay safe through that. And
Oh,
unable to
they
connect.
whiffed. They whiffed.
Throws the ult down as well.
They
That's
whiffed
fine, too.
the
49 seconds left. Up goes the meteor. Slams
trio.
down his TTK. He's no best for it. He connects. Goodbye, Vertigo. Gets the swish that we see and know from TTK. Finding more. The Chaotic Greatsword is out. Mash finding more. This is all about momentum and keeping it up because you can get the elimination, but it doesn't matter. It's a short walk for them. Long walk back for Rab. But it's closing distance is there.
Hold on, they are pushing this. Someone has to touch here from 100T. The
Yo.
portal's going to come in. Do you actually find someone? Okay, there is a connection there. Portal comes out. 100 Thieves will hold for now.
Oh, that's brutal if you're Rad. It came down to 2, now 3 meters. Now on the ult economy side, they do have plenty. We'll see how they can connect. Oh, Crazy.
Oh, no, they might win this. Yeah, they might win this. They're only going to have a minute and a half, though. 100 Thieves still has more time than them.
Tries to do it himself. Finds another with the quick whip in the dash of the Black Cat. Smash. I mean, this is back and forth, Gaskin.
Oh, they get the point as well. They might be stealing away. 100 Thieves.
They were winning that regardless, bro. They were winning that regardless.
Thanks to the Magneto Meteor M.
I don't think they're taking this, though. Third point is very hard to take, and they only have a minute and a half, bro.
Only 1 minute 15 on the clock.
Yeah, you got 2, 3 fights here on top of that. I mean, this is the second time they'll go to Dom now here. It's like mid-fight, have to back out, which, you know, you want to kite well, but you give up the objective. And we've seen that now from 100 Thieves and the pause coming in. But listen, I mean, what they have available, 40, I mean, there's not a lot of time on the clock.
The clock is against them, that's for sure, as we get the pause. But 100 Thieves, I think they might be a bit frustrated that they weren't able to hold on to that point. They had the extra players, even though the ults came out from Rad as a desperate attempt really to
I don't know what the pause is for. I think it was 100 Thieves side because they're all looking over there.
I think that the difficulty there, right, is when no one's there to touch, you don't have the traditional.
If you're playing in a tournament, make sure you guys get some backup batteries for your controller. No, it's not TTK.
And typically what that leads
I think it's the same computer that was having issues.
Going to get another mark on the death there. But either way, I do think getting a little bit more of that time, they waste another 30 seconds. I would be blown away if Rad is able to make quick work here because you just have so much going against you, especially not only on the economy side. The distance is great.
And that may have been a consideration for 100T as well. Sure. They may have said, hey, if we throw too many bodies towards this to try and block it, we also give them the ult economy build up because they're probably going to get a lot of KOs here and they're going to be able to build up to an advantageous point as we move over towards 3. Let's just give them second a little bit here. Let's back off. We have a better ult economy, we feel, and they have so much time against them here.
Well, you can waste a lot of time, too, with Winnie just having that ult in general.
The stage lights go out, a strange portal opens. Hey, everyone, Double G here.
For land newbies, that's a big call and a big task, my friend, but hey, if they could do
I don't know if Double G's actually there. I know Xiong is there.
That I see Cloaks making all the time, hitting that
I don't know if Double G is there, though.
Team up, but then still dying to the Magneto ult as well because it doesn't last longer than the Magneto ult. You have to wait a little bit longer. Vertigo, he temporarily switched over to Jeff as well, but then came back realizing that Jeff was doing nothing.
Danny Q's there? That's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure Double G's probably working right now, Jeff.
Obviously, does things that no one can. It allows you to play fast, which Rad loves to do, but in general, in this patch, has just been a bit rougher there on some of the more fast gameplay outside of what we've seen from the Storm and more. But either way, yeah, no, I think that's a great point. If you look at what 100 Thieves can do to close out the deal, you waste with Winnie, you build up Delina and Vinny, and it could be done.
You waste with Winnie and you slam with Vinny, just as you had previously on the second point before. TTK has been very good on Mag as well.
You know, this is actually a really good strat. Pretend that there's audio issues and technical issues, so you can ice the kicker, chat. You're icing the other team.
You can push people off the map, push them off the point.
Interesting.
Interesting. You kind of have to stand on it. If you try and stand on the edges sometimes, it doesn't really connect and convert, so you can easily be pushed off it.
Yeah, I want to give the edge to 100 Thieves, especially on the ult side, right? I feel like a lot of the value on the ult side is going to 100 Thieves, but guess what? What this point does allow is a lot of angles, doors, hidden ways of someone
I think
like
we're going to
Crazy
start,
Kitty
though.
just getting those picks in the neutral, which has been what has kept them afloat, speaking of the dunk.
Yeah, we're coming back, chat. We're coming back. We're coming back. We're good. He gave us the thumbs up. He gave us the thumbs up.
Rad would have choice of map going into third as well, so they would still hold the advantage. But how do they deal with a loss as well? Because they've, at the moment, throughout play-ins, clean sailing, you've been able to get 2 O's. Losing that one, will it take away the confidence from you?
Well, folks, here we go. The battle is on, and there is just a minute as we don't have strength, but Crazy Kitty summoning the portal as we're trying to find a nice vantage point for either the quick pick or the team. Either way, 54 seconds left here. When he
I gotta go pee, bro. I hope they finish this round pretty
Even if they are
fast.
able to push this all the way, it's going to be such an advantage for 100 Thieves in OT if we get there, of course, as Lugia at the moment trying to connect with some of those Chaos Swords. Vinny has to retreat, but has been able to get away and stay alive.
No, absolutely here as Crazy Kitty going to go and get those cards out on herself, trying to find that target. Does run into the treatment. Oh, does the combo, but unable to secure that there on the Luna. Melinda doing a great job of awareness. They do find 3 as Ducky and more.
Okay. They're smooth. They're moving the cart. They're moving the cart.
Job not using any of the essential resources.
Last fight, though. Last fight.
Exactly what we wanted to see
Last
from Rad's
fight.
point of view.
100 Thieves. If 100 Thieves loses this chat with 6 ults, bro,
if Millennia was able to be a little bit further back,
I'm gonna forever call him 100 choke. 100 throws, 100 something, bro.
Rad have the capability.
Rad does have both support ults and almost two more, but 6 ults, bro.
Looking for that smash that all Cloak and Dagger mates know so well. And here it is, as Self gonna try to do exactly what Kitty did on the side. And Winnie ready to pull the trigger themselves. And there it is, Delina and more. The Glartrox is out. It's hungry, trying to find the edge. And there it is, they're off the point.
DC9!
Gets it to 100 Thieves as we find ourselves in
DC9!
I said the Glartrox can make the difference, and it did exactly that. Sometimes it just rips you off that point. And sadly for Rad, they are not able to hold on. And 100 Thieves answer back here in map 2.
They had both support ults, and they used one, but they still. To be fair, that cart actually does suck, and I hope they do change that because you have to be inside of it. But okay, chat, I have to go pee real quick. We're going to a map 3.
Every part of Thieves that you need
We're going to a map 3.
The levels that we know they can play. It's a land buff.
It is a lamp buffer. I mean, you look at the final hits being high for the likes of Delena, we expect that. TTK, 12 on the Magni 2, expect that. I think what actually I'm looking at is Millennia with the 5 final hits on Luna. A lot of those KOs were so important for their fights.
Yeah, no, without question. And it's so important to all of these audience members that, again, the hometown team comes away with this one. It is 1-1. We're going to take it on over to the desk to break down all the heat we just saw.
Thanks, Cozy. That was a very intense matchup so far.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, we got a map 3. 100 Thieves are very close, though, in the first one on Celestial Husk. I mean, let's start with our most recent map, then go into the Celestial Husk that we saw as well. Museum of Contemplation, it felt like both teams were trying to find their identity throughout this. 100 Thieves, specifically known, Ryan, for playing this map so often compared to other counter picks that they like to go for, and it felt like this was their comfort zone. Had so much time remaining after reaching all the way to the end, which a lot of teams struggle to even get there.
I'd say that's pretty much like a death sentence. If you do have a team go all the way on the attacking side of Museum, then that feels pretty much done in that case. But you're right, it's 100 Thieves. They've played this map 11 times, they picked it 10.
Yeah.
Which is more, like, we sort of joke about, like, yeah, it's the Pacific region, like Asia, Oceania, that really like playing this map. 100 Thieves were really keen on going for this. And when you play this well and you have 2 minutes still to spare by the end of the map, that's the prime reason. And it didn't seem that Rad were really that prepared for a Dogman.
Absolutely not. I mean, you can see back in the replays sponsored by Alienware, this was pretty extreme by 100 Thieves to cap out with 2 minutes. It was, very one-dimensional, very one-sided on this last map. But Rad with that last not touch was kind of a big deal on Museum. Regardless, this is a good series, Vaudable. You kind of called it. You said, we want to see our first 3 mapper. In BO3s, it's tough. But now we're there because these two teams are very evenly matched, and I think that's a bit of a surprise probably to our viewers and a lot of people at home that were either fans of North America or EMEA, because they're going to be, seeing different things and not understanding that the third seeds for both sides are contenders at winning this whole thing.
Very strong. I mean, 100 Thieves, I think the worst that they've gotten out of LAN was like top 4, so they're looking for a similar performance if they can repeat that as well.
That's what I'm saying, Vaude. Like, every time, and I was warning Tetcher about this before, I was like, you can't, every time you doubt 100 Thieves, they play well. It's very, very weird. their fans are very well aware of how underrated their team is. I will get an earful from them sometimes.
Everyone
So,
following the
100
stream,
Thieves definitely
resubbing, and getting
never
subs chat. Appreciate you guys. You guys are
I think
absolutely
an interesting thing too
insane.
is like
Massive W.
compositions that we saw here, right? We finally saw the Penny Ultron that was promised. It didn't really work out too well. Ryan on the attack side for, or the defensive side, excuse me, for Rab. But the beginning for 100 Thieves was decent. It just doesn't seem like these teams feel super comfortable with that. I actually like Delena, though. He swapped a lot from the Black Widow to the Bucky, the Elsa. I mean, the versatility from this duelist player
Nice
on
replay
100 Thieves
showing him
seemed
jump
to be able
in the
to
air
at
and
least
die.
allow their team to feel unleashed in this map.
Yeah, and when you've got Self just actually really going toe-to-toe
Thank
crazy
you.
on the Black
Excuse
Cat,
me.
it does provide a lot more space there. Like we saw even on Celestial Husk, because we didn't really have like a chance
Thank
to
you,
like
chat.
touch back.
Excuse me,
We
my
did
bad.
see this like head-to-head of like the Black Widow between Smashdays and Delena, was just completely curb stomping Smashdays. Then he went back to the Elsa. Sure, you've got a one-sided Elsa, you want to make use of that, but when the other player is going on Daredevil, you can use that team up, for example, with like the Cross. It really did feel like 100 Thieves, duelists especially, are showing up a lot stronger, and it's a bit more rickety for Ride, which is expected. This is like their first line, and they've got the weight of the EMEA region, because it's the first EMEA versus America's game that we've had this year in Ignite. It's all on them to be the debut to start off well for our region.
Well, we do have another map coming up at some point here. I mean, what are we feeling, Dogman, we could expect from Rad on this one? Any good guesses that you might think?
I mean, if we're going to
I
a
posted
convergence
it.
map
Thank you,
type,
thank you.
There's a lot of different choices you can go, right? I mean, I think that back on Museum, this was a solid map even for Rad, I think. It feels like just based on how they like to play. But, I mean, we can realistically kind of go anywhere. I mean,
so many options.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of teams, maybe take us to like Hall maybe or something like that, or, I think that that's a good option regardless. A lot of people like to play on that map too. And I feel like Rad, they have a really good roster at playing around Crazy Kitty, like you guys said, around Smash
Oh shit,
as well
I'm blocking
sometimes. But it is kind of going back down to those ban phases where, sometimes we're just giving over, strategists, and it's like 4 strat bans is very interesting, right? I mean, that's like the first time we've seen it so far throughout the, even the playoffs, right, on stage 2. I imagine even EMEA, right? So it just feels like it's a big change of pace.
TTK.
Yeah, I mean, because we've had like Dino be really meta, so you have to take out some of the Vanguards, and then obviously Duelists. But yeah, for like a choice of convergence, because it has to be
TTK
that
went
for
3
Rad.
and 4.
You've got them playing and
Yo,
picking Central
TTK
Papa,
is some
they're running
ass.
4 on it. They would just commonly go
You
there,
went
and it would
3
just
and
never
4?
work out.
True.
But then again, you're going up against like Virtus Pro that were very good on those maps, and in those series, like we sort of saw there, Rad are prone to making these mistakes. They could be in a really good prime position to win a map, but then, for example, a push in overtime finishes the map, for example, or a C9 like we just saw. Like Rad are prone to making
Yo, what the
these,
fuck
like,
was TTK
egregious
doing? I'm
errors.
confused.
The problem is that you're on land now. You have to quickly reset.
I think
Usually
TTK
Rad
was
are good at
confused
doing
as
it at
well.
home, but
How
here,
can the enemy
you just
know
feel
what
a
you're
little bit
about
more
to
embarrassed
do when
because
you don't
everybody's
even
there
know what you're about to
physically
do
pointing a laugh
yourself?
at you because you jumped off the point. Now you have to be able to bounce back and try and win it against the team that is in this region that everybody, I'm sure in the audience,
And
wants
experience
to win.
too. I think it's
For
a
sure.
big thing for these teams, right? Rad, they are pretty much, except for MASH, very new to LANs in general, whereas 100 Thieves, as an organization, majority of these players too, have made it to every single one in Ignite so far. And they've been boot camping for like a week and a half for most of them, the longest out of any team, because of course they have the 100 Thieves compound locally just down the road. So going into this next one, I think Hall of Dajalia, this is going to be a good one, Dog
There we
Man.
go. Yeah, I guess. Well, everybody just loves this map. It's kind of like Museum. It's kind of like these maps that everybody loves playing these days. So
This is our
makes
first
sense, I
map
guess,
3 of
that
the day,
anybody
by
would
the
go
way,
here.
chat.
It feels like every region just has, understands the most fun maps to play. That's just kind of about it, right? Like as you're a pro, you're always biased towards the maps that have maybe less cheese going on, with the portals, for example, on Kokoa or on Araco and stuff like that.
This is a best of 3.
Domination too, that could be a bit RNG, so you just want to play whatever. But yeah, I mean, you talked about a VOD. The experience, as we look back, I imagine one of the players is going through some PC stuff, trying to figure
How it goes.
Yeah, how it goes.
We could speculate about some composition stuff. We haven't seen Hella yet, and Hella Namor pretty good on this map. We've seen in some of the scrims and other competitions, promo relegation. A lot of people playing it there as well. I mean, do we expect Ryan to see that at all from these teams on this, or maybe something else?
Yeah, if we get stuck on that second checkpoint, right, where you have a little perch of high ground to work with, but there seems to be like a lot more options going in, and I think everybody, you know, there's
They're all
multiple
what?
teams that are in the playoffs that are watching this, keeping an eye to see what, because everybody has their own read of the meta, being like,
Oh, is that
these
true?
fools on stage don't believe that Mr. Fantastic is the meta, you know, just like twiddling
Sounds
their
like a Reddit
line,
comment.
just, oh, these fools would try to get into playoffs. But for here, it's like 100 Thieves just want to try to go and put their duelists in. They don't want them to warm down. That's the problem with like these tech pauses is Delaying itself are looking so good, and Rad can certainly get in their own heads thinking about it, just being like, oh, this could fall apart very quickly.
Yeah,
And that goes back to the experience that Bottle pointed out. I mean, I think that 100 Thieves, that's their one strength here, is that you mentioned it, Ryan, this team of Rad, very green, 100 Thieves, they've gotten top 4 multiple times now. And I mean, just to maybe speak about my own experience in these moments as a pro player, I was talking to Shiv before about this. We had a sports psychologist for the team I played on, and I had a problem where I would be too nervous sometimes on LAN, and I'd see through my monitor because this is their first time playing with a crowd.
True, yeah. Different setup as well.
Yes, so they recommended, it didn't really help me, I'll be honest. Like, the point of psychology, I guess, is to give you tools and to react to yourself.
Coping mechanisms.
Yes, well, in especially in mouse and keyboard games, online competitive games, it is more mental than people give it credit for. Well, I mean, yeah, duh, but like, 'cause we're not a physical sport, you know, but the point is that they were basically saying that there's been this little wave from the Rad guys trying to chill out, relax. That's the big thing, is being not under pressure, just being chill in the moment. And
wait,
that's
is
what
there
we see
another
Lena earlier,
technical
is taking a
pause,
nap.
chat? Is that why we're waiting
'cause
so
like I
long?
said, I could not see my monitor sometimes because I was so nervous. I imagine a lot of these players are in the same boat.
Yeah, I think it's like for Rad, it's the first time. For 100 Thieves, it is just that expectation. Like, it's a massive org, right? And it's, I think, you know, I wake up every day when I lived in the UK, and I'd wake up.
I'm gonna go
and
get
I'd
an
look at
energy
Reddit,
drink.
And it'd be just
Give
like,
me a second,
what
chat.
is wrong with 100
1 second.
Thieves?
I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
It's just like just running into, and everything's on
Or
fire
like
every single
the
time.
put the fries in the bag jokes.
Yeah,
the
it's
coach
just,
and stuff.
I get tagged because Ryan gets mentioned, which I assume is Ryan Amazing for Sentinel.
Yeah.
Like, what is Ryan doing? It's like, I don't know, I just woke up. Like, what? Like, so there's just these kind of moments, right, where it's like, for 100 Thieves, there's a lot of expectations for you to at least get out of this stage.
Yes.
And if you can actually come out as the first seed, even though the matchup is pretty much set in stone because you can't see the same regions matchup in playoffs, 100 Thieves want to go off on the right foot, right?
And on that, I now am expecting, you know, whether it's going to be Rad or 100 Thieves, that's going to be an insane game 1, right? The team that makes it a play-ins, you talked about it, Rad made it and won the whole thing before. That's not going to be a cakewalk in round 1, right?
No, I mean, even then you saw Rad, which is now the RV team, get knocked to the elimination bracket, and then Royal rode it that way. So there has never been a team other than Virtus Pro that have done something dominantly, which makes me more excited to see them tomorrow because they don't look as dominant as they did. But for Rad, there's just not as much expectations on Rad. I think I mean, speak for the majority of like the EMEA talent, is just we know how well they can do when they're drilled in. When it feels like it's a 6v6, they look solid. But when there's a little bit of an overstep, whether it's Crazy Kitty that gets caught or Lugia or Ducky, and Ultimate doesn't go well, you almost just see the mental breakdown in real time when they're in the server, and that's when they lose fights that 100 Thieves are very good at winning.
And sorry, Bob, but I do feel like to add on to that, you're right, because they have, it seems like a lot of plays that are designated based off of just reacting to each other. So the moment that one person is not getting their value, it's kind of like a domino effect where they're all sort of slightly behind tempo. Like we saw in the series before when there was a crazy play, I was talking to Vaudable about it, with the Luna Snow Freeze right into Ducky's Groot ult.
Yeah.
I was like, that was just such like a mind, they're both reading each other's mind so well, that it was beautiful.
I do have to mention, like, some of the ults that we have seen from Rad, a bit shaky. I feel like that's part of the reason why they struggled to get all the way to the end.
We didn't even
on
start
Museum of
yet?
Contemplation. Could be those nerves, as we talk about as well. So I feel like, yes, it sucks to have, you know, these technical
I went
breaks
down
for
to
them
get it.
to fix any issues that the PCs or whatever are having. But I think the big thing is, like, take your time, calm down, feel in the environment, you know.
Yeah.
Make some gestures to the fans and try to get them riled up as well, because there's still fans for them, for both of these teams. 100 Thieves, of course, because it's local, but even for Rad, there's a lot of people who came out just supporting. Like, people even flew in from, like, Frankie Boxing we saw.
Oh my
actually
gosh.
flying in all the way from, like,
Hello,
Iceland
Frankie.
and stuff, so.
That's hilarious. I mean, like you said, like, about the tech pauses too.
Iceland,
I
bro.
don't wanna, like, go to
That's a
experience too
beautiful
much,
place,
but
chat.
During these tech pauses,
If you
don't
guys
wanna
could go
overthink
visit
too,
Iceland,
because it's such
definitely
a
do
mental
it.
game. Yeah, you don't want to, you know, start to question what you're going to do or whatever, and sometimes you just sit there quiet until it's about time to go. Like you said, just sit and chill out, and you can see kind of like the difference in almost what they're doing. I know that the ref is talking and whatever. Sometimes you're not allowed to talk, I think, during these breaks, but
yeah.
When like my PC doesn't work, can we help you with that? Or you just I can't talk. I'm sorry.
Or they tape your mouth. And
More for like the team, just like strategy.
I've
and
been
all that
most
stuff,
gorgeous
too,
place I've
because
ever
it's
been.
not
That's
like
what
a
I'm trying to take
technical,
Emily
like,
to
timeout sort of
Iceland.
deal.
Yeah, exactly.
If we had something
Iceland
like that.
is
Because, like, I mean, like, you do
beautiful.
take advantage of it. I mean, you know, not to say people are cheating or anything like that, but you know, if there's a lapse in some area, maybe they don't catch you. You know, maybe you like whisper to your team, oh, I think we're gonna play this comp or something. They're gonna play this. We should do this together.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you gotta, you know, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's what I say.
You start getting thinking about just the small
What?
stuff of like,
What is he saying on the main broadcast? Someone take his mic away. Is this guy sleeping?
We've seen this in over games, right, where it's just the typical, just lay back, close your eyes, just try to get away from it, right? Because you're just overcooking if you're like thinking in these instances. And I mean, he has showed up massively.
If you're not cheating, chat, you're not trying hard enough.
Best Black
to
Widow
win.
we've seen so far.
Yeah, but how many Black Widows have we seen so far? Ever? Just full stop. Just ever. Like, how have we got into this situation where Black Widow's meta?
We can talk about that even, like the rework that came out. You know, a lot of OTPs that we saw, of course, you know, not as happy with the changes because it's no longer more of like a sniper, more of like, you kind of have like an automatic rifle, the Red Room rifle at this point. But I think the changes are for the better, right? It makes it a lot more approachable for fans of Black Widow in general, and a lot easier to hit your shots too, right?
We're entering the Zaza redemption arc. That's what I've been saying.
Nah, he
Kingston's
just
gotta be wrong.
And then he
Right,
just mentioned the Zaza drama. Oh my god, bro. What is this guy saying?
Pro player now, by the way, made it on in Dreamland as a sub, so shout out to them.
He didn't play.
Yeah, it's a little different than Sunmyo IVN out of EMEA. That's Necros' team who qualified as well from promotion relegation.
He's got a lot of fans.
He does.
All roads lead back to Kingsman, I think, even on the esports scene, who just end up talking about him.
Yeah, that's what happens, bro. Creator tournaments. The Boger Bash just finished, right? Shout out to Boger. He's probably doing a co-party, co-stream.
Yeah, definitely is. J3 as well. Space, I think, is in the building or was going to come one of these days. I don't want to see
chat, we got a shout out.
He's using like AI of my face in his chat. I'm like, I didn't consent to this. This is ridiculous.
Oh, man.
I keep telling him every time I see him, I'm like, stop using AI, dude. He's not going to listen to me.
Yeah, it's hard to get Space to listen to, you know, the casters sometimes.
Yeah, that's why he lost so much when he was a pro.
That's exactly why he doesn't listen to us.
Oh, man. You know, can't BM him too much.
I think I always beat him. Somebody pull up the stats.
I think he did like a review on that. Like, you guys actually faced
Yeah, we cooked him every time. He was good. He always rolled me, but I had better teammates.
I think in these instances, we need to, I've said this so many times, we need to do the thing boxing club in...
Yes.
Oh, like the clobbering club?
Yeah, clobbering
The
club.
clobbering club in real life?
Yeah, just like a head-to-head, you and Space, like just settle it here. Like
it's a nice little mini event.
That would be.
Have giant fists, like a giant
Yes,
Hulk fist.
like the Hulk ones, yeah. That'd be amazing.
1v1.
Speaking of, though, like we have a lot of the voice actors that'll be coming out on Saturday that'll be showcasing, you know, their talents, doing some signings, things like that for the fans.
That's cool. They're going to have some voice actors come on over, chat. That's pretty badass.
There's going to be musical guests that'll be happening too, musical performance. So a lot of cool stuff coming
Wait,
out
there's
for
going to be a
those who are
musical
here.
performance
Also, like,
as well? Oh my god, are they going to get DJ Khaled? You guys remember that from Overwatch League? Oh my god, I can't wait. Let's get another one.
Now I'll have to hit them up later, but
I can't lie. The FOMO would be real.
Yes.
If I was not here,
go to the next Ignite LAN is all you need to know about this.
I mean, we've been to every one so far, and like it's just they've been great. But this one specifically, it feels like the venue is just nice. It just feels like a good venue for Marvel Rivals. It just
I like it's our thing, you know. Like sort of previous events have been alongside, like DreamHack, for example, the grand finals in Atlanta, like. That was sort of in extension with them.
It's
but this
Luna.
like,
They're gonna have
Luna.
Oh, they better have it on stream. Wait,
so it's like
if they're gonna have it on stream, that means I'm gonna get copyright striked and demonetized.
It's a lot more like cozy, you could say, for the fans out there as well. And
favorite streamer.
Yeah, it's nice to see like everyone, you know, coming out for this event too, either casual fans or people who have been involved.
Yeah,
in the
we're
scene
here on a Wednesday and people are showing up.
Exactly, it's like half full from what we've seen for the most part. It's only going to get more full as the weekend goes along too. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, how people show out. Probably more cosplays come through as well from some people.
I saw the Christmas Daredevil.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That's awesome.
It's everywhere.
Not Daredevil.
Sounds like we're getting band drafts, though, if my audio cues have told me anything, and that is correct. Mantis does
we're
come
back.
through on the bands.
We're
no
back.
surprises there. And Magneto going to be saved by Thieves.
That makes sense for them. I think every team so far. You guys talked about it.
Fuck YouTube, do a Twitch only stream? Hell no, bro. Our YouTube chat has almost 5,000 people in it. I love my YouTube chat.
Definitely a sign of what's to come is that I think
one of these days, my YouTube will have more viewers than my Twitch, and we're going to become a YouTube stream.
I feel like these strategist only bans, to me, feel like a comfort thing, you know? But like, I think at this level, at the playoffs, we don't have many really weak strategists.
That's very true.
That like most people can flex basically.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But again, it's swapping on the other side. So Loki bans coming out from either end here. It looks like that was a Luna save from the side of 100 Thieves, which I would not be too surprised if that does come through based off of the indication. Yeah, so I mean, we saw Millennia be the Luna OTP is what you're talking about here.
J3, I engage with your community and I like all your videos out of hatred. I also joined the Discord server to make friends out of spite. Oh, I hope you have a great time.
Yeah. Ooh, double Luna saves here, Dogman. What are we feeling about that?
Okay.
Double Luna saves, huh? I mean, I like it. Luna's strong. I mean, it makes sense with how the ban phase has been going. And especially because I think in Viz Woman, I prefer if we sort of force somebody on that hero. That's why, like, I don't know. I would have been okay.
Do you think Jubilee's going to be played in Ignite? We've seen a few Jubilees already, actually.
Coming through at the very end, that's the difference.
We let TTK have Angela on this map. I don't know what we're doing, but either way, it seems like these teams are getting as prepared as they can for this matchup. I mean, I feel like that Venom ban is just to make sure that the Venom's not going to get snowflaked as well, kind of carried a little bit on the dive angle for Rad. Maybe.
Well, how is the Venom player of Team Rad from what you guys saw in EMEA?
I mean, Lugia's pretty solid from what we saw.
Oh, that's not really great. You know.
Both of them could do, but yeah, Lugia, really. Like, Lugia is pretty flexible with some of the Vanguards that he's able to pull out, but it's like I said with Domination, it doesn't tend to go well. Now it's started to sharpen up a bit more, but I think it's just like the Vanguard lines, they've been together.
Okay, it looks like it's the same thing, though.
One of them has a lot more LAN experience.
The only thing that's different is a, what was that, an Elsa and a Venom? Okay, chat, remember, whoever loses this goes down to the lower bracket.
The challenge, it's Cozy and Gaskin to take it away.
Alrighty, fellas. I mean, we got ourselves a good break there to, you know, get these teams locked and loaded. And some love it, but the others want to keep that adrenaline, right, Gasket? A couple things to highlight we were seeing is Angela to TTK. Yeah, definitely going to be interesting on the off map here. Might even get a self-torch, very favorable map. But as the doors open up and are ready, again, it's going to be on the side.
What was that? Yo, production, what are we doing over here, bro?
Defense here, 100 Thieves. And we were saying this in the break. We feel like this is a great Thieves map.
It is a great Thieves map. Thieves have done pretty well.
Yes, both of these teams can qualify. 100 Thieves can qualify, and whoever loses this is going to go to the lower bracket, and they just got to win the lower bracket game, and they'll come back up to the, and they'll make it till tomorrow.
This is the third and final map. Winner of this will progress into the main bracket as we get our first big fight underway. Smash gets the opener.
Oh shit, 100 Thieves is down. Oh my. Dude, 100 Thieves fell over.
I mean, you had 4 go out quickly, and what an opening statement from Rad that took every bit of that break to lock in and be ready for what is one of the biggest matches that they've been through on their first LAN. Already just pushing back that aggression. No portal to be had. It is Rad that gets point 1.
Yeah, of course, Rad are attacking, ignoring the icons at the top of your screen there. 100 Thieves are on defense, but they have not been able to hold. The first fight went Rad's way so comfortably in the neutral. And 100 Thieves, even though they tried something a little bit different, they've got the Angela. They are going to stick onto the Angela. And TTK needs to start finding some picks here, or at least getting some grabs to try and give them an advantage in this fight.
Yeah, slow things down. Obviously, 5 minutes.
Okay, they fixed the overlay, chat. They fixed the overlay.
It's definitely going to open up the doors here for Delena, who's doing such a good job there on the Avenger of Widow. Trying to find that value town now. We saw some great Hulk play from Lugia on that top.
Oh my god, that Hulk is getting tossed around, bro.
Delena been able to do a Gasket. I mean, the aggression's all the way on. Pedal to the metal here for Rad.
They went for a Venom ban as well. Maybe to protect self a little bit on this Black Cat, so you're not being hunted down by Venom constantly. Delena is going to have ult available as well. Maybe you can get some picks on the back line here if you want to use it, and Delena will pop it. Can you connect?
And you know, Angela's great on this point, but really a lot of the favor comes from point 1 that didn't
also,
exist,
I don't know why the face cams actually did disappear. Maybe there was a little bit of problems with them.
Crazy Kitty. They understand the assignment, the assassin charge, being the assassin there on that backline.
And similarly to why they saw the Venom ban, right? TTK knows his job can just sometimes be to catch Crazy Kitty off guard, give the team an advantage in a 6v5. But they are holding for now. Are going to see Meteorium available for Vinny. Might hold on to that to potentially try and counter Mash's fate of both worlds. If you
they had the wrong names on the players. There you go. That could probably be it, too.
There from Smash, so we'll see if the connections come. This is probably my favorite Widow map in terms of the distance that you do create. The Res going to break Delena right back into the action. Either way, Smash getting low. Can they get the secure? No. It's now going to be an ult show coming at you here from a Rad's side. Delena getting that pick on Crazy Kitty. Going to give them the advantage. They're going to get the Sia up and ready. Gaskin trying to flip this momentum up and down. We've seen plenty as both Mags throwing up the show. One gets the dunk. Can Vinny do it as well?
Oh, don't throw it at the person that has a shield on him, man.
First, but still got the KO and is able to just allow Rad to push forward a little bit. Fate of both worlds comes out from Millennia just to try and hold and stall a little bit for 100 Thieves. But Rad are going to have replies here. And you're going to see Lugia now going to get in the face of them, try and bully them away from this second point.
That clap almost ended the win. The second one gets the job done. And just like that, point two coming to a quick close. And they're doing exactly what you want to. Vinny, not a lot of mag, as TTK usually loves that. But with the Angela play, this is where they have to adjust. Now, Meteor's coming for that second point. Everything being let out. It's a
that's a nice TP.
On the Rad side, and you see it on the Olymp feed. Show Blue.
Let the kitty out instead of the Daredevil as he takes down Millennia. 100 Thieves now have to back off. They give away the second point. And Smash also have been able to apply so much pressure as well with this Elsa.
100 Thieves might lose this.
Behind, just to see if you can catch us a wild
I might be wrong on my prediction here, chat. 100 Thieves might lose this.
We've got ourselves 4 minutes left to push through this. A lot of that advantage going on over to Rad, even in just the pure neutral that they want to go through. And look at Go playing a great job, showing the bigger man. The thing's a big one, but one up is that Gamma God, and just like that, trying to close in I mean, just so much attention grab there from Lugia.
I think the Hulk is a big surprise. I didn't know how much Hulk we were going to see at this tournament. Has certainly gone down in the rankings with this meta and this patch, but Goat may be changing people's mind. One of the best vanguards in the game, that's for sure, is Lugia. And now Rad, they can start to push and apply that same pressure to 100 Thieves here. We're giving them a little bit of space, but now finally they walk up.
And we saw all the changes we wanted to see from 100 Thieves. Yeah, TTK back on over to the Mag, Vinny's on the thing, just able to kind of answer what we just saw, not only on the Hulk, but Self going to that DD as well. So kind of all the chess pieces have been played out and ready. Just getting this one stop here on this fight would give them a massive swing back where they're looking to go. Millennia has the show ready to go. Winnie as well. So they've got what they need on the defensive side of things. Kind of a stalemate right now. You don't want to give too much time over to Rad to allow Mash then to be able to equal the odds.
That being said, 100 Thieves, they are stalling enough where they're building up ultimates as well.
Don't die, Vinny.
I like what you're saying. Be proactive.
Don't die, Vinny. You guys gotta pop the support ult probably.
As well. Does the extra damage onto Sia. It's not great, but it is something. And then you see the mirror on the other side. Both Sias eliminated.
Shout out observers on that one. Yeah, no bodies, but it's going to be mechanics going down, and that's essentially as good as one as TTK and the Vinny in the front line hold strong once again. They're going to get the rest of it as LA is ready to cheer on this hometown team once again.
Nice. Good D, chat. Good D.
Definitely a fair fight on both
Good
sides.
D. That's crazy. Both Mags popped their ult. They didn't go for any kills. They just went for the rocket ult.
And they were able to just stagger
good mechanics, like Cozy said. Good mechanics.
Cozy, because like you said, they have the whole 4 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 still left. Rad have got plenty of time.
It's the Hulk effect, right? You're a big monster, but it's pretty easy to let Bruce Banner kind of live a little longer and take their time back. But he'll be jumping into the action as we see going up on the high ground. Self understands as well. And quick pokes there on the back.
The score's 1-1 right now, chat. 1-1.
Well, they're going to try to get the nice eyes there on the respawn. It's Hulk and Kitty in the back line.
Didn't let her get anything here. In the end, it's just going to add a little bit of damage. Notices a giant Hulk marching towards you.
Oh! Nice shot!
In the end, Smash does get brought back from the BRB, but Delena at least makes the ult count here.
MLG days, the 360 no-scope.
Also, you never want to grab someone as Hulk. I don't know why he grabbed him.
They have to win this fight. They are. It's going to now have Mash in response as well. And Smash find that value more as the Galartrox once again coming up hungry. I mean, this Galartrox not getting the value on the side of Rad. TTK throws it up, slams it down. Goodbye, Smash. See you in the spawn room.
Rad running out of ideas a little bit here. As I said, they did have time on their side, but that is starting to dwindle a little bit. 100 Thieves will now begin to force them back, chase them down here, and again, try and stagger a little bit. And that's exactly what they're getting. It's just more time on their side with these staggers. And you look at the ult economy, they still have things to work with. They still have Sia on their side. Kitty is going to get Let the Devil out shortly, though. So again, a lot of eyes over towards Daredevil. Can you manage to break through that back line?
Sure. This is one of the harder points, too, for those that are watching map 3.3. This is not exactly easy stuff if you look at it. And having only the Devil, not a lot to go. You got the Snowflake ready. Again, getting rid of that Venom has proved to give more of that space you're looking for. Self, though, finds it. Letting one Devil out is just Self as what the ult is used from Crazy Kitty. No value to be had.
None at all. And yes, the BRB is there, but now Delena's already got the ult back, and a Raccoon gets sent back to the spawn.
Oh my god, look at Delena, bro. This is actually a really good angle, dude.
How impressive they can be when they
damn, didn't they have like 4 minutes for this?
When they are falling apart, when they are
or 5 5 minutes or something. They're doing really good.
They are one of the strongest teams at holding.
Oh man, fans coming in, it's been a while. They come back and did I just see a Widow get a 3-piece? What are we watching here in the Big 26 for the mid-season finals now with time ticking? 22 seconds, 5 minutes evaporated just like that. Ult's ready, Infinity War to come. TGK getting low, backing up. Love the angle. Crazy Kitty taking that top angle once again. Self got the best of it last time. The last Devil let out, went quick to hell.
Oh my god, he's just literally flying in the air. What am I watching? He's not even hitting anyone. He was just flying.
Does get Self, but res back to action.
Again,
What? What was this? Did this guy just forget that he was playing Daredevil? He thought he was on Storm? He was just flying. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't play Daredevil. I'm sure he's getting a lot of value or something, but like, Jesus, that just looked interesting.
From Mash, being able to stay alive is huge for the Factor, but Vinny gonna get Lugia out of here, and that is gonna make this 6v5 go to 4, and just like that,
poor Groot, he's gonna get bullied. Wow, good defense, bro.
What you would think is gonna be the strange from Crazy Kitty. Yellow bar is down.
That was great defense by 100 Thieves. They got rolled first point and rolled second point. They had really good D.
That being said, it was still an impressive push from the side of Rad. It is a particularly difficult point to try and get to, as you mentioned, Cozy, so I don't think the Rad will be too disheartened, but maybe a little bit frustrated after the time in which they had available to them. They weren't even able to throw a fight or two to try and get an ult advantage. Every time they tried to get those picks, whether it was
TTK is 17-1, Delena 21-5.
Always had that answer, and now 100 Thieves, they will be very confident going into this next stage, but we know full well that first point sometimes, if held correctly, can be a demon to try and break.
It can be a time waster at the very least. And you know what impresses me? We say often in just all sports.
Good D, what about the O? Nah, bro. Isn't there a lot of sayings? A great defense is a better offense.
As again, looking at these
defense wins championships.
What do you think stand out to you? Because once again, Smash and the damage department is there, but it's just getting those cleanups. It's the ult advantage constantly. But before I ask you that, Gaskin, I'm just a little excited because I see
the best offense is defense. There you go. See? Offense wins games, but defense wins championships. True.
Well, when you have potentially a Daredevil on the other side, right, we do see a few switches of the hero just to try and get a little bit of a telltale sign of, oh, am I going to play that hero or not? Delena has been one of the key factors for me on 100 Thieves, just playing that winner has been amazing. Being able to
I'm gonna be honest, Delena,
just the damage output,
like, obviously Terra's a god, but like, Delena used to play to help Terra, but ever since like Terra left, Delena has been doing really well. You know, I think he used to live in the shadows of Terra, but like, he's been doing really well for himself.
No one can do it faster than Rad here on point 1, but they're looking to make no mistakes. That's what's important. You've got the res to worry about as well. But what happened with Rad was the snowball of the limbs. There's no answer to it. Here we go.
Remember, Rad won this
also, Self is a really good pickup for 100 Thieves because Self complements Delena really well. Self is like, Self is playing all the melee characters that Delena doesn't play, and also he took over Delena's spot when Terra was on the team. He plays all those other supports. Also, I mean, Self does have the Magneto in the bag. He has some tanks.
You know it best. Some call her a duelist. That's TTK in the front line. Finish off the rest. Portal can be tough here on Rad's side. Ticking up time. Vertigo gonna try and see if they can get a stall. There's no one near the point at this point, and it's going to Thieves. So they steal that. That's the time they're looking for. Match nearly the same, Gas.
Question is, did you actually activate the portal? Have you wasted it there from Brad, or is it something you can use potentially on this second one? As TTK again deletes Kitty, who really has not been able to capitalize on that Black Cat. An instant switch over to the Daredevil, which makes sense.
Yeah, that's going to be most of the Scarlet Witch you see at play, and that's giving Dad the chaotic great sword. And if anyone played the Alpha here, you know how dangerous it was. And it's back again on that low cooldown of 12 seconds. TTK now on hunt mode. This is how 100 Thieves play best. When they're feeling ready to go,
that sword ability is on a 12-second cooldown? That's crazy. That shit does a lot of damage.
Controller, either way, looking strong.
And that's what you have to do as a Magneto. You both have to protect your team, but also apply that pressure to the backline with those Chaos Swords when you have them, because you can snipe them a little bit as TTK just gets around the corner. Protected by Delena in the end. Sia comes out as they apply even more damage here as Red because Smash gets removed off the map.
Oh, I mean, shout out to the 7th player of 100 Thieves there of the, guard there of Panther, blocking that Glartrox, cutting it short, and just like that, Thieves is just picking apart one by one to show they deserve every piece of this play-in stage. Just like that, 4 minutes, 3, 2, 1.4, they do touch. We do have our final fight going. Gamma God Hulk coming out, Monster Hulk looking for Ducky falling low.
Gets the freeze, and the freeze was enough really to...
Wow, good burn, bro. Good burn.
Thieves. They get across the second. They have 5 minutes and 30 on the clock. They said, yeah, sure, Rad had enough, but maybe we can just push this a little bit further. We've got the extra time, and they've
100
been able to find
Thieves
the
has
KOs.
5.5 minutes, just like Rad did. Or I think Rad had a little less time, but wow.
That's just what Delina's been able to do in the neutral.
So both teams basically suck at first and second defense.
The snipers, it's great, but it's constant pressure. We don't see the batons ever in this thing at the pro play when your mechanics are that good.
Just so much damage output, and it's very difficult to try and deal with now as we look onto Self as the Daredevil has the chance to really not just win this map here, Cozy, but potentially win the whole series with Let the Devil Out if you can find the KOs here.
And honestly, I mean, what they were doing in domination so well is, and that's just the neutral we continue to see as the tank goes down. They do trade the odds with the res.
Oh, come on, Ducky. Come on, Ducky. What's going on here, man?
Crazy Kitty getting the best of Self. So right now, the defensive side been able to get it done. Gotta look though, what is had for Rad? Because when you go over 100 Thieves and how they play,
you know what I would do? Oh my God, 100 Thieves. Look at the old chat. Look at the ults. Look at 100 Thieves ults compared to Rad's ults.
As soon as that first pick happened against them, they backed away. Now they start to plan their attack, and they have every ultimate in the bloody game they can use. Delena alongside the Seer, tagging the Magneto as well. Haven't found the KO initially. It's a good response here
come on, man.
Absolutely. Now just quickly getting that Widow's Bite to dive out of there. Vinny gonna stay in that front line and smash. Getting Delena slows things down, and this is how you can see
okay,
time
they
away.
still
now,
have a lot. They still have a lot of ults. They still have a lot of
Look at
ults.
100 Thieves. They've committed pretty well here. 3 check marks. I mean, that's not exactly what they're looking for. Rad, though, only having the show to go.
Well, that was attempt 1 at the break, but now they have clobbering time into Let the Devil Out. If they want to use that, you've got Fate of Both Worlds as a response in case it comes out from the other side as well. Plenty of stalls still available here for 100 Thieves. Tools, excuse me, not stalls. Rad are the ones who need to stall right now. And again, it's going to be what Self can do here on the Daredevil.
They got about 2-3 battles.
Oh, good freeze.
Difficult for the Devil now with the quick combos and the Devil's Cross.
And good survivability, bro. I thought he was dead.
Both shows up and ready. It's painted now, blue and purple. We'll see how they quickly swap to that damage boost. TTK now ready for the meteor.
Come on, come on, TTK. Show.
Here. Interesting move as he's got to throw.
Come on, LeBron.
On the Q. Can he land the connection? The dunk is made. The Laker getting a Crazy Kitty.
Kitty is down, but Vinny also falls as well. It's a 5 versus 5. Rad's still in this.
Oh, Smash Nez is popping off.
Widow. Both sides, Widow have been so impactful. And again, 100 Thieves will fall here. 3 minutes.
Wow, they used all their ults for that too. That's crazy, but they still have 3 minutes. They still have 3 minutes, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and the scales are tipping back on over, right?
Yeah.
We're going back and forth with the old economy, and it's crazy. I mean, talk about ice in the vein, showing the sniper, and speaking of ice, Delena on the freeze there, 80% up. And Delena's been able to push this team that much farther each and every matchup. Can they get the job done? Smash could be the first on the ult quickly. We'll see how they choose to use the Sia. Do you want to go aggressive here, Gas, or do you think they're holding back?
I think they're holding it back for now. Maybe use it as a response to this one. Vinny has got the opener onto Ducky. Now here we go, because Sia comes out from Winnie. Delena also pops the
good transition.
And maybe this is the chance here for 100 T.
Gotta keep the aggression on as the meter goes up. Ducky.
Oh, he blocked it! He sent it back! Did you see that?
Just like that. Meteor in finds nothing.
Oh my God!
Gonna try to get more of this backline. Time's ticking. Meteors are falling. 100 Thieves can see the main stage to try to steal this win on the reverse of what they've had. Both tanks front lines ready and healthy. TTK pushing forward.
Come on, 100 Thieves. Even though I think both teams should go to the playoffs and continue.
Reses up 1.7. Crazy's going crazy.
There's no way.
We know what the Kitty can do, and Mash is now here as Rad will hold 100.
There is no way they held that, bro. What a hold, bro. What a hold.
Have to go back to the drawing board somehow, some way. The switch over to Thing was massive for Rad.
There is no way they held that, bro. I am surprised.
That's why the time bank's so important. Mash did use that ultimate, right? That's going to allow Millennia to just have the complete advantage. If these can play as one and show all 100 of those Thieves, they can come around with this main stage. But the land dream is still alive for Rad to get to the main stage. Vinny gets frozen middle.
Oh, come on. He's getting res. He's getting res. He's getting res.
TTK slams up down. Connection.
Oh, TTK is playing like LeBron James.
Mid in 7.
Both BRBs used here as well. Rad now trying to push up, have to try and hold on as they approach here. 100
kill the guys that are by themselves. But again, kill Lugia. Kill Lugia. He was alone.
They let the Devil out, and they apply the damage.
The clutch factor's here. Vertigo's looking low. TTK finds the slice, the dice of the sword. It's all the legends.
That's GG's, chat. It's GG's. It's GG's. There's no way they win. Yeah, there's no way they hold. Nice. Wow.
The main stage as the crowd goes their former
I love listening to the crowd, bro. I love listening to the crowd.
Questions were asked of 100 Thieves, but the answers were there time and time again. And speaking of time, it seemed like it was on Rad's side finally.
TTK, bro. That's good shit by 100 Thieves.
Once again on LAN here, Cozy.
That was 700 people for 12.7 million. 400 people lost
in LA.
This team
another
is
7 million.
The players always say, I'd say new mask, same task. They've done that. I mean, how they play at LAN when everything comes, you know, at stake, they're able to just keep
So
calm,
that
cool,
means
collected,
100
and
Thieves
ice.
moves
All the way
on till
back to
tomorrow,
year one
chat.
of the interviews,
That
they were
we
always
don't
calm,
watch
right?
any
Even after
more.
the biggest wins, showed it right there. And
Oh,
who
he's
else
getting
do you
yelled
give
at by
MVP
Coach, bro.
to?
Yo,
I
Coach,
mean, listen, I know
chill, bro.
duels
You're gonna
go
get the
along.
J3 hair.
Gotta say, very impressed with who we always highlight on this team, Delena TTK.
Delena and TTK both working in tandem, but I want to give a shout out to Vinny as well. I think there's a lot of responsibility as the Thing player to give that space to the rest of the team, bully your opposition, and to be fair, when Lugia switched over to Thing, he was doing a good job as well. But in the end, there was just too much time for 100 Thieves to work with. All they had to do was realistically get one clean fight in their favor, and they found it.
And can I say those 3 final hits from Millennia were 3 big ones every single time? It was so important when they had it. You know, I have to highlight, I think you said it great, because listen, when it comes to the Thing, if there's so much coming at you, you can just take constant damage. Vinny was alive forever, folks, as once again, 100 Thieves make it through. Let's hear from Tetra in the stage of the reaction from himself.
I am in fact here with him himself. 100 Thieves. They have come 3rd at LAN. They've come 4th at LAN. This time you had to fight your way through that play-in stage, but you are through to the bracket. How are you feeling?
We're feeling good. It was a close match, but it was really like it must have been fun to watch. It was.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Good shit. Wow, his eyes are very
That
blue.
was definitely the furthest you have been pushed so far from the teams. You absolutely popped off on the Daredevil at the end there. What are the comms like in that high-pressure situation?
Well, it's really chaotic, but it's just about listening. Like listening to your teammates, knowing your job, and what to do.
See, that's why I completely agree with them. You guys always tell me, J3 talk, J3 talk to your team, lead the team. No, I'm a listener.
To the games tomorrow.
I think we want to play Na'Vi and Liquid, obviously. We blatantly think they're good, and we think we can beat them, so.
You're performing in front of a little bit of a home crowd here with the 100 Thieves name, who have been very vocal in supporting you guys. Do you have any words for the gathered audience here?
We appreciate the support, all 100 Thieves fans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Self. Congratulations
Yeah.
again to
Oh
Thieves for moving
shit!
on to
It's
the games
the
tomorrow.
real
We're gonna send
Wolverine
over
and
to the analysis
Cyclops.
desk to break it all down.
No self-glazing needed for Self on that one.
What
We got
is he
America Man
doing?
here, you know, to spread the gospel of how good the Americas region really is. And I feel like 100 Thieves and Self specifically did a great job at that.
Yeah, first of all, got to get rid of that guy, Dogman. He is a loser. We all know that, right? America Man, though, myself, I am not, right? We have 2 EMEA, you know, I'm going to say casuals, okay? You have you, Ryan, British. Doesn't matter.
Last time I saw you, you ate dog food on stage.
That doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. Anyways, guys, the point is 100 Thieves, best team in the tournament so far. Every American team is God tier compared to the EMEA crap that you've been putting out.
I mean, if it's all crap, then at least we're starting with the freshest of them, I suppose. I don't know where I'm going.
I somehow made Ryan nervous, and that is an accomplishment for
but
me.
like, it's like for Rad, it's just a baptism of fire, right? An international event, you have Iconics to start with, and then you go up against 100 Thieves that are just very good on LAN, has that experience.
Yes,
and honestly, for
J-Hat,
Rad, it was a
appreciate the
perfect
massive
start.
dono.
Really
Everyone
fast
subbing and
first
following,
point
appreciate
take,
it,
really
chat.
good
Yeah,
push
Black
for a
Widow is
second.
really good right
But
now.
as soon as Delena could get set up on these angles with a crossfire on the Black Widow, it was perfectly set up. It was so hard for Rad to actually get any further into second, where usually you want to be pretty much right before the end of the map. Like on this first corner where it got stuck, just isn't enough against teams like 100 Thieves.
Delano was just stuck in the red room in between Stage 1 playoffs and now, and they have been fine-tuning their Black Widow play, and it seems like they are the best.
Who's next? It's the two. It's the I think the China, the second best China team, and the second best Pacific team. It's going to be RC against.
And I think that motivated him to play well today.
Ace.
Right now, you can see Delena is the best Black Widow in the tournament. We saw in the relegation tournament in America region that double hit scan is very good. Nobody's banning it. They're banning all strategists because, like I said, Ryan, the EMEA scene doesn't know how to ban, and they're all incredibly dumb compared to the America region.
What's
That's
up,
why we're going to
Lingia?
have top
I
three
don't
America.
know
It's going to be all of the top American
what
teams.
you just
100
said,
Thieves
but
are
I
gonna make
appreciate it.
Team Liquid City are going to make it. Swamp Gaming are going to mop the floor with the EMEA talent.
Okay, we'll see if that happens.
It did feel like that ban of the Venom on the top left of the screen right at the end really threw Lugia through a loop.
It did.
Because he wanted to go something dive, I guess, to jump in with Crazy Kitty, whether he's on the Black Cat or the Daredevil. And like Hulk is pretty good in those instances, but then when you've got like the Thing on the other side just holding W and punching you, it felt like it wasn't quite connecting. And when we see Red have to go off the beaten path a little bit more, especially in an environment like this, it puts so much pressure on them, and those mistakes start to like really flounder a lot more often.
Well, looking back at the series as a whole, right, we saw how things started out strong for Rad on Celestial Husk, but it was very competitive all the way down to 3 different sub-maps.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, give or take. 100 Thieves, though, bounced back very heavily on
What
Museum
do
of
you do if
Contemplation,
somebody
and it felt like
sneaks
the
into
momentum
your
was
house
their
and nuts in
favor
your
from
food
then
while
on
it's
out.
cooking?
It didn't matter that this counter pick came out, and it didn't really feel like too much of a counter pick in favor of Rad, unfortunately. It felt more like this was the 100 Thieves show from the get-go after they were able to get back in the saddle from dropping that first map. But we finally got a 3-map series. Luna Snow, how are we feeling she's looking in the meta, America Man?
Well, of course, whenever Millennia's playing, it's the best character in the game. Obviously, when you have Mash feeding his butt off on Luna Snow, not going to be the same in that department. As much as Dogman would want to probably praise Mash because he's a very good player. But obviously, in my case, no. I mean, it's obviously full Delena show on the Luna Snow. And I think you brought up a good point, Ryan, about Hulk and how it's a bit underhanded. It makes sense, I think, for Europeans
What's up, Bales?
to go for
Appreciate
some
it, my
weird,
friend.
cringe cheese strategy. Playing Hulk
What's
for
up, Jay?
Lugia
Love
makes
from
sense to go
Australia at
that
7
because you
a.m. and
can't
watching
match
at work.
Vinny on the
God
thing.
damn,
I
bro.
remember you asked me
Appreciate
this
you
morning
guys
whether you should
watching.
bring out the American Man, and I'm now regretting saying, yeah, why not? Like, if it's a close series.
What are you talking about?
But I mean, it's on
Different
your
people,
home soil,
different
I think,
people.
to be fair.
Yeah, I know that there's a guy named Shrek that's banned from this tournament. I thought I was supposed to be banned, but luckily made it through.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, we'll see, like, how have you got anything else on today afterwards?
So apparently, if you guys don't understand what he just said, there's a guy named Shrek in Marvel Rivals, right? I don't know if you guys know him. It's probably better if you don't. Apparently, he tried to get into the LAN event, and they denied him entry.
First tournament we win, it just will be the first tournament we win.
Yeah, I think like they're going to be very happy with how today went. Like, sure, they drop on domination, but domination.
They had like yeah, they had security and everything. Yeah,
wasn't close. A lot more dominant.
I just saw it on Twitter.
Win that Rad got, you were throwing me off way too much. I'm so not used to it at this point. But it's like, for Rad, it was a very close win on domination because 100 Thieves pushed it, and then 100 Thieves, the 2 maps that they win, looking a lot stronger as a team.
Well, we have the updated bracket that we can show for now for the play-ins. We'll talk to America Man a little bit more down the line, but Reject and Iconics still fighting for their spot after this, and winner will face off against Rad for a spot in the main bracket. Ryan, I mean, looking at this win that came through for Rad and 100 Thieves, I mean, it was expected to go this distance, but were you hoping to see a little bit more out of Rad?
I like the little zoom in as well. Like we're moving down. This is
production.
Yeah, this is the rest of the
W production. We're moving down to Reject.
But Rad has a bit of time to like recuperate and play up the inside.
The other team. Hold up, chat. I'm going to search you guys the prediction right now, by the way.
I think we're looking to try to do a bit more damage to
RC
100
against
Thieves.
Ace.
I mean, I was the one that had Rad.
You guys
and
have
Reject
15 minutes. Enjoy your prediction.
Everybody else still has a
15
chance,
minutes.
but
Place
I
your
think
predictions.
It goes to show that, like, even with form or how people view these teams, it doesn't matter what you get on land. Like Na'Vi for grand finals, 20% win rate in scrims, second place. Could have very much won some of those maps and made it a lot closer against First Pro, but there are some teams that can just show up and surprise a lot, especially when so much has changed around the game.
Well, America Man, what do we feel about the Asia versus the China region?
It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Like, I was thinking while you were talking, Ryan, of course, like, we should just find a way to disqualify every team that's not 100 Thieves right now and give 100 Thieves 2 slots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because
bro,
yeah,
what
because it doesn't
is
matter
he
at this point.
saying,
like, Rad is
bro?
terrible.
What
They're
is
just
he
not gonna have anything
saying?
at this point in the tournament, and pretty much every other European team, like I mentioned, might as well give 2 slots to 100 Thieves because why not?
Or one to FlyQuest potentially too.
Oh yeah, bring FlyQuest and fly them in.
Well, yeah.
Except not their European players because they don't matter. Same thing with Pauly.
They have to play on ping like they did in like stage
Oh yeah, not easy.
Oh man, but going back to talking about the series specifically, like Self on the Daredevil felt unleashed, and a lot of people going into even this tournament itself were thinking that we're not going to see too much dive. It's not as effective. Maybe Black Cat specifically, but Daredevil, like with the Luna Snowflake, felt like Self could just be fully unleashed on that hero.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, like you mentioned with Millennia, best Luna Snow in the game for sure. Yeah. Same thing with Self on the Daredevil. I mean, this guy has been locking in every single day wearing blindfolds to scrims. It's insane how much work this guy's done on that character.
Well, we're going to be headed to a quick break. After this, we do have Reject versus Iconics fighting for survival in the lower bracket. Only one can stay alive. We'll come back after this with that matchup.
Nice. Chat, enjoy your predictions.
The Razer Black Shark V3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast.
Enjoy your predictions, chat. You guys only have 2 more matches to make predictions on. As you guys can see right here, we are in the lower bracket.
Noise cancellation.
We're in the lower bracket. We have RC against Ace. Whoever wins this plays against Rad for the last slot. There's only 2 slots to move on to the tournament, chat. The losers go home. So whoever wins this moves on. Whoever loses goes home. And whoever wins this moves on till tomorrow. I said, so far, I'm 3 for 3 on predictions, by the way. You guys call me a scammer, but I am not. I am 3 for 3 on predictions. I think RC is going to beat Ace, and I think RC is going to make it to the last round, and they're going to lose to Rad. See? Yep. Jay got the rogue tights on. These are shorts, chat. You guys like those quads, though? Look at those quads, man. Oh, wait, this is my favorite song. Hold up, wait. This is my favorite song. Oh my god, it's a Jeff model kit. You could build a Jeff, chat, with exclusive interchangeable parts. Or you could buy the $300 Luna Snow 1/6 to scale collectible figure for $300 with separate rolling eyeballs. Make sure to use code J3 at checkout. I hope. Use code J3 to add 30% more to your bill, chat. Holy, wait, we have to wait 4 minutes? Should I go make popcorn for this game? No, I should make popcorn for the last match. Give us all some popcorn. I have kettle corn, which is the best kind of popcorn. You guys probably like that movie theater butter type shit, which is disgusting. Kettle corn is the best type of popcorn, bro. And with a little bit of salt on it, too, so you get a little bit of salty and a little bit of sweet. That shit is good. W kettle corn is the best. That's what I'm saying. J3, where is our favorite caster, Cozy? He is casting. Let me ask Emily if she can start the popcorn. Can you start? Babe, are you upstairs? Oh. Here, I'll do it then. Hold up, chat. I'm gonna go put the popcorn in the microwave. 1 second. Okay, popcorn's popping. Popcorn's popping. What did I just come back to? This is like some elevator music. What is this? It's the Lower Manhattan music, is it? I have all music turned off in the game, so this is new to me. Okay, you guys ready? Let's get to it. 10 seconds, chat. 10 seconds.
What's going on, folks, and welcome back. Yes, another you know what? After that game, I can barely even talk. Another variant of myself, going from Gasser here to Descos. I am joined once again by the amazing Vaudible and my man, I run Shib. What a matchup!
Shib and Cozy here together.
The stakes were high, but now we've got something a little bit different. Shib, we've got an elimination match.
Yeah, first one today, right? That was exciting. We got our first team that moved forward in the tournament. Now we're going to find out who gets eliminated from the tournament. Iconics Reject. I'll tell you what. Haven't really got a ton of time watching them. Like, Iconics just was not up there for long, so I'm looking forward to seeing more from them.
I mean, Rad really seemed instrumental. Like, they were just destroying them in a lot of instances.
Sure.
But they had their trepidations in terms of just overextending in ultimates. Sure. I feel like that was a big issue for them. Like, Ducky, we saw in this last series, right, against 100 Thieves, was kind of struggling on that end, too. But I feel like Iconics, you know, now that they
I really do like that.
Their hardest match out of the way.
That Cozy's
this
wearing,
is their time to potentially shine. Get that first map. We didn't see one from them in the grand final, so
that shit looks clean.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, when you look at the big picture, too, a lot of teams just play other teams different, right? Like, some handle, dive different. I mean, obviously, having someone like Crazy Kitty constantly, you're not going to have a lot of chances to shine when half of your team is seeing the spawn room 99% of the time. Either way, though, I do think this is a matchup where, you know, Iconics can get that first LAN win, and all you need is the confidence booster to get it going. And just in case you guys know, our players today, they are competing from the Razer Iskor V2 New Gen chairs, the official partner chair of Marvel Rivals. And gentlemen, you got to be comfy up there because some of these matches are going longer, like the last one. I mean, listen, I expected to see a lot of 2-0s kind of early on, but now I expect the battles to go a bit longer, Ship.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised you can still speak. That was hype, though. That was awesome. But yeah, I mean, these early matches were a little quick. Now we're going to start seeing the competition get tighter. That's just how it's always going to work in these tournaments, right? The farther you go, the more that the competition's more in line. But this should be a good one to view here. I just want to see Iconics more. I want to see what they can do. I think they were kind of all over their place with their comp. I didn't love their spawn break stuff. You know, running the Punisher as well as the Wolverine. It seemed no rocket.
Their spawn break looked messy.
The problem with the rocket too is like they're so known to be like a rocket focused team in terms of protects. I think it was like 18 times or something that we saw them protected throughout stage 1. So them getting that banned out one-sided for the other team made it so that they just really didn't have too much that they could focus on. And I feel like the problem for a lot of these teams, we saw it in promo relegation.
Chat,
we've seen it here
predictions
now
are almost over.
660
people voted for RC for 10 million.
I understand it.
200 people voted for Ace for 2.2 million.
Or the VPs are like, this is good. This is what you should play.
Looking like a good prediction, man.
Good at, please.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we see that all the time and across the board. I think actually I talked to you about it one ship where it's like, why is Bucky's win rate so low? It's like a lot of people try to flex over because they know he's a good hero, but if it's not the hero you play, you got to go with the comfort picks.
Yeah, chat, stop trying to walk Bucky and try to do what I do, bro. You guys are lowering my win rate. Actually, keep doing it, because if you lower the win rate, they might think the character's like not good and they might buff it.
Reject as well. Anything shock you though thus far?
Thus far, I mean, the thing that shocked me that I think is coming, we saw a little bit of, is Penny's going to get a lot of play, especially with the Panther team up. I think that shield, we're seeing aggressive Pennies now, where you drop the mine spawner at your feet, you shield up, and you just protect the spawner while you just unload into whoever you're fighting in that moment. It's kind of crazy. In terms of shocking me from these teams, I'm just surprised, like you're saying, they're just trying to run meta, or what they perceive as meta, which is still kind of all over the place, instead of what they're comfortable on. But they're not even running Luna. We haven't seen Reject with Blaster. We haven't seen Luna at all.
barely played Black Cat. Like, that's what they're known for. Like, why are we not playing what we're good at?
Yeah,
it's so weird.
I mean, listen, when you have the whole game change essentially overnight, I mean, there's so much adjusting to be had. And oftentimes we get what we like to call the LAN meta, right? Where there's different things shown at different times. And sometimes it's the time to test it. But I agree. Now with the elimination match, like, you got to go with what you know. And yeah, you said Penny. I would agree. I think obviously a lot of team ups kind of favor one side or the other. We talked about Penny last night. It's like, yeah, double nest is crazy, but we're seeing so much more of that Black Panther bit. But they have not been lasting long, fellas. The Pennies have been getting melted quick and out of here. But I do expect more, especially when we go into the main stage.
Yeah, I think it's the same conversation we've been saying. These teams just know that it's good. So they're like, oh, maybe we should try to rock that this game. And then it looks a little sloppy and they switch up. But either way, buying time is all you're really looking for on these defense holds. So that's all that matters.
Yeah, listen, all. If you want to bring the same competitive edge to your own setup, check out the Razer Black Shark Volume 3 or V3 Pro, available now for PC, PlayStation, Xbox, to get that extra gamer's edge. Now, folks, speaking of edge, I'm going to go ahead and pass it to you first, Vaudable. Who do you like winning and why?
I gotta go Reject on this one, right? They are the champions from the Asia region for a good purpose. They proved themselves stronger than the rest of the competition there as well. And Gen G, of course, you know, the toughest competition that is there as well, that joined them from Pacific after the regions combined. But they still put up a good showing throughout those matches. Yes, it was very dominant from Gen G, but Reject, you know, combining the forces of Reject and Crazy Raccoon from the Grand Finals now into this new look, I feel like they are just getting started. I think they were a bit hesitant in a lot of their fights that they were playing and not as confident as they could. So I got to go Reject on this one.
About yourself.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's Reject as well. Reject's very comfortable in these weird compositions, the triple holds. They look more unified in their strategies when they're breaking triple. I think Iconics, at least so far, although, again, we haven't had much eyes on them in this land, they just look kind of incomplete in their strategies.
And what's, I mean, you know, for me, what's interesting is obviously, you know, big stakes here, but it's like, who's going to match up to Rad better? Now, we just saw how Iconics and how that kind of win. I do like the odds, at least, because first you have morale down just a touch right after what was a razor-thin margin. If you missed the 100 Thieves and Rad matchup, go back. I mean, you've got to see.
That was a really good
what we
game.
Expected of the action from, you know, the best. Just kidding. I was going to go with the old bias. No, but
rather be American Man again.
Exactly right. You know, Tetra was here enough on the stage to give enough EMEA love. But either way, yeah, listen, when you look at the main stage and the teams that have that shot, I've always thus far in LAN, fellas, have had the Cinderella story a bit. And so whether you want it to be Rad in their first LAN, it could just as easy be someone like Reject.
It absolutely could be, right? I mean, we saw Rad do this in the last Worlds that we had. They went all the way through, all the way to the end and took it home. I mean, we love those stories. I would like to see these teams perform. I would like to see them, you know, potentially at least give some serious competition into Rad. I would want it to be tight. It was fun to watch that last matchup. Let's see more of it.
Yeah. I mean, without question. What I want to say, just in general, too, is to see alive and evolve. I mean, we've seen out there
Vince
the right
with the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it, my friend. Everyone following, subbing, and gifting subs. Appreciate it, chat.
Obviously, sometimes when you look at this game, there can be a rock, paper, scissors
What's up,
element
Christine?
now. And now you have, rock, paper, scissors, gun. There's something for everything out there on the counter front, and it's how quick these teams can adapt. And I know we talk about it all the time.
It's Rejects, RC against Ace.
More important
the number 2 China team against the number 2 Pacific team.
And I think both winning teams thus far, VOD, have kind of done just that.
I think the Flex Duelist is so
Isn't
much
there a
more
team
of
from
a role than it ever has been before, right?
Sure.
They kind of
Is
like
it Gen
win the
G
game
chat,
for
or
you.
is there
Aside
another team from Australia that's been
that last
rolling?
one was going crazy on the hit scan, but like with Self being able to flex,
It
to
is
the
Gen
Black
G,
Cat,
right?
Also able to play some of the Magneto that we saw in the first series today too, and then
It is Gen
closing
G.
things out with the Daredevil. Like being able to have that flexibility in your hero pool cannot be understated for so many of these players that are out there, and that's always been the big question mark for like a lot of teams and players individually. Is like, are they good enough when it comes down to your entire hero pool getting banned out and you can still play the game and win? That's been the question for some of these heroes and some of these teams, but I feel like for Reject, because they are unorthodox, because they can play whatever they want, as long as they do it, they have that flexibility in comparison to Iconics here, where they're kind of more contained to the Rocket comps.
Yeah, I think the best teams have that role, Phil.
Yeah.
I truly do believe that. We saw multiple times you running Vanguard in the triple comp, feeling confident on the Magneto, which I do think Magneto right now, no disrespect to Magneto, man, skill floor is probably the lowest it's been, because you're throwing buses into the back line.
Oh, yes.
But
I can even hit shots.
Still looked really good, though. Found a triple, and then switches, able to play Ultron, able to play Cat, DD. Like, having that role is very important.
Yeah, y'all seen all the social media, like, what's an off tank, what's the main tank? I've been looking at.
yeah.
But to that point, I do want to highlight, like, we were talking about roles are the most important. We've talked about this, and it's a great highlight. Even back into the group stage, do you remember how many times, Shib, especially on the American scene, I was like, we're seeing the losing teams not have that one flex player that played. If you look at the teams that are here, it's Speedery, who we know is, such a great flex god. On the other side, clearly Daze and what they can do. And then as to what you just said there, 100 Thieves Self kind of answered that call as well. And
Jerky too for Navi.
Yeah, Jerky's a great one. I mean, you look at that, it is an important role. The 1B strategist is the other. You just had Rocket gone. Rocket was a comfort pick big time for most of these teams in our last patch, right? So it's how quickly can you adjust? Something like Forky Dog for Swamp. Like, I want to see how you take a hero that you used a lot to get here and now change it up, Ship.
Yeah, I'm with you. Although I do, saw on the Rocket front, just touching on Rocket, I don't think he's as impactful right now. I think even Punishers are running the other
Convoy,
team
though,
up too.
specifically.
Yeah, Convoy's
He's very
great.
good.
And Spawn Break is, you can fully commit into with the Storm composition.
With the Punisher too, the team up, the
Exactly.
infinite ammo is just insane. I mean, speaking of those team ups, some of these heroes are very niche in their use cases, but because they enable other heroes with the enhanced versions of their team ups, like Rocket and even Gambit, like we've seen with the Magneto, that's why most teams only allow you to have one or the other at this point, because it's just so good together. So
I mean, that's a great call. If you have not been around or you're just now stopping in, the pick ban phase has been essentially mirror, mirror on the wall, and then the last two have kind of been that I'm going to have this and you're not. Whether it be the Elsa forcing the Widow, we saw that go in favor of 100 Thieves, or on the inverse side of something like a Luda Snow, that it was a little bit too late for Rad. They tried just that, folks.
I'm gonna
but
finish
we've
this
got
popcorn
ourselves
before the
our
match starts.
first elimination match
never mind.
for Ignite here, and
Thank
I
you.
could not be more excited. Tetcher, take it away from the stage with Iconics and Reject.
I am here with Lastro from Reject. You had a little bit of a tougher game earlier, so I want to ask, how ready are you for Iconics?
첫 번 게임은 좀 어려웠지만 이제 준비되었네요.
Oh, W translator.
AC랑은 할만하다고 생각합니다. AC랑은 할만하다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, I think we can beat AC.
You are the sole representation from the Asia region for this event. Do you feel any extra pressure because of that?
이제 대한민국에서 한 팀만 나왔잖아요. 우리가 팀이죠. 그래서 더 떨리나요? 그런 느낌.
그런 것 때문에 압박감은 전혀 없고 못 이기고 떨어질까 봐 좀 걱정하긴 했는데 그냥 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
So he doesn't feel pressure to represent the country as much, but he feels pressure to because he doesn't want to be eliminated without a win. That's what he doesn't.
And the last question I have for you is,
it does
there's a lot of
suck
people
losing
watching
first,
here
chat.
and also at home. Do you have any message for the audience who are watching who might be wanting to support Reject?
네, 리젝트의 팬분들한테 한마디
우승해 보겠습니다.
We're gonna win.
They're gonna win. Call from Lastro. I'll let you get back to your team as we also have an interview with Ken v Snake coming up as well from Iconics, which we're gonna get set up for.
감사합니다.
Aw, bro. It must be really hard for these
come over here and
players
join
from
us.
other countries who
Get
can't really
set up
speak
here.
English. Like,
hello there. Nice to meet you for starters. Are you excited to potentially, if you can beat Reject here, you might be in for a chance of getting your revenge versus OUG from China? Are you excited for it?
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. And this is my first time come to the World match, so I think I'm a little nervous, but I think I'm gonna try my best.
oh, there you go, W.
Do you think you're prepared for Reject in particular? This is a team that your team has had a bit of experience with, but like you said, this is your first time.
Yeah, I think Rejects are good, but to fight with them, I'm not nervous. I think we can do this. We can fight them.
We're going to find out. I'm going to ask you the same question I just did to Lastro. There are a lot of people watching right now who may be seeing you guys for the first time or may just be really excited and looking to support you. What message do you have for the audience at home who want to support Iconics?
Yeah, I just want to thank all the audience from online or online, and my family and friends that are watching this. So I want to say, 蛇行天下, I can do this.
Thank you
Hey,
very much, Kevin Snake.
W.
We'll let you get set up.
I
We
love
have
these
Reject
interviews, bro.
Versus Iconics. They are fighting
That
for
translator had the
survival
easiest
right now.
job.
Let's break it down and get set up for the draft over at the analyst desk.
W.
Oh, color me surprised, boys. I gotta say, I think if you look at all the lands we've had, the confidence meter of these players going up a bit, right? However,
I feel, man, I don't want either or to
We
lose.
just saw how that went, right? So maybe Iconics, Kim v Snake, will it be the same curse? I mean, Vod, listen, you gotta appreciate the confidence, especially, I mean, we gotta highlight what's there, right? They have not had a lot of land success, especially after the last match, but I think the comfortability going through the roof after what they, have with Reject as their matchup.
They were putting a lot of good pressure, Iconics, on to Rad in that series. Like at the beginning, it just felt like towards the end, that's when Rad were starting to lock in. Again, being their first series on LAN, there's going to be those jitters as well. But now seeing that Iconics has that confidence, has that potential, they even said, I can do this for Ken v Snake in the interview. I think they have a chance at it.
That made me a fan. I love the honesty. Yeah, I feel like this team, again, they have super good just micro play, really good skill, but it's just the macro in changing compositions and understanding how to counter. That's the stuff that I think they need to work on, at least right now at the LAN. But again, they're saying they're a little nervous, right? So that might come into play.
I mean, listen,
Is
we're at pros
Emily
at the
there?
top level.
No,
We
Emily's
put
here
any
at
of these
home
as our
with me,
duo
Jack.
going into
She
ranked
was going to
matches.
go, but,
I would say in general, as you're
I
right,
needed
there's
her for
just
something.
about 4 or 5 things you have to combine together to have as
I stole her.
needing to get the win, right? Whether it's the macro play, the ult economy,
I'd be
the way
lost
you use
without
your
her, so
neutral
I
game.
told her to
mean,
stay
it
home.
all stacks up, and you take away one of those, let's say in Rad's case, right? And it was the ult play. It was kind of that Achilles heel. You've got to combine everything to have it. And these teams, they're close. They've got, especially the practice there. It's just putting it all together in an environment like this, Vaughn.
Yeah, I think
What do you mean,
it'll be interesting to
LJ?
see if they can put the practice into actual fruition throughout this matchup, right? And it being Domination Krakoa, again, we already saw this map from Reject, the first one of the day today, so I think they have their get back here, the confidence. They've only lost to 2 teams, one being 100 Thieves as well.
Yeah, I just want to see comfortable comps. I want to see the group.
Please.
I want to see the rocket. Run the Punisher. You've shown that you can do it. Maybe unlimited ammo. Just get back to what you feel good on, and let's see how you play.
I mean, I always like to say, right, when your back's against a wall, it just gives you all the support to come out swinging, and we have to see just that, because with elimination at stake, it's crazy. Like, you work for months to get here, right, fellas? And then in their case, both flying hours and hours to come to Los Angeles. To get out day one? I mean, come on. It's just the stakes there just scream so high. And I remember teams in the past being eliminated in the same fashion. It's gut-wrenching, right? So play, lose, have fun, and it does really come down to that, man. So I have to say, folks, as you see the stage here, I mean, you got to get out here because the scene is electric. It's so fun to watch this growing esports shib continue
You
to
heard
shine.
that, chat?
And man, I'm just excited for the
Go to
remaining
Atlanta,
games.
Ben.
There's nothing else like it. When you're
Use
sitting up in
code
the
Jay3
caster
to
booth,
buy
you're
your
just
tickets.
looking over everyone, and the hype happens behind you. It's another level. Being in the audience like this, so I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, Vod, listen, I want to ask you, because when we have what is going to be setting the tone, I'm obviously watching these two teams, the one getting eliminated, but what I'm watching
there
for
are
is
Preds for
that
this one, but I
matchup too,
started
Rat,
it,
right? Like,
True.
how do you prep for that team, and especially
I started during the
because
break.
if
I think the
Iconics
Preds are done.
wins, it's huge momentum boost, because it's like, fine, all right, we lost them before. Now we know what they're going to do, though, as well.
Well, the problem for Iconics specifically, I mean, we saw it happen in the Stage 1 playoffs, right? They took down OG the first time we've seen them lose in the upper bracket like that.
There's 15 minutes to lock in your Preds. How are you guys missing the 15-minute window, chat?
So I think a lot of it is just taking one series at a time, staying warm, practicing, scrimming against the other teams if you have time. But I mean, they're going directly into that. So I think this is a good warm-up. Focus on this game first, then get into the next one.
You know,
is he
we're looking
nervous?
at picking bans too here shortly, and I mean, one thing I've been loving, although it went in favor for them, even though Delinda played really great, that Elsa ban and Dom, I think, goes that extra spice hard, right? Because especially Krakoa, we looked at Celestial Husk, a bit more of a leaning, I would say, Widow map to get away with that. Sure. But when we look at that meta, I mean, getting rid of someone like Elsa Shib, I mean, it'd be tough here on Krakoa.
Yeah, there's a lot of versatility with Elsa right now, right? The anti-die potential, I think both team-ups are viable. But there's also a conversation I was having with Dog where it's double hit scan might be back. We might see Black Widow get some value here alongside of the Elsa. I wouldn't hate to see a comp like that.
Bucky.
Yeah, or Bucky as well. I think Bucky's obviously really strong in this meta. So, you know, I'm curious to see if that'll shift up as we move forward.
No, that's a good call, because there's not been a lot of metas where we do have that double hit scan and or maps that call for it. And there's plenty of teams, again, that's that flex role we were talking about being so important. They can stand up to the task, right? That role often has someone like Adam Warlock in their belts as well. So, like, mechanically gifted, they're there as well. And I agree. I mean, it comes down, you have so much pressure that you're able to cook up with that constant hit scan. And we're seeing it from the Widow. It's like, honestly, forget the rest of the kit. Just go with the red rifle, man. It's crazy.
It's dirty.
I do think RC
like
wins
the
this.
Like the mobility capabilities of Black Widow 2 cannot be understated either, right? I think that has enabled a lot of these hit scan duelists to feel more unleashed on the hero, especially Delena, like we saw from 100 Thieves. I mean, able to get these off angles that were just insane, using the Assassin's Sight as well, Assassin's Focus as well, to just like take down people as best as they could. But even then, I don't know if these teams are going to focus too much on the Black Widow.
No, for sure. And again, you can take your eyes here on the chairs we've mentioned before. If you don't know, the official chair and partner for Marvel Rivals Ignite Midseason Final is that Razer Escort V2 New Gen. And I'm just all locked in on the confidence meter here that you see. The sweat is rolling. And for me, I mean, it's tough because when you're off, you know, definitely on the other side of the world, your body has to adjust to so much on top of the anxiety with it. We're in that pick ban phase now. Of course, nothing too new, fellas, to open it up. You do have that mag protect on Reject's side there, Shib. What do you expect to see here as we swap sides on that ban to take a closer
good
look?
news is that they're starting. The bad news is I'm almost done with my popcorn already.
Gargoyle is going to be on that mag. So huge play. I like what I'm seeing from Reject off rip here. Iconics trying to make some changes. I feel like they're kind of resorting back to that traditional ban style.
I think this is going to be an issue for Iconics. Every time, at least in scrims leading up to this, when Reject have gotten the one-sided mag, they have won, even against some strong teams. So I don't know if this is the best start for Iconics.
Well, it just takes me back to the old days. The
No
left, right, left
ads
from
my
the neutral
ass,
play.
bro.
The mags that were able to get that value
Actually,
in the
it
neutral.
says
and then
there
it
will
just
be
peppered
ads,
in with the meter
just not
aim,
during
and
the matches.
Oftentimes, right, you have the answer to
I
everything.
can't
think
turn
mags
ads
used
off,
to be
chat.
the
It's
hero that
Twitch.
you would say
But
is
there's
so
no
important
ads
to your
during the
roster, but,
games.
you
So,
can never
L
carry
plus
as mag.
ratio.
That has changed, fellas. You've got the bubble for the save, the bubble aggression for yourself to move forward.
That's a nice mouse,
and
by the way.
rest
What is
done.
that?
Yeah, I think the ult changes over time too, right? It's faster now, it has a longer duration, you can be more patient, you can force out cooldowns by essentially, you know, baiting that you're going to throw the
Reading
meteor at.
comprehension is
you
hard.
wait a little bit longer, then you find that value that way, wait out some of these
You
shields.
can't
that kind of
please
stuff is
everyone,
coming
chat.
more into fruition
That's
now
what I
that it's,
learned.
you know, a longer usage of the ability.
Yeah, we're seeing the band shake out. Iconics is going to get that Elsa save that we said was so important. So I expect the band to be in reverse here, right? That's often what we will see.
Wait,
Root on
Emily,
the other
you're
side
cheering for
Reject, and I mean, speaking of the group
the
player,
other
man,
team? I'm cheering
we've
for
seen, I
Reject,
feel like
so
the
we're against
importance
each other.
of the tree, but it really hasn't come up to big, honestly, help. Especially when they have Elsa ready to rock.
One-sided Elsa versus one-sided Gambit. I mean, this is just the meta in a nutshell, especially with the mag actually being on the side of Iconics.
Sure. Yeah.
I feel like Reject, they should have gone for that instead.
Different story. No, I like this more now. This makes more sense. I think this is actually a good ban phase for Iconics. Totally different shift.
Yeah. And,
Yo,
I mean,
yo,
listen,
what are we looking at,
Just
bro?
when you get that
Yo,
Gambit
what are
ban,
we
you would
looking
expect
at?
that. I guess they thought the thing in the cooperative time a bit more scary there to roll up against. But, you know, there's just nothing worse than not one, but two Gambit fellas. I mean,
gotta
nothing
cheer
scary
for
in the
my
game, but,
former
I mean, right now you
Chengdu
look at the
Hunters
bands,
Mercy
one pass
player.
me,
Wait, who's your
quickly,
former
one of the
Chengdu
ban
Hunters
phase.
Mercy
Reject.
player?
Yeah, this is tough. I like the initial start from Iconics, and then as it tailored towards the end, I've got to go with Reject. I love Groot, so I'm biased.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, nothing like playing to your style. We said play with what you know, right? I feel like Reject getting that Gambit
Ghost
did
used to be Nisha.
just
He
that,
played
folks.
support.
It is
oh,
our
really?
first
W.
elimination match in the play-in stage. We got great casters bringing in all the heat. Fellas, take it away as we've got Reject's Iconic
Okay, chat, let's see
ready
this.
to roll in the beautiful location of Hellfire Gallon. And I've got to say, by far, one of my favorite map boys.
Whoever loses this is the first team out of the tournament.
Ryan coming at you live from Krakoa as we get stuck into our first teetering on the edge of oblivion here at mid-season finals.
It's a scary one. The two teams from the east, maybe sunsetting a little bit early here on the west coast, but right now Iconics haven't won a map at LAN, never mind a series, hoping to do some damage against Reject that want to make sure that the Pacific region has a little bit more to work with. So Reject trying to go on the offensive with this sort of more crossfire approach, but it's Iconics that have a foot on the point first.
We have angles to work with, going to make them very difficult to try and dislodge. As Headlock's already catching a little bit of this aggression. We'll bring up the Metallic Curtain's going to make sure that a lot of that is going to be waylaid elsewhere. Brownie's been taken out on the other side. Kurisu's managed to find themselves an opening. And it feels like right now, Reject on a little bit of a chase. Every time someone comes in, 3 members turn around to try and get on top of them. They're not the fastest lads.
Not at all. And I think Kurisu is a player that you need to look at for Iconics.
Oh, yeah. We need a nerf Spider-Man. That's crazy.
Who 100 Thieves just to the right of us.
That is crazy. We're going to need a nerf on Spider-Man, man.
Who's going to be potentially getting a second shot at this one. But right now, it's Iconics just finding these picks staggered against Reject whilst the point ticks up into the double digits.
Yeah, Cammy's been utilizing that Blade team up as well to have the extra sustainability on these engagements until the Symbiotic Tendrils disconnected.
Now it's whether Iconics can set themselves up in a good position. You got Lastro with the one-sided Gambit trying to be the difference maker with the Royal Flushes, and Hetlock on the other side just seeing if you can get some of this poke damage in with one of the strongest team-ups that we've seen on this recent patch.
Ice here on Kurisu to once again potentially find that opening pick, but Brownie gets it done with the explosive plasma onto Kenvi Snake, and now the angle control for Iconics is going to be a little bit stymied, and this does mean that you are going to be seeing a lot of pressure move towards Headlock. You can see him give away this space, brings out the Chaos Blade eventually. Kenvi Snake's going to be coming on back, but Yaki's tried to turn around here already with the Banhammer, going to punish any lack of accuracy, but Headlock continues to hit the shots, and Kami's the one who grabs all that damage instead. But this engagement is very perilous, and Headlock has had their soul consumed by Emma Frost as Reject managed to find themselves a first cap.
Yeah, it was a really good Banhammer that came in from Yaki with his triple Vanguard lineup, and the walls from Piggy as well, just making it really difficult for Hetlock to actually get through here. And with what I mentioned about Iconics before not winning, they didn't have their strongest lineup at Grand Finals. A couple of players couldn't make it. Hetlock is one of those new players to come in alongside Kenvi Snake and Ghost, as can be mentioned in the interview. So they are hoping to bring a little bit more love, like OUG's had a bit more success, but Iconics, pre-season winners for the China region, want to show that they're also at this table.
Yaki just taking it upon himself right now to make sure that Kurisu has no free entry to the backline. Piggy somehow just went for a solo. That is unbelievable haterade.
He solo ulted the Black Cat.
On down.
I mean, it's the Black Cat.
I respect that.
Just take him down.
I respect that.
And that's the one thing that these teams are going. Like,
I respect that. I like that.
Like neutral fights is not good enough, and Reject want to see if they can push a little bit more
Uh-huh.
and flip the point.
No, I respect that, chat. That is.
There. Felt like they already had that fight in hand, and now that's going to be
That
the
is
Red
good.
Room Rifle back to its default position. One less thing to worry about for Iconics.
They have the Royal Flush and the copy for God of Mischief sat ready, so yeah, you've used your only duelist's ultimate, but you've got 3 Vanguards that are just basically ult batteries for these 2 strategists that have their ultimates already, so you don't want to be just sat pretty, because Iconics have all 6 of their ultimates available to go in for a fight. It's just trying to find the right opportunity to do it.
Fully loaded armory. You can see that Kurisu is already making waves in the back, forcing out resources from Reject, and they are going to have to give up the high ground as well. Now towards the back, Kami's going to start draining the life force of everyone with those symbiotic tendrils, and Hetlock takes to the skies. Meteor M, but where does it go? You can see the regeneration of mains from the Loki instead. They want to go for Song
no.
who down. And an excellent Mad Cannon will take out that primary healing that comes
still
through
hit
from
it.
the Loki. Kurisu's not done just yet. Continues to fire after the Black Widow, and Brownie has been chased on down. This should be Iconics to play with unless some manner of uber clutch comes out.
Well, 3 ultimates got used, 4 even, as the Feast of the Abyss got used, but the point is
Well, that mag is popping off, bro.
Well, to actually push this all the way to 99%, and Iconics using a boatload of stuff to work with. Yeah, you've got 1 Royal Flush that was used from last stroke, but you've got another one in hand ready to go, and you're literally just going to build up for this entangled prison that's going to come in from Piggy.
All right, Ghost looking for an entry here. Also, can hang out at the back, just doesn't want to have their ultimate forced too early.
You've also got the White Fox with the
His
GG2,
ghost
so the
seeing
cleanse
ghosts?
is going to be really key here. It's pretty much the same thing, but you lose Karisu just in these moments. Iconics want to get set up, but they're losing players that are just overextended or going for these fights. And Reject are not afraid to throw ultimates to make sure that they're playing at an advantage.
99% in their favor, going straight over towards the point as well. The ult from the Emma Frost is going to make things very difficult. Perfectly timed mag bubble, but Ghost is still within the confines of the Sonic Seduction, so cannot use their ultimate. Has to come down to the Watch Fox instead. They're possessed
That's
by the
actually
Kumo,
really
but
not good for that
unfortunately,
team,
right now,
dude.
the point is entirely
That is
in
really not good
Reject's
for
possession. Sunghoon managed to get some value out of that ultimate. Now Piggy's looking for somewhere to put their own, but in the end, it would be ideal if they don't have to actually try and invest it. And while Karisu may get their martyrdom frag onto Lastro, there's nothing more to be gained for Iconics, and Reject walk away with our first sub-map.
I mean, they wanted to go for the triple Vanguard against 100 Thieves. They sort of stuck to it on that first point. Looked pretty decent, a little bit more even than some of the other points for sure. But when they switched over to more 2-2-2, when it was clear it wasn't going to work against the North American team, that 2-2-2 setup looked a little bit more wonky. But Reject here, I wonder if they're going to stay on this, because I think it was this point that they initially
It looks like a pretty even
early
matchup,
on
though.
today. And it does mean it is a long day.
Damn, Yaki is at 0 deaths.
Like 3 best of 3s to sort of potentially play all in tandem. Iconics just want to get something on the board here, but just the amount of eliminations, you can see Yaki hasn't gone down once. And when you've got triple Vanguard, it's hard enough to get those eliminations, never mind a few to actually turn a point over.
Also, I don't really think I agree with the White Fox, character, but
Reject is one of our partner teams as well, so it's that high expectation upon them. You can see Yaki.
they are giving they do have a team up ability though.
Opening of the pentagram of Ferala.
It's also for Reject, you've got the Reject players and then the Crazy Raccoon players that have also played at international events too. So it's like the double focus, I suppose, on the region to actually quite do well. It's the Team Heretics Classic, I suppose, of trying to find a player to jump in on, but Iconics have managed to adjust nicely. Still, again, putting their foot on the point first to sort of force Reject to go a little bit more offensively, but the Strangling Prison is the more offensive thing they could go for. They've got Karisu again, it's overextended perhaps.
Yeah, Brownie and Lastro will do that one so bad towards the back. A couple of squishies caught within. You can see the self-cleanse come through from Balloon, but wasn't quite in time. Yaki's there with the Hell Yeah Baby team up.
Bro, 3 tanks with a solo DPS Black Widow, they're kind of cooking
against Iconics far too often. He's trying to go in for
also
tanks, really put pressure on Reject because it worked so well earlier to just make
I
sure
love how this is like on the main
pressure,
stage, chat. This is what we're looking at on the main
Loki,
stage.
So he has got a little bit more to work with, as well as 3 Vanguards that are going to just peel for him if and when it's needed.
All right, Yaki for now, just being aware that that Elsa trap is going to be a problem. Takes it on down, has the Banhammer to play with, knows that Headlock is currently presenting a lot of threat off the back of that Chaos Blade. Now, pulling on in towards the back, Banhammer used Astra on the other side as well. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush, and it has to be answered, but it's not going to be in time to try and save Cammy. Iconics Esports down to the side. Are they going to try and connect with this one? Indeed, the Glatrox is brought on in. It steals away one of the Vanguards from Reject. The triage should be good, but Gargoyle has been taken too far away to rescue. The Iconics still have to make their commute here towards the center of the point, and Kemby
Ooh, Brownie with the headshot.
Brownie just playing with that sprint. Headlock takes to the sky. Are they going to be taken down? They fell low on HP, and Brownie's Assassin's precision is just going to be able to carve through everybody.
Yeah, a little bit skew with, but Headlock finds that pick onto Piggy, so it's still more of a mad scramble on the objective, but Iconics are dedicating a lot, and the point is still not in their favor. Reject have managed to get 2/3 of it so far. Calling card's going to be dedicated for Karisu, as Headlock's found himself another one. Now the eliminations are coming in, but it's still like 3/4. Reject are doing so well to stall this out, even dedicating the ultimate to actually steal it on the other side, getting the fate of both worlds, but it got a mischief, means that eventually it's going to flip, but at 80% like day.
Yeah, Gargoyle is still sticking with this Doctor Strange as well. Almost has the Eye of Agamotto. Not actually going to give it up 50% of a charge.
I don't know
Sonic
why,
Seduction.
but I
They
feel
saw how
like
much it got done against Luna previously by stopping that fate of both
both
worlds
teams are
from
playing a
coming
little
through.
messy right now.
Still here for Reject. They are going to be able to steal away this high ground, I imagine. It's going to be difficult to try and out-pressure this Mag who has the Chaos Blade available.
Just hoping to churn up some of that damage sooner rather than later. They even got some pressure onto the objective itself, but Iconics have managed to make these traps sort of work. It's a little bit more awkward now, but Iconics have managed to try to disengage as much as possible. They just don't want to take the fight, Harry.
Wait, Headlock is so isolated right now. Could be cut off if Reject has tried to make a play onto it.
Well, also,
but instead,
Millions, appreciate the match of 1,000 bits, my friend.
Side as Yaki falls on down, and now Piggy's going to be looking for an opening for this Strangling Prison, but given that Reject are already down one, they might not want to connect.
They just don't want to take this fight in even standards, trying to use this high ground Reject to see if they can put these players into a bad position, but we have to listen for a very key Iron Groot as the Entanglement Prison is going to be available.
Thank you, Gabby.
Chris's been caught again!
Oh my goodness. However, I have Agamotto. It's only Sunghoon for now who brought up those
Oh, that guy got
regeneration
bullied,
domains.
bro.
There's
Oh
going to be
my.
punishment there. Egtart, how far do they try and commit with this one? The long range from
Wait, did
Piggy,
he
but
just...
it's instantly
That's the
cleansed away by
second time he
Ghost.
did
Just
that. The
forgetting
last
that
series, he
team
did
up
the
that
same
Luna
thing,
has.
bro.
Gargoyle
He
still
tried
overseas
a
for Soul,
long
planning
range
to
of
take
Groot
over
ult and
leadership
completely
of
missed.
Krakoa. Egtart gonna try and
Piggy.
flee away, but Reject have everything they need.
Was
on the point right
Piggy
here. So much
a
meat
tank
from
player in the
Triple
Overwatch
Vanguard.
League chat?
Piggy
I
maybe
swear
a
he was a
little bit
DPS
peeling for
player,
that
wasn't
back
he?
line with their Thorn Lash Walls is going to be Reject now in control again.
He didn't miss?
Upgraded
No,
all the
no,
way,
no, no.
even with
It looked
Hella
like
team
he
up to make sure
missed.
that those
It
guns and
looked like
katanas
he
could do
missed.
just a little bit more oomph. Even as a Vanguard, it feels like you're just running another duelist that's a little bit beefier alongside Iconics. Have it all to play for now as they pretty much have
Piggy
to
was
get
a
one
tank
foot onto
player?
the objective to stall it. No portal play in hand as of yet, but 99% is hit and overtime looms.
Headlock has to stay on this point right now. Uses their self bubble, can be snake found around the outside. I think the ban hammer may have been used there by Yaki as well. Headlock, can they impact? Yes, they can. Brownie reduced to a stain on the Krakoan pavement right here. As there's also going to be Maloki in trouble. Transposes himself into a brand new regeneration domain, and Gargoyle walks on forward to claim the souls, minds, and hearts of all of Iconics. But Ghost keeps them dancing. The beats don't stop right here, and Egtar's found himself a nice little position from which to spit down the water. The God of Mischief found, and now the Raging Royal Flush is ready to go. A re-aggression from here from Reject, and Sunghoon just has to try and focus on surviving. Gargoyle's going to be the one to get the damage done. Kenvi Snake is found. Brownie's on the off angle, round the back. The sniper rifle has been loaded, and bullet after bullet.
Oh, you gotta
will be
hit them
sinking
shots,
into the
man. You
chest
gotta hit them
of Iconics
shots. Come on,
Esports.
man.
They're running low on second chances, running low on heals. The Sunghoon finds it round the back, and Gargoyle just has to deal with the remainder of the stragglers.
Oh,
Wee
all
shots
he
coming,
said
but
was
unfortunately,
"wee,"
it's
bro.
far from a
Hey,
yes. It's
the
all or no
Rejects
for
kind of
Iconics.
dominated this
Iconics
game,
just
bro.
can't get that first map. Reject pushed pretty well, but in the end, that triple Vanguard working so much better for them. And Iconics finding good moments, but when you've got Reject building up that much progression, and then you just keep losing Karisu, and he's like, let's get into position, ready to fight. We've lost a player. And Reject know enough. They're experienced enough to go, in that 6v5, we can use these ultimates. We can go for these engages. Gargoyle had some really good Emma Frost ultimates, and those ults are perfect in those situations where
They just went
really, you can use
around,
them anytime, but in a 6
and they
versus
don't
5,
seem happy.
that'll work lovely.
Kenvi Snake.
I'd be celebrating, bro. Hey, listen.
Here we're doing 14.2k damage.
That's just one step closer to your goal, bro. They don't even look happy.
Of course, we did see one pull away of Gargoyle.
I understand the job's not finished, but you chit chat. You can say, "Hey, yo, good stuff, good stuff." That's what a lot of teams do. Like, "Hey, yo, fist bump, fist bump."
Early game when he got those value off the dives, like, oh, if I just keep diving deeper and deeper, I can keep getting that value.
Yeah.
But Reject, they really adapted to that quickly, and after that, Kurisu kind of fed himself in.
Yeah, and I think it's one of these things, like, I haven't got experience coaching Chinese players from this game, but in other games, there's so much focus that goes more into, like, mechanics, right? Especially, like, just making sure that your aim is as crisp as it can be, and certainly on LAN, you actually have, like, a good opportunity to mechanically outdiff players even from, like, the more tenured, experienced regions for hero shooters, right? But in these cases, they had like a game plan. They wanted to just sort of go for the one-sided Magneto, but when it's a Gambit on the other side, it felt that the backline was a lot more comfortable from Reject. They weren't hounded. Even though Karisu had a good game, it still felt that they were a little bit more stable than what we saw against the 100 Thieves earlier today.
Yeah, when we had that Gambit team up that they get with Magneto, this constantly repelling orb, it did make sure that the Magneto couldn't really take these angles that they really wants to, getting aggressive with the Chaos Blade. Because really you want to walk on a backline, right? And maybe if you
Damn, wait a minute. It looks like a lot of people left and don't want to watch the lower bracket games, bro. Look at the crowd.
Once Kurisu was rebuffed, suddenly you could go a little bit more fast.
I think a lot of people left, man. I guess it's also on a Monday, and it's like 2:50 over there.
And like I mentioned, we saw
It is Monday at a 2. No, sorry, not Monday. It's a Wednesday at 2:50. Chat. People are probably working and shit. So I mean, I think Friday and Saturday is going to be a little better.
When we did see all
Sorry, I don't know
these,
why I said Monday.
teams come in,
when it gets to Friday and Saturday, I think it's going to get a lot better.
This team. And you have to imagine as well, even though they play in different regions, like Asia Pacific, China being different, they must scrim each other a lot. Even like EMEA and America's teams are scrimming over towards the
Okay, I think we're going to have to wait a bit until the next game, chat. So
exactly what they're doing.
Yeah,
we have a few minutes here.
And also, like, just keeping the secrets, as you said, from from your peers when you might head into a bracket with them.
Why are you still stuck on Monday?
Our playoffs bracket
because
here.
Monday was a good day, bro.
EMEA versus EMEA, as well as some NA versus NA. So there's a lot of precedent when it comes to hiding those strats. But also, one of the things I've noticed.
How many days? This is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The real games start tomorrow. These games that are just today are 4 teams, and you're basically trying to figure out out of the 4 teams who are the best 2 to move on till tomorrow. And then that's where you get your top 8 bracket
maybe
at.
that's like the Chinese equivalent of our
Oh, that's actually a pretty good mouse. Look at that mouse, bro. He has Reject on it. He has his team name on the mouse. That's pretty cool.
The stats were crazy. Oh, speaking of which, it's Museum of Contemplation. This is a map that, like, the stats across all of the regions, I'd say it's been picked like 60 times, and it's been like 15 wins. Teams that pick this map, when they go and lose, tend to go and lose this map as well.
Oh my God,
it's
tomorrow
not like
EU?
a home
Tomorrow
ground that
EU? What do you
really
mean?
Rely on, but it is such a good test of just how well can you break these like triple holds? Can you get full held? Can you push all the way to the end? It's a fine margins map, and it really tests some of the fundamentals. And on a LAN stage, that can only be a good thing if Aconics feel that they're the better squad here.
Yeah, I wonder if Aconics are hoping that they can try and make this one-sided Magneto come to fruition in the ban stage again. But of course, this is one of the maps where Gambit is like less pressing of a first protect, because you're often going to be looking towards like a triple strategist backline. Something like an Adam, a Rocket, an Invis down these narrow lanes. So Gambit isn't as much.
Doesn't look like that anyone's talking on that team, though. Is it just me, or just it looks like everyone's just checked out?
Even though I said like a lot of Pacific teams do play this map,
I feel like they know they're gonna lose, so no one's talking. Like no one. Where's the hype? Where's the?
Reject are very good against all of the other teams in the Pacific region, other than Gen G. And even then, we only saw those 2 face off in Stage 1 in preseason. The Oceania region and Pacific were sort of kept separate, right? So we saw both of these teams be champions. In fact, we have 2 champions here so far, but Stage 1, when we get these mid-season finals on an international stage, that's what people are looking for.
See, this team's talking. This team is laughing. They're smiling.
Reject and Aconics. Aconics, unfortunately, they stand on the precipice of oblivion here at mid-season finals, and that is going to weigh heavily upon our Chinese pre-season champions who are
that's a nice
desperate to
pink
try and
keyboard.
show
I like
exactly
that.
what their region can do when going up against the best in the world.
Reject sort of going for it. They're like, we're getting into the draft. Minor spoilers. Mantis first ban. Not really.
People don't have fun on video games anymore. That is not true, chat. We all love Marvel Rivals and Ranked, right?
The one that's been protected first.
We all have
There's
fun.
been a lot more focus on Rocket here, so Rocket Loki as a copy is a really good way to sort of
Right?
around it.
You
And
guys
we've already
love your
seen a lot
random
of
ranked
these, like,
teammates, right?
Just payload maps. Strategists be hit really hard and making sure that you have one that can make a lot of copies work, build off big ultimates, and not necessarily just your own. Loki's a good thing to build around.
Yeah, there are some great set positions here for Loki Doppelganger.
Do you have a
as well,
whiteboard and a
maximize
teacher's
your
pointer?
healing output,
Yes.
So that maybe you could make a double strategist defensive lineup work. And of course, maybe there's a world where you can slip the Gambit through.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be a major concern. Maybe we see something like a double res here if Adam Warlock gets through and Loki copies the Adam Warlock for that extra karmic revival. That could prove very troublesome, but a protect on the thing potentially from Aconics is being hovered right now.
I mean, there's been so much focus from like Reject banning out the thing as well. Like what we just saw from the final map, it was Aconics that did ban, went for the ban on thing, wasn't protect, so it could have been banned, but Reject didn't seem to
Yo,
matter
what's
too
up,
much.
Nick? How you
But
doing?
We have seen, again, like from Rad and 100 Thieves, just if that thing gets into position, which it's not hard for him to do now because he has so many buttons to just be like, hello, I'm 3 feet in front of you.
Man, that
slap.
guy's hair looks
There's so many
thick,
abilities
bro.
like that it just means if you can get the thing into position, he is immovable.
Bro, this camera quality is so good. You can see like the sweat on this guy's face. Jeez.
Gives him so much extra
I'm doing
range.
good, Nick.
Looks like we may see Reject opt into a one-sided mag here, which has managed to clear the ban phase so far. So one-sided Chaos Blade. That is going to do a lot of damage to the thing, but they kind of have a bit of a stalemate, you know? Like, you can't really approach the mag when he's wielding his sword because it does so much damage to the thing.
Yo, what's up, Shib? How you doing?
Like, nullify that at all with the
Shib, how's your first day going? How's the first day? Is it going well?
Probably one of the more popular Vanguards that we've seen today.
Yo, we got Cozy in the chat. Now we have Shiv in the chat. W.
Is going to be so we can cosplay these players in our own ranked games and be surprised when it doesn't quite work out in favor here. But Aconics, it's also just like
hey, what's up, Magumi? I can only drop by for a second, but dude, yeah, this is sick. Yo, send me pictures, please. Send me pictures. I wanna show chat. Can you send us pictures of like the backstage?
Reject probably looking to try
and all the stuff.
Forward full hold for them.
And possibly some more stuff after stream. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Blooming. And I'd say it's very similar to like what we have from Frost Mountain.
Hey, W Shib. That's awesome. Love you, Shib. Chat, can we get a W for Shib? He's going to give us a backstage tour.
The Punisher is often the
Also, Shib, make sure you send some pictures of the chocolate starfish later.
I particularly think that the Winter Soldier has a unique advantage against someone like a Penny to try and pull them out of their nest where they are at their most comfortable, but Iconics is going to be using the Penny here. Instead, a lot of CC immunity, a lot of immovability off the back of the Ironwood Wall from the group, and of course the Diamond form with the armor.
Sorry, did I say that on the main channel? My bad, guys.
Attacking first, right? So now, even actually, it's over on a push to try and go in for these fights as Iconics are trying to go for the mad scramble. They're going to be attacking first, trying to sort of set the line in the sand of where it's going to be drawn. And Reject, it's more of just that mad scrap now. You got the Storm on the attack trying to go in for this fight. And yeah, the triple Vanguard with the Loki Adam, hoping for a copy, but you have a lot of ultimates to build up.
There you go. There you go. They're running a much better spawn hold. I like that. Iconics is running a really good team comp for full holding. Reject needs to figure out their comp.
Chris is not going to be caught too far out of position if he's going to be playing this like front to back style, but he is the standout player statistically for Iconics. Has done a lot of work for them to actually qualify for a mid-season final and also become pre-season champions. For Reject now, it's just a case of attrition. If you've been caught out into position here with these walls, it's another pick for Chris, who has found himself free, and the only free in the server so far.
Yeah, Brownie just getting caught in the corner was absolutely brutal. But why?
But why? Please.
Well, it forced out Ektar in response, who uses their own invisible boundary, which is going to slow the roll here of the Storm. Admittedly, like Ghost can still have their own copy here off the back of the God of Mischief, but that's a bit of an ugly ult.
One of those comical moments of like, say go, no, go, okay, Invis ultimate go. Iconics here didn't need to trade that, but again, you've got a Loki that now has that God of Mischief. If you want to go for the camera revival, you can do, but there is still a good chance to go for these invisible boundaries if and when you need. Reject have those duelist ultimates. They're going to come in with the Omega Hurricane first. Maybe it's going to follow on with a stun that goes on to Piggy. He has the clobber in time.
Oh, if they had a Jeff, bro, that would have been so big. Oh, dude, if they had a Jeff, that would have been so. That would have been a big swallow, bro. Ooh, nice peel for your team by Piggy. Good stuff. Kind of saved this team right there. Nice. Go, Brownie. Go, Brownie. Go, Brownie. Go, Brownie. Go. Go, Brownie. Go, Brownie. Go, Brownie. Go. Come on. No more against? Come on.
But Calling Aura has faded away in another usage of the invisible boundary. Astro's just building these up so quickly. In this mono lane composition, the AoE healing is absolutely king.
Nice. Nice. Nice crystal.
Kicks them off of this zone.
Yeah, Chris, who's done so well, not only just finding all of these eliminations as Cammy really gets close and personal for Brownie. A full hold going against Reject here as Iconics wanted to build around his defense, and it's working. But Chrisu, it was a great ultimate, the Silent Seduction, to sort of protect the end of the Kamet Revival, making sure that some big ultimates from Reject aren't just going to clear everybody up again. Another God of Mischief almost available for Ghost. Iconics are sitting here perfectly, but these are the kind of moments where these mistakes can happen, and Reject is starting to change up with the Black Cat and the Elsa switch over for the Duelists.
I'll try and get a little bit more pressure towards that backline. You can see regeneration domain's already been used. It's time to start cleaving through them. That's going to be a Phantom Pursuit moving away into a more safe area, but Gargoyle's taking so much damage, and the strategist just can't see them.
I'm going to show you guys some photos after. Shib sent some photos to us.
Back to a drawing board here for Reject with 47 seconds remaining.
Weren't expecting that this was going to be the thing that happened.
Yeah,
Reject,
I don't know if any team.
This map is pretty much consistently played on. As the casters, they've seen enough of it. There's enough to contemplate. For
I don't know if Reject is going to beat Rad. I think Rad is going to move on. That's what I have in the predictions. I think Reject is going to win this and then play against Rad, but Rad's going to win.
The difference maker with another invisible boundary built up and used from Ektar.
All right, you can see that Sunwing's been able to find the Fate of Birth Worlds here. 3 stuns onto 3 players, but there's not going to be too much in the way of follow-up onto them. Instead, Brownie and Yaki looks towards those who are not stunned, and those who remain will just have to wait as Iconics have lost out on their Adam Res. And so Reject finally get a touch of momentum.
Yeah, just before they can get a Kamet Revival in, they two Vanguard Ultimates, Headlock switching over towards the Strange, go for a portal play in a good position, but Reject have plenty to work with themselves.
Reject going to be able to answer here with the calling card of Sonic Seduction. There's going to be good cover here, at least for Headlock. They had plenty of time to park that portal properly, but Brown is getting up close and personal. That's going to be the Glartrox to open up. Only 2 Vanguards are grabbed, but the follow-up's not going to be there. Gargoyles are going to try and come in for a second strike with a Sonic Seduction, but it's just going to be exchanged on the other side with Kurisu also immune.
Let's be real, none of the Asia Pacific / China teams are going to make it to the top 3. I think Gen G can make it up very far. I heard great things about Gen G, and I can't wait until we watch them tomorrow.
Well. Still worried about that resurrection. Lastro drags everyone forward. Can they deal with the damage that's been brought to the fore? Reject are running low on momentum and Iconics. They still have even more to play with here. It's all out brawl for the Karmish is going to be doing so much damage. Piggy swings away with the stone haymakers for clobbering Fist. Browning's on the other side. Ghost has managed to get yet another usage of a strategist ultimate towards the back. Headlock
I hope someone's on the cart. I hope someone's on the cart.
Away from the strategist. And now how do you try and support your frontline who are sticking on the point? A clobbering time for Piggy. They want it on to the Doctor Strange, but Kenvi Snake's already resurrected themselves in the back of the Karmic Revival. Sounds ready to go. Sunghoon yet again with the fate of both worlds, but is there going to be an opening here for Reject to try and get something working?
Seeing if they can actually go for this a little bit more. You have another window for Reject where there isn't those big strategist ultimates to out-sustain this fight, but they haven't managed to do much with it beforehand. And now we've got the Karmic Revival being used. There's nobody that's actually been eliminated. They just feel that Reject are maybe going to go off the back of this, but this could be a huge misstep for Iconics if this doesn't go well. It's Gargoyles found one. The Resurrect starting to come in. It seems that Iconics are running out of steam, but there's not enough.
I think Moto ready to be opened. Headlock towards the back. It's frozen.
Oh my god, dude.
Prime and Piggy is there with the punish. Can't clobbering time.
Oh.
3 stuns, but Yaki is not one of those.
I cannot believe they broke this spawn the first hold, bro. Yeah, that was a great hold by Iconics, though.
They cast it. All they got up was Kami again.
That was a great hold.
At least the attack inside of Reject should be done. They did so well when they didn't have the God of Mischief and the Invisible Boundary to out-sustain fights, holding onto the Karmic Revival, and then it just came out and it didn't seem to need to be used. Like, Reject just fight it out in the end, and now Iconic switching over to a more of a 2-2-2. Kurisu is also going over towards that Black Cat, but these are the moments where Reject really are going to turn this map around. It should be done and dusted for Iconics, but this defense has floundered. They need to try and hold here with 2 minutes left.
All hands on stations now. Reject, they finally got some momentum in their favor and plenty of ultimates to try and work with as well. The calling card good to go. It's already going to be unleashed, and Kurisu's been taken out on the other side. Clobbering time seems to grab 2 Vanguards, but they're easily answered here by Egtar. I think the Ghost may have already actually used their own ultimate, and so it's going to be forced for Iconics here to use 2 invisible boundaries in a row. Sunghoon's just going to wait now. Actually wants to dive on in and try and rescue someone, but I think that this may have been an overcommitment from Reject. For a second that Ghost used that ultimate, it should have been a slow roll from Reject to try and force out that ult economy.
They killed that Groot, right? There's no way. There's no way, bro.
Because he was very low HP to try and disengage, and finally Iconics on this second point of defense, finding a full hold. A big dedication, but the point is in a perfect position to try and hold on the defense.
Lots of space to try and work with here, and now Kenvi Snake. They can really tax these approaches with the increased primary fire damage it also gets from his team up.
Even good for the 2 traps as well, so not the 4 instinct over with Deadpool. And Headlock trying to build up this ultimate again as they're halfway to having one of those invisible boundaries in hand. And the comp staying the same for Reject. They built up that Sonic Seduction, leaping in with the dive.
Gargoyle wants to open this, but has to deal with
nice
the
wall.
walls. Piggy's not going to be there to help them, and so it's going to be a solo Vanguard push for Reject if they want it. But honestly, they're not too far from their spawn. They can just pull this one here.
See now how much there can be done from
Yo,
Gargoyle,
TTK's in the chat. Yeah, wait, why does it say 2? How you doing, TTK? How you doing? How you doing? Good stuff today, bro. Who do you guys play tomorrow? Do you know? Also, I hope your dad's there.
Generation Domain has been used. It's going to be a big opening for Piggy.
Say hi to your dad for me. You play against Navi tomorrow? Oh, that's going to be cinema. You play against Terra?
Not good enough, but now Sunghoon will stand alone in the back line. Piggy gets 2. A bunch of the more fragile members of Iconics are taken up to the air and then buried 6 feet under the ground.
Damn, bro, that's going to be a good game. Yeah, TTK, you played really well today, man. I even heard you...
in overtime again, pushing a little bit further on and just
we heard a little bit of your comms. Good stuff.
Iconics have let things slip out of their hands, but having a calling card, a clobbering timer, got a Mischief. You have more than enough.
Imagine if 100
Thieves
Thieves wins against Navi tomorrow, chat. That will be cinema.
Try and force out some of these resources from Reject. Brownie already coming out with the Galatrox. I believe 2 players were caught within, and Kurisu could
Yo,
not be
TTK,
rescued.
if you also
Goes
meet
on
Vess's
forward.
mom, can you tell her
Somehow
that she's amazing from me?
Only
Thank you.
just swapped away. Piggy follows in afterwards, following after Kami, going up against their counterpart. Wants to turn around, maybe here with a clobbering time to try and stop them in their tracks. But Sunkoon has dragged everyone forward towards the back.
He solo ulted the Black Cat again, bro. Oh no, different person. I love it.
Be enough because now Piggy is free to roam, and boy is he gonna find the slot to feed upon.
I love how
Piggy
group
has
players
the
are solo
flaming fist,
ulting
and
a
he
Black
drives
Cat.
into the heart
Deserved.
of Iconics, and it seems like we just can't get anyone towards the cart right now. Ektar exits from a fade directly into the magical whistles of Sunghoon, and he's slain.
And we go a little bit further on. Reject in overtime seem to be just able to keep pushing this on, and Iconics changing up stuff a little bit more away from that low-key now to go for the Lunar Snow. Kurisu switching over towards the Punisher as well. Just feeling that there needs to be a little bit more.
Don't tell jokes like that, Jay. Wait, what do you mean?
Ultimates. Even going to go for the Daredevil, feeling that maybe that Black Cat isn't working out too well, or he's been shut down, or wants to shut down Yaki. That's going to go over to the Black Cat themselves.
Black Cat's going to be constantly checked here by the Daredevil. No stealthy approaches when you're going up against Matt Murdock. He will deliver justice one way or another, but already caught within one of those traps. Brownie has to use all of them. Oh, that's a bad
Oh, he misses. Damn, that actually kind of sucks.
Shift. I think you've made a reference I don't even think you intended to, but like, still, Gargoyle's found himself another big ultimate. We're sort of saying it was egged out with these invisible boundaries, but Gargoyle is feasting on these silent seductions, and there's always a good time and place to use them. He finds the right targets, just pulling him out and CCing him. Means that Lastro, with a little bit more damage and spice over on that Lunar Snow, can find the picks, and it's constantly moving from Reject.
Gargoyle has all
What's the biggest that you could get? Oh, I'll show you what the
100
biggest is. Look, ready?
DPS is going to be rather unsustainable to try and play against him. Battle leap
It's
towards
cold
the back,
outside.
Piggy went for a clobbering time,
It's very
but I
cold
don't
outside.
see any stun icons on the side of Iconics. Must have gone too wide at that point still. It made some space to try and take down Kenvy's Snake. Lastro, with the fate of both worlds, is going to make sure that Reject can stay on this point, but this is one of the more perilous objectives.
You guys
in
just
the
don't
game,
understand.
Right?
It's
Staying on
very
it is
cold.
not too easy. Kurisu falls down, and now Headlock has to try and disengage. Just covering fire coming through from the Thing, who just circles around their compatriot.
That's a big ult. That's a big ult. That's a big ult. That's a big ult. It's gonna hit the wall. Yep, it hit the. I think it hit the wall. Damn, I think he's pissed off. Chat, you saw that? He put his head down and everything. Oh, Reject. Reject was about to get full held on first point, and they just fully capped.
That's the main question. Reject have just pulled that from absolutely nowhere, and Iconics, they're going to be kicking themselves because they look so good in that
literally
first,
was
3 minute
holding
and
them
45
at first
seconds.
point,
They did
spawn
so well,
holding them,
even those
and then they
moments
just
like, yeah,
lost
you have
it
the
all,
Loki that
dude.
just got the
Oh my
invisible boundaries,
god.
You just have it up all the time. There was such a strong window for Reject of like, Iconics have neither of those ultimates. We can find a pick. And they couldn't get anything out of Iconics. They were built so well. They were so disciplined with how they played. Nobody got eliminated. It was
All that
just
because of the
ultimate from
Adam
Kenvi.
sold
It
his
was just
ult.
a little bit
Bro,
too early with a Camera Revival, trying to premeditate what this aggression
Yeah.
from Reject was going to be. But then it was just like problem after problem. They're getting in their own heads, and somehow Reject has managed to finish one of the hardest maps to finish as a convoy map.
Yeah, that's the problem with that preemptive ult, right? Because you don't want it to be in a dangerous position. So for those who get rezzed, can be like healed up and triaged effectively. But that also means that you're going to be isolated for Yaki to get on top of you and find a 1v1 that's really in the Adam's favor.
So now Iconics need to try to make their attacking side work a little bit better. At the very least, having to finish their map choice. Most teams, we're so used to, like, you pick a map, you start on attack first, because it's like, okay, we got full held, we know our defense needs to play a certain way, or we managed to finish the map, we can do this. Like, our compositions can change and work in certain areas. They defended first because they were so hell-bent that their defense, that full hold was going to work, and it didn't. So now this attack needs to find just as much success, or they're on the ticket home back to China.
Okay, Kenvy's actually going to be using the Daredevil team up here.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the Luna's like team-up ability is very easy to bait out, chat. I think what the problem is that it's like a 12-second cooldown or a 10-second cooldown, bro. You can literally waste that ability and still get it back before they do anything.
First pick onto Yaki. I actually find it a lot. This defense from Reject isn't quite looking as robust as Iconics did to begin with, at the very least.
He overextended a touch there. Yeah, they forced out the Loki lamps a little bit early, but honestly, I think they just fed themselves over to Kurisu and Kenvy.
I like Kenvy's got the seaside skin on for Punisher. I forgot the word skin there, but like in the Sunshine State of all things as well, so it's very much on theme.
The Sunshine
Seeing if
State.
This summer can end in a bit of a hit and a win, a map win at the very least.
Isn't
for
that
Iconics.
Florida?
They would be happy to go home with, but it's looking to be against them so far.
Gargoyle's taking the off angle here.
There's
with
no
the blade.
way
Might be able to
California
find
is
someone
called
in
the
back
Sunshine
line, and
State.
Carby's fallen low. Brownie managed to get that one, and now Yaki just looking to try and hold this space, make sure that... Oh, Gargoyle punished for the off angle there. Must have been walled away from the healing that the backline had promised to them when they went on such an adventurous flank. And Yaki. Oh, he's got the wrong team up equipped as well.
I know everything about Florida, chat.
But some would say
I know that we're called the
Invisible one
Sunshine
is much
State.
Stronger, trying to fly away. Kurisu's there with the punish, and Ektar just has this commanding position. Iconics have taken this incredibly quickly.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that. Like, they've got 5 minutes on the clock here, but usually we see teams sort of get stuck on second, even with like big time bangs. They can get stuck in this, like, down this slope in this corner with the payload, and you've just got the high ground to fight against. So Reject have a good window to try and fight up against this, but Iconics have a good chunk of ultimates as well to fight in. So whether Kenvi can get the right timing with this one, as he's got the Punisher one ready and waiting to go.
That is true. This guy is from the UK. The caster is from the UK, I think, right? So he goes to California and he sees so much sun. Oh! How are you gonna pause right there, bro?
This is a very like tune in next time moment.
Are you serious?
Magnetos be caught out position.
Next time on
Freeze
Marvel
frame
Rivals.
to be continued in the corner.
What's Florida State bird? That's a great question. It's probably like a blue jay or a cardinal, right?
Make sure the Gargoyle went down and like Ghost.
Or maybe even a pelican or a seagull.
I'm going to bring up the invisible boundary, make sure that Lastro and Sunghoon are going to be less able to deliver that triage to Gargoyle, who was too far out again. And it feels like Gargoyle, this pressure is mounting on them. We saw it on the last point as well. Take these off angles, find someone alone in the back and just
wait,
run
our
them down with the
our
sword,
bird
release
is the
Claymore from its
Mockingbird?
scabbard and try and cut through that back
There's
line.
no
But
way
Iconics,
they just. There's no way. There is no way they called a bird
Over on the screen a little bit.
an Eminem song.
They're like, we can do this.
Are you kidding me?
International line is what he said as well, and seeing him look around a little bit is like it's an experience to take in. There's a lot of like green players.
There's no way, bro. Was that song actually so popular they actually used that name for a song?
Trying to continue on at the very least for Iconics as they use an invisible boundary to make sure that things end well for them in that final fight.
All right, Sunghoon has to use the ultimate soon. It was already copied.
At least it wasn't a long pause, though. Okay, let's see this.
Brownie caught in space, which means it's easy headshots for Kenvi Snake, and they can outpace the power of music that was pushed out from Luna. Now Reject, how do they try and recontest this one? Gargoyle might have to use the Meteor Ram. There's a little bit of triage here as Lastro's falling low. They need to be saved, and they can't be, as you cannot eat up all of the damage that came through
Oh
from the
my
thing.
God,
Hemlock just floats away in a bubble in the midst of all of this. Out comes the clobbering time. Sunghoon and Gargoyle are laid down low, and while the Glatrox may be unleashed, I think that it may well
What's
be
Florida
curtains
State
here
flower? That has to be
for
like the
Reject as
sunflower
Iconics.
now.
They are looking absolutely masterful when it comes to their offense of Museum of Contemplation.
I was thinking that, okay, yeah, finishing the map is one thing, but like Iconics have 5 minutes
Oh,
on the
nice,
clock
nice
to
little
actually try and set a better
B-hop right
time
there.
here. Reject
This
are
team
probably
has
thinking about
5 minutes.
How is we maybe like had victory,
This team
stripped from the
has
jaws of
5
loss?
minutes,
How did this
bro.
happen?
It's just the backwards day, I swear, for these teams. For Reject, they're really just struggling to like get a hold of this on the defense. They have got some switchovers. Gargoyle moving over towards this Deadpool Vanguard. Calling card and a Fate of Both Worlds at the very least to try to like sustain this fight and go in. But Iconics looks set up. Kenvi on the Punisher is taking so much space, and it's so hard for Reject to actually fight this double hit scan.
Gargoyle and Brownie have decided that the answer here is more guns.
Orange
I think
Blossom.
want to move over now
What the
onto
hell's
the
an
mag.
Orange
It's
Blossom?
basically mandatory if it's not banned because of the power of that blade. But Kurisu's still cooking here. Ready to unleash the Glatrox. Would love to find an off angle, but it's already
Oh, it's
been
just an
noted
orange
by
tree, which
the
makes actually that
Widow.
makes a lot of
So has
sense.
to go back over to the remainder of their team to get some healing.
I mean, this is good peel from Kurisu. He is very well aware that there's going to be that dive in, and now he's going to be looking exactly where Yaki's going to come in from the calling card as the leap in is going to be good enough, but the invisible boundary from Ghost a little bit late.
Yeah, a little bit late. Could not save Kurisu. And now Yaki might try and wait this one out. It's actually moved in over onto Ghost. What a combo from Yaki. Looking hot to trot when it comes to the Black Cat. Welcome back, Black Cat, after a quick half season away.
And teams
Yeah.
and players certainly have had a lot more
Welcome
time to get used
back
to it. Like, yeah,
to
Black
Black
Cat
Cat after a half a season of no play.
Teams getting used to playing
Ah.
them. It's so much dedication has to go into the craft of playing them. And seeing Iconics just jump into spawn might have seen some switchovers. Kenvi Snake actually is going to be the one going over towards the Black Cat instead of Kurisu.
I'm pretty sure everyone was happy during that half season, by the way.
Big yes to Meteor ready to play with. Maybe some covering fire here to Brownie.
Nice shot.
The collects coming through. Beautiful shots from Brownie, piercing to the heart of Iconics. We're going to be going back to the drawing board after this one.
There's no
Lastro's
way
been
you
one of
guys
the
actually
stalwart
missed Black
performances
Cat
when it
in your
comes to
games.
Luna.
Come on,
Not only
chat.
just from like obviously
Be
the
real,
healing,
bro.
you're a
Be
strategist,
real.
you're there to support your team. The damage and the eliminations and the final hits, Lastro is actually really key at finding a lot of these picks, and he's one of the most experienced players playing in hero shooters across a very experienced team, right? So he's the one leading the line.
Is there any games after this one? Yes, we have the last game to see who makes it to
It's going to open up some backlines. That
the
much
playoffs.
is for certain, keeping Brownie on a swivel. But for now, Piggy, they still have their emergency card if they need to try and pull out. This is very aggressive from Hetlot towards the back. You can instantly see the self-cleanse come through from Luna and the Fate of Both Worlds as well. While Ghost was left unattended in the back, Yaki found himself a kitten purse to try and pull something from the Meteor M. Takes to the skies, looking at 3 Vanguards. They're not ideal. It's a little bit of ring around the Rosie, but the
ring
overhealth
around
there
a
from Kenvi
Rosie
does
just
save
to not get a
immediate
kill, bro.
Execution. Yaki has no such mercy in his heart, though, and is easily chasing after him. Starts to cleave on through with the whip it back and forth.
Just making it so difficult for Iconics to even leave that spawn. See if there's going to be any more changes, but they had 4.5 minutes. There's so much, actually, that means it's so difficult for Yaki to fight this. Now Kurisu and Kenvi Snake switching over. They kept it the way that they had because they did have that Apex Predator. And Kenvi Snake, because he was building up that ultimate, has it himself now over on his side.
Could be a big opener. Gargoyle does not want to expose themselves too early here, so they can keep this off-angle contested. Yaki with a quick iframe and the stealth to try and get out the bubble. Everything went over to Yaki, and the regeneration domain as well. Reject are now in such a dire position as so many of their neutral resources have gone away. Now Son, who has to try and answer this one with the Fate of Both Worlds. Gargoyle just been sent to the other half of the map.
He's gonna get the CC, yep, there you go.
Into the midst of their team, but there is going to be some healing there to try and work with. Purple constantly, the vulnerability is all over them. As Sunghoon dances in the middle of it all, saying, don't worry team, I've got your back. Iconics running low on time now with only a minute left to play with, but the Feast of the Abyss could be a finisher here. Out comes the calling card from Yaki, trying to find an opening, trying to find anything to claw their team back into this defense. Chomping on through, I think that one might have just been a doppelganger though, and Ghost has fallen away as well. Brownie's got the angle. Brownie's got the
Brownie,
shots.
bro,
Unbelievable
Brownie.
stuff there from the Black Widow, and they certainly are showing what the Red Room do.
They're trying to make this work now. Defense-wise, it's so good for Iconics. They're switching over towards the Hulk now for Cammy, who's just playing Vanguard, switching it around much as possible. City of Angels not quite giving too much for Angela in this case, but Iconics having ults. It's just these moments, and certainly the Strategist ultimates coming out after they've already lost a couple of players, and it's just the craziest game of Museum of Contemplation.
Damn, they had like 5 minutes, remember? 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes, and now they're at 20 seconds. Damn, and Reject was the team, and they were rolling, by the way.
Melee damage that's going to be coming out of Iconics here.
Iconics was rolling Rejects, and then it was like the total opposite, dude.
Very sad location, but going over towards Ghost.
Iconics was full holding Reject, and then Reject capped everything. Reject was getting rolled by Iconics, but now holding on third point.
Might be overextended as Yaki can no longer open up that angle towards the back, having lost their own life in the midst of all of this. Lastro starts with the Fate of Both Worlds, but it's answered here by Egtar, who's erected their invisible boundary. Reject now have to decide, are we going to try and play for this one, or are we going to go for disengagement towards the back? Karumi has big plans, but there's even bigger healing to be placed upon the Black Widow. Brownie saved there by the triage, and Sunghoon's back at it again. The Fate of Both Worlds drives Reject forward as overtime starts to tick on down. Brownie finds himself even more piggy, cleaves through, he draws the sword, and even though Reject were faced with Oblivion, they're going to be the ones to surely consign Iconics out of this tournament here and now. They want to match up against Rad. They are hungry to make it to mid-season finals, and Iconics, their last spirited defense cannot work out. Kami's down, so too is Ghost, and so too are the hopes.
The guy was sniping him at spawn. That's funny.
Trying to get these people through, but now needs to meet them on transit on the objective itself. But Piggy is finding so much.
I think that might be GG's, chat. I think that might be GG's. It doesn't look like anyone is getting kills on that team. Brownie is farming them from the back, bro. He's giving them back shots. Oh, what a pick. That's GG's, bro. That's GG's.
Regeneration domains are here, looking
I think
towards
Rejects
the back.
won.
Envy Snake got nothing to do. There's going to be a clobbering time, but it seems to have gone too far away. Only a single stun onto Sunpoon, but there's no
And
one to follow
now
up.
we
And
are
so
going
Rejects
to
will print
see the
themselves a ticket
last
to our
match
final
of the
play-in game.
day.
A 2-0, but it's one of those times where the scoreline doesn't quite look as what you'd expected. Iconics, again, one of the few teams to be eliminated first, just unable to get that map or series win.
I feel
on
so
an
sad,
international
man. I
LAN.
feel so
Yes,
sad.
preseason
We already
champions
seen
can't
one of
find
the
too much,
teams
but
go home,
you could
chat.
really argue that they had such a strong opportunity to at least bring us to a
Damn.
third map. Certainly with that full first defense hold, but it fell apart, and then everything started to fall apart afterwards.
Yeah, Iconics showed us two very strong Map 2 performances, but unfortunately could not exit our LAN with a map win
Damn,
under
dude,
their
I feel
belt.
so
However,
sad,
for
man. I
Reject,
feel
this
so
must be
sad when one of
heartening
these
for them
teams
after
loses,
going
bro.
up against 100 Thieves, realizing that, hey, we may have lost 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves
I
beat
think that's
Rad,
going to be
and
the
we
one thing
beat
I'll never
Iconics pretty
understand,
soundly
chat,
here.
what that
This
these
could be a
guys go
very
through,
close
bro.
matchup
I just
between
don't,
Rad
I
and
just
Reject
have
for our
never
final
gone through
playoff
a
bracket
loss
spot.
in my life. I've
Clearly,
never
'cause,
lost
like,
anything.
Reject have some ideas with how they want to play triple Vanguard on domination. That could catch Rad out if
Everything
they're not
I
as
do, I just
prepared
win.
for it, because so many teams are good for very different ideas. But Brownie, MVP for that one, 54k damage, 16 final hits, 40 and 7. Like, yeah, we're mostly watching Yaki, Gargoyle, even Piggy
Aw,
find
so
a lot of these,
polite,
like,
so
key
polite.
pickups and
Nice, I love
eliminations, but
this.
just the consistent damage that Brownie was able to put out, certainly when like stuff like the Black Widow starts to come into play.
Oops.
If they're left to their own devices, it's just so easy for them to get set up, and Iconics were just pretty much set themselves up for failure in some of those fights, which is understandable when some of these players want to do well, want to get that win on the board. The full team is here to play with.
Oh, I like
Reject
that, I
are a
like
very
that.
experienced teams, probably intimate with knowledge because they scrim these guys so often. It felt that Reject were never going to kind of lose these matchups.
Yeah, we saw those sparks of brilliance. These like whispers of incoming like Armageddon tier gaming. However, if you want to see some God tier gaming, we can go down to the stage where Tetra is going to talk to one of our God tier gamers for an interview.
I am back with Lastro, and this has been a tough journey for you. It's your first tournament since Season 9. How has your playstyle changed?
엄청 힘들게 이겼고요. 힘들게도 왔는데 이제 시즌 9부터
Imagine if Rejects beats Rad though, chat. That would be crazy. But I don't know if that's happening.
저희 팀이 좀 수비적으로 게임을 많이 해서 최대한 공격적으로 하려고 다들 플레이를 바꾸고 있습니다.
In the past, we've been a very defensive team, but we're trying to get more aggressive and attacking.
Speaking of more aggressive, you had a little bit of a rougher start to today, but you really brought it back in this series. Is this the last loss we will see for Reject?
오늘 한 경기를 졌지만 이제 더 이상 안 질 수 있을 것 같으니까.
이겨야지 플레이오프에 가기 때문에 최선을 다하겠습니다.
Of course, we gotta win. We gotta get into the playoffs, and we're gonna do our best.
We love to hear it. I do want to ask you a little bit about Museum there at the end. It's been one of your go-to maps for the entirety of this year.
Youth with the massive prime. Oh, everone subbing, resubbing, following. Appreciate it, chat. And everyone using bits. Appreciate it, guys. I just have notifications turned off for the tournament.
좀 힘들게 이겼는데 어떻게든.
I think that's just too much noise.
저희가 화물맵에서 좀 약한 편이기 때문에 좀 다른 팀이랑 해도 원래 좀 힘든 것 같습니다.
Actually, the escort is a harder map for this team, but they think that they pulled it out.
And my last question for you here, your one last series you need to win in order to make it through to the bracket is against Rad. My simple question, are you ready for him?
네, 이제 라드를 이기면 토너먼트에 들어가는데.
Are you gonna watch the finals at the arena? Chat, I'm streaming everything.
네, 이기겠습니다.
Yes, he's here to win.
They say they're ready. We'll be finding that out shortly. Give it up one more time for Reject. We're going to send it back over to the desk to break down that incredible series.
Okay, before they break it down, though, chat.
And what an interview from Lastro there. Such great personality. Someone I got to know briefly.
Before they break it down.
Listen, we thought what we would see would come to light. Unfortunately, Iconics, would you say goodbye to them? And
a little bit backstage. Ooh, he got his notes. They have a screen right here that they look at.
We saw it. They were at a .1 hold.
Nice. Let's see.
It was like a momentum thing. I think momentum is super important.
That's I guess that's the thing from the what do you call it? Casting booth. That's a beautiful, like, what do you call it? Sees it. Beautiful view, beautiful view. Let's see.
One of the formidable teams to make it here today.
Just based on
That battle determined right? Like, if you looked at it, I mean, what they were able to get in those quick picks, you can even the odds half the time, and it was either crazy yourself, doing just
I guess this is their practicing. Empty seats? Because this is their practice, chat. This was before the thing that was even open. This isn't live. This is everyone just setting the stage up to see if everything was working. He literally just introduced 2 teams and there's only 2 people standing there. Come on, guys. And he's asking them what their favorite color is. Like,
as this team, you know, has continued to try to get better to greatness.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I think they look more confident in the final match. It's such a bummer.
oh! Look at this. Look at this. That's Swamp Gaming over here. Okay.
Beginning of third. That's a panic play. That's a sign that you're looking good. And unfortunately,
Shib posted up with Jeff.
On their side of things, talk about showing the grit that you're gonna need every bit of it against Rad, because that was, I mean, I wasn't having an official stopwatch, but what was that, 3 minutes on the first point there, just holding.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool. What is that? Is that like the thing that they walk through to go to the stage?
Not easy. Not only that, can we just highlight they held 5 minutes on point 3? Like,
oh, and that's Cozy's ass. Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
The big thing here too is just like having that confidence in your team, right? We saw a lot of those hot swaps in terms of heroes, especially Brownie, right? Sticking with the Bucky first, then going to Elsa, then the Black Widow to close things out. Yep. Having that flexibility is huge in terms of the hit scan, but also Yaki able to actually play their namesake, as we have seen for the Black Cat. And then the Black Widow, of course, we saw some great looks too from Brownie, but I really love the kind of swaps that we did see from Gargoyle.
Would you give up the rest of your hairline to be in the pro scene again? Hell no. I am perfectly fine being a streamer, chat.
I also got to just piggyback off of Piggy. I think the Thing play was really
solid.
I
would never do anything besides being a streamer.
I mean, obviously we saw a miss there at the end, but Thing is just so strong in this meta. I think teams are starting to come around to that and getting even more value in this matchup.
I mean, obviously, we know Thing and the skill gap that it has for playing that hero. You get a lot of value from him. Always.
Is there another game? Yes, there's one more game. It's the qualifier match.
Just to get that, tank value.
Basically, whoever wins the next game continues to the playoffs, or whoever loses goes home, chat.
Duels, being 2 heroes, which some might disagree with this, but if you look at Black Cat and Widow, right, also is in the conversation as well, but those 2 heroes take so much skill in their respective responsibilities.
Okay, there you go. Just had to make sure we're caught up.
And you'll love to see, I mean, Widow in the new rework just calls for everything that you need to have as a hit scan player. Mainly the mechanical aim to perfection, which, I mean, we have with Phoenix and Hela in the past, but it's the constant positioning, angles, and more. And that's what's fun to watch for me alongside Black Cat.
Where will Necro's team come in? I want to see how this is all
really
structured.
Cool, but yeah, I'm loving
They're
it.
not
I
in
like
here,
to see
chat.
these teams are running, but I will say, I think tomorrow we're going to see even more differentiation from what we've seen today.
We saw some Wolverine, but I don't think we've seen the full extent of Wolverine yet, especially once we get to Swamp Gaming. Like when they pull out the Wolverine and the Gamma Fastball, I am so excited for some team to finally run it. I know Thing doesn't have it available. If Thing did, it would be running every lobby.
That'd be too good.
I mean, fellas, this is day 1, right? You can't even call it. It's like barely the appetizer. We're getting a little bit of chips and dip, but we have not even gotten close to what is
oh,
the
that
full
sounds
course
so good right
of
now,
an
chat.
amazing week for y'all. I mean, remember,
Can someone
the 6 that have already stomped their
can
ticket
someone give me
into
some
the
chips
war,
and like
they're ready
dip?
and obviously downloading a little bit of what they've been able
Chips
to
and
see
queso sounds
from
so
both
good right now, bro.
Reject and more Rad and Thieves. And so we've got an awesome matchup. It's
What's
Rad
up?
versus Reject.
Wait, do we have chips and queso?
Goes home. Winner is in. Folks, we're going to be taking
we don't have chips or
over
queso? I'm
to
gonna
a
order
break
chips and
then get to
queso
that
tomorrow.
match 5 of our day
Wait,
one.
isn't today supposed to be like National Chicken Day? Oh, we're going into ads, chat. We're going to ads. Hyperflex lumbar support. Oh my god, look at that. Bang, bang. Look at that. Oh, it's National Wing Day. Is there like any special deals? Can I go to like Wingstop and get like 20 wings for free? Chat, make sure you pick up your Luna Snow separate rolling eyeballs collectible figurine. I mean, who wouldn't want Luna in this pose right here? Yeah, is it just me, or I just don't agree with any of these skins? I don't like the Bucky skin, I don't like the Spider-Man skin, but like, I do like the Hulk and the Wanda skin. I think the other skins just look too plain. They look too similar to like the basic. No, the Bucky skin is not cool, chat. You're telling me for like 15 bucks you're gonna buy that Bucky skin? I would not. I would not. Nah, dude, you guys are high, man. Nah, you guys are definitely... I don't know what kind of drugs you guys are on, but that skin does not look good. Look at the gun, bro. Look at the model of the gun. That thing's so huge. For what?
Armed and dangerous. No mercy.
Nah. Like, look at that. The Hulk and the Wanda are sick. The Hulk one looks nice. And the Wanda skin does go... It goes hard. It's the movie skin. People love that. Really? I would not get a skin just because it was in a movie. Like that Bucky skin, chat. What's that? Like that Bucky skin is in, what's that? The Bucky skin in Thunderbolts. That skin is butt cheeks. You guys are gonna tell me that some people use that skin? No. And if you use that skin, you guys are a disgrace to Bucky players. You make me sick. Okay, I'm going to start the predictions for you guys for the next one. Next one is going to be RC against Rad, chat. Okay, you have 15 minutes. YouTube, if you guys want to come over to Twitch and do this, you guys are more than welcome. You have 15 minutes for predictions, chat, so there's no way you guys miss this. Go ahead. Rad against RC. Loser goes home. Winner continues till tomorrow. And I just want to let you guys know, I called this whole bracket today. I got the first one right. I got the second one right. I got the third one right. I got the fourth one right. And I even predicted who was going to be in the lower bracket finals. I predicted everything right. I voted Rad to win. Oh, holy shit. I don't know if you guys also noticed this, but goddamn, chat, apparently we have 8 minutes. We have 8 minutes until the next game. Oh shit. Actually a pretty cool mode. No. Yeah, we have 8 minutes, bro. I'm not going to play a quick play game, chat. I'm just going to talk to you guys. You guys love talking to me, right? Or we could just sit here and stare at each other in silence. Get this ugly man off my screen. Whoa, whoa. Don't say that about the Hulk. He looks really... play right now. And that's why I didn't read it. I would rather have someone gift subs or donate if they want to support the stream, not because I, jumped through a hoop or, barked. But I appreciate it. Good ban, B. Good ban. I do wish J3 read YouTube chat more. I usually watch on YouTube. I read both chats. Oh, shit. Yeah, I read both chats. I read everything exactly. The Odyssey movie is really loud, louder than you. Bro, I'm very loud. I'm sorry. Yo, not a paid chatter again. Yo, I love this. Wait a minute. Why can't chat always be like this? Yo. I watch a lot of Jay YouTube videos, and it's my first time joining a stream. Gotta say, I love your vids, bro. They help me a lot in getting better. Love the VOD reviews. Usually get me some good food and pop up a J3 video. Yo! That's a W! Appreciate it. Appreciate it. That's what I'm talking about. W! Sick. If you're with T-Mobile, you can watch the new Spider-Man for $5. Wait, is that true? Holy shit. How are your Preds so far? I have 100%, by the way. Yo, TTK's dad, how you doing? Did you see Vespa's mom? Did you see TTK? TTK came to by chat earlier today. Can you slap TTK in the back of the head for me? Thank you, appreciate it. I just wanna start drama. Why? Oh, I don't know. I just wanted to cause violence. How's the venue so far? Oh, Vespa's mom's here. Haven't met TTK's dad yet. Maybe tomorrow. What? TTK's dad and Vespa's mom meeting? Oh my god, that's cinema right there. That is cinema. Oh, chat, we're starting in 5 seconds, by the way.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles viewers at home. Welcome to our
let's turn this back up.
Of the night. It is an elimination match between Rad and Reject. And now
the land is amazing. Reminds me of China, the way they set it up. Oh, that's awesome.
3 times together. I've got to ask. I brought in the action in the Cassius booth for the 100 Thieves and Rad matchup. First time hearing from you. What are your thoughts after that match, and how do you reset from it?
Well, I think that was like a key thing that we were missing to winning. And I feel like I figured that out now. Or like everyone did. It wasn't just me, obviously. But I feel like I figured that out. I'm not gonna say what it is, because like it's just like a little bit mysterious, you know? So then the other teams can't like know. But yeah, no, I think we figured it out.
Yeah, this event is in LA.
Really, and you got to keep the people guessing. But on top of that, I mean, I want to ask, because obviously we've talked about y'all's story from MRC Couch to Pro, now here at the biggest stage. I want to ask you, what would it mean for you and your team in the story thus far to get to that main stage?
I mean, it would be like a dream, you know? The main stage, obviously, that's where everyone wants to be, and we're going to make sure we get there, I think.
Love to hear it. And lastly, I want to ask, when we look over at Team Reject here, they're locked in and ready just off the heater themselves. If you would identify one player as the one to highlight the team that is...
Oh, he's going to say Jay3. Watch this, chat. He's going to say Jay3. Ooh. You watch this. It's not a hard... He's going to say Jay3. Watch this.
I'm not sure, honestly. I think they're really good, and I don't, like, there isn't a specific person I'm looking out for. I'm just going to play my game and focus on what I need to focus on, and, yeah, just try to win.
That's a man locked in right there, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you again coming for your third.
That's a weird way to say Jay3.
See you tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll have to have as we have Reject versus Rad. Again, folks, this is our last fight of the night. Los Angeles, can I hear you as we go?
Wait, chat, that's a weird way to say Jay3.
Close the show. Who will move forward? EMEA, Pacific Asia. We have a lot to break down, of course. Desk, break down all the action. What do we have for the final fight?
Gather round, children, as I tell you a story. I started it earlier, and I will continue it. Last year, at the mid-season finals, a team called Rad found themselves in the play-in bracket. They went all the way to the upper bracket finals of that play-in bracket, where they lost to an American team. They then proceeded to go through that lower bracket, taking out Asia and China teams in order to make their way into the bracket, where they proceeded to go on and win the whole
Jay, message
thing.
me on
That
Discord.
team
I'll get you
is
2
now
tickets to
Derby,
Spider-Man.
but
It's okay, man. I could get myself my ticket, bro. I appreciate it, though. Thank you.
We are starting
appreciate
to
it, though.
see Rad get closer and closer, but Reject still stand in their way. And
Yo, Vessel's mom, are we gonna see you tomorrow in the stands?
Yeah, I mean, Reject definitely look better. I do think Rad is maybe another level, though. I still have to believe that right now. I'm trying to think to myself, who matches with Kitty? On a
Absolutely.
really don't know
W.
I mean,
Can you make a big sign that says sub to Jay3 so I know who you are in the stands?
For the spawn breaks and being on
Thank you.
T'Challa, I could expect some big things from them.
Uh-oh.
Spawn breaks and being on Burn and T'Challa, I could expect some big things from them, specifically on the
How's that shameless,
You're
chat?
talking about it there. Who really matches Crazy Kitty?
I will have his
does
little
seem to
sister make the sign.
come down to a Black Cat battle.
You
which
guys
seems
don't
to
have to
shift
do
over
that.
to
That's
Potentially
funny,
counter
though.
it, But both teams have some Black Cat here.
I think the Black Cat has been a prominent feature.
Pay your internet, bro? What do you mean pay my internet, chat? That's not my internet.
Excuse me, for Rad for a while. They took some time off.
I don't pay for internet. It's my neighbor's Wi-Fi I'm using this whole
Now
time.
showcasing how strong it really is. Yeah, I think the big thing too is like if they have the Venom in the tow with it, right? Having that coordinated dive from the Vanguard, from the Duelist, and being able to use that in synergy for Rad, I think is a win condition for them. And that might be what Ducky was talking about.
Yeah, I think you need an enabler, right? I think Venom does a great job enabling. There's been some discourse back and forth in Venom, you know, just the lack of KO potential. I still think that hero in this meta is a big problem, and it farms ult like no other right now.
And the ult is impactful, the anti-heal is still good. All these team-ups, we keep talking about everything that's new in this game, but the fact is, there's some stuff that's been here for a while now that still has impact. Speaking of stuff that has a little bit of impact here, Shib, when we were talking about what we want to talk about here today, you wanted to bring up the fact that we are seeing a little bit of Hulk creeping in from some of the teams here, including from Lugia.
Yeah, Lugia's been running the Hulk. You know what? And this is where I kind of have a little bit of discourse, and I'm curious what's going to happen as we progress into the tournament tomorrow. I just think at this moment that Thing is a better Hulk. I think Thing provides so much more value, has an impactful ultimate, has purple on command, has the ability to give defense to your backline in situations, can play so many different ways. So versatile, exactly. And I think although Hulk can be very strong, and there's some very strong Hulk players, I think Thing is just in a better spot.
They both have their benefits.
Make sure you guys get your predictions in. Predictions going to close in about 1 minute, chat, just as a heads up. Right now, the predictions go 95% Rad, 5% RC. Look at that return ratio if RC wins, though. 1 to 20.
Both have their benefits, but the Thing sustain
15.5 million to 800,000.
They buffed the right hook, the just bonus health that you get from that as well. So the sustainability while you're going there in the brawl is just so much better than it used to be. So Thing is back on the menu in terms of Vanguards that you can play. But one thing I want to note here too, specifically for the map as well, records 3-2 for Reject, 3-0 for Rad. So they have never lost on Burn T'Challa.
They've shown up, and they are showing up for LAN. We've got to remember that for everyone on this team except
You made me
for
broke
Matt,
today?
who
How did I
played
make you broke
subbed in
today
for
when I
OEG
got
in
every
the
single
Grand
prediction
Finals?
right today?
This is potentially their first LAN, is definitely their first LAN for Marvel Rivals when it comes to Marvel Rivals Ignite. So there's got to be a lot of pressure on. But Shib, that's not the case for Reject. We have players from Reject and Crazy Raccoon combining into this Reject roster, and both of them were at the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and that gets ever more prevalent when you're in a series like this where you're gone if you lose, right? Like there's
Hey,
a
what's
lot
up,
of pressure
Ashlyn?
on them right now. I mean,
Gone
that
or you're
interview.
through.
Yeah, I get how you feel. I get how you feel. You know what you should watch?
Yeah. And I mean,
Exclamation mark story. Exclamation mark story.
I'll be so nervous up there, but no, I love that interview. Really well done. I'm curious, and I want
Let
to
me
know what
you
guys think about this, and maybe we'll hit both of you. What do you think he figured out? What do you think it was?
I think that's what it was. I think the coordinated dive with Crazy Kitty could be the answer here, and maybe it might not even be the Venom. It could be a Captain America at some point.
I think that's a command still.
Also
There you
could
go.
be the Luna Snow. They weren't really focusing on that. They had it be one-sided for 100 Ds for the first 2 maps, and the third one they eventually were able to get it, but I think it was a little too late.
If
They
you
weren't as
watch
practiced on
that,
it. So now that they've had
make
some
sure
time
you
off,
have
they've probably
tissues
scrimmed one of
nearby.
the teams. That could be the answer here.
I feel
Make
like
sure
potentially
you
the combo
have
between
tissues
the
nearby.
anti-dive and the dive potential. Luna really fits that role really well. Of course, the Snowflake for like a Venom or a Black Cat or a Daredevil.
What do you
The
mean by
Charm
that?
also
Go
for
watch
the
it, chat.
defense and the
If you guys want to know more
Purify
about
to
me,
remove
the story of
any
J3 is a
from
great
yourself,
video
but
to watch.
also giving
Florida
yourself
Mayhem,
that anti-dive
when I was
potential.
playing
We maybe
Overwatch,
see
made
stuff
that
like
video on
Bucky
me.
who's crept
It's really
into a
good.
couple every now and again. So Luna sort of
Lotion too? I mean, I wear a tank top in that video. You need lotion to
We're going
something.
right
I don't know.
in,
Yeah,
right
go
off the
ahead.
rip. Mantis first. Which are you guys surprised?
Wow. Crazy.
Sky is blue.
You need a lotion to put under your eyes because it's gonna be so dry and from crying.
Reject. The targeting is real. We thought that would start to come in as time went on, but already the people are realizing, oh yeah, that's a problem from individual players.
They still have like the DD available to them, so they could run that with the Luna Snow.
Which
A
they
lot
did
of teams
protect
have
pretty
been
RC
opting for
versus
that.
Rad.
Yeah,
Okay,
they have
last matchup
protected
of the
that
day,
too.
chat. Last
So
matchup of the
a couple
day.
of different options on that, and a lot of teams find success by banning out those heroes specifically for
There it is.
Mm.
The full targeting.
Oh, this is great. This is smart. I love this from Reject. I think
Reject
you will find teams
oh,
that,
Reject
it's not to say
banning
that
Black
the
Cat
player doesn't have
and
the hero pool,
Daredevil.
but if you remove some of those strengths that are win conditions, then it might open
That's
the door for
going
the
to
team.
be
And I think that's a smart
very,
strategy for
very
Reject, which obviously in this moment are underdogs.
interesting.
There's a player comparison I want to do here for one of our players we'll be seeing tomorrow, and that is Polly. This is something that happened at mid-season and Grand Finals, where people would be doing normal bans, and then Polly would show up in the lobby, and suddenly Captain America is a must ban. This is a case where Reject are sort of taking the bullet for everyone here by trying to target ban Crazy Kitty, and this is either going to be very revealing.
I mean, Wolverine
or
is still going to be picked
devastating
though.
for all the other teams watching if Crazy Kitty still absolutely
Or I
pops
think
off.
Crazy Kitty's going to have to be forced on 3
Rocket
supports,
one-
right?
Or not one-sided, but the Rocket save here for Reject. That's really worked out well in their like triple compositions that we've seen before. Typically more played on Convoy as well, but Rad, I also do want to note that they do have the one-sided Magneto, and teams look really strong with that. The Thing getting banned out as well is a huge
The winner
blow
of this
to
plays
Reject.
against Team Liquid
No, this
Citadel
is crazy back and
tomorrow
forth.
first.
I think Rad wins the ban phase for me here. I mean, the target ban could be the answer.
I would fucking just lose right now. I don't. I just lose right now. I ain't doing that tomorrow.
But is it enough to hold Reject off? Both teams got that gambit. Vaultable.
I have to go with Rad on this one. I think the one-sided mag is going to be detrimental against Reject.
Shib, you've said you were potentially leaning Rad. Are you committing to that?
Committing. I think it's Rad.
Well, we're going to find out as we're going to head over to
Ooh,
the
I like that. Who is that?
We'll move
Was
up to
that?
the bracket
I think
stage.
that's
What team will be
Crazy
eliminated?
Kitty
We're
saying
heading to
that.
map number 1. Take it
Ooh.
away.
Thank you so much, lads. Ryan and Leg Day back with you here to take us through our final match of the day and our final spot, Ryan, in our playoffs bracket. Only Rad or Reject can make it through.
And Reject at least made it
Haven't seen
through
this
the
video
sort
in
of
a hot minute. I
play-in
want to see
stage for Grand Finals, but there was a lot more slots open, and they immediately got eliminated by 100 Thieves earlier that time in the playoffs. So here they want to see if they can use that experience against a squad that has shown a lot of promise in the European region of Rad, but just maybe throwing in
Okay, let's
some
see this, chat.
major mistakes.
Last
that could
matchup
cost
of the
them.
day,
It's
and then
all the
tomorrow
mental
we have
prowess
our
and where these
actual
duelists
bracket
can get
tomorrow.
the damage done. Reject looking to sort of dedicate not to the triple Vanguard that they were running before. It's more 2-2-2 and more Brownie Black Widow.
Well, it's a good hedge from them because Crazy Kitty's moving out on the wall after having had both their DD and their Black Cat banned away. And you can see that Rad are putting a lot of resources here into control.
what is he
the
coming
high
out
ground
on?
to start with.
See if they can sort of use these like further sight lines.
Yep,
try to
coming
get
out
Yaki
on
into
Wolverine.
position in the back line. Right now, Reject is just keeping that foot touched onto the point as the dive comes in to go up against Mash. That's going to be on that
Oh,
gamble,
nice
but it's a great
freeze.
freeze actually comes in from Vertigo. It's not going to be enough to put them off from the onslaught of Reckoning that's going to come in. But Crazy Kitty now, seeing if he can jump onto the point as it's not been flipped for either team just yet.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty's not going to be the ideal. Oh, goodbye Gargoyle. Just about got off the Banhammer, but didn't get any bonus health in time in order to try and survive the onslaught of the Wolverine. And now it's Sunghoon, who is under duress, of course.
Wait, why did he do that? I'm pretty sure he could have got the kill.
However, it's a good back and forth here, and Reject seem to have found the angles with Brownie to try and hunt down the members of Rad and find themselves a first capture.
Yeah, Rad have had like a bit of a tumultuous time over on Domination, whereas for Reject, the only teams that are realistically losing against
are you
in
watching
Asia
it?
are
Yeah,
just
whatever.
the Gen Gs of the world, so
Enjoy.
feels like Reject have a little bit more going for them, at least when it comes off of
Yeah, my dad
official
and my dad and my
experience.
brother
Rad,
are both
however,
in
you've got to
that
say a more
video.
competitive region where the teams that they're losing to consistently be Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, as well as the rivalry with Shikigami and other teams around the sort of playoffs position. Rad trying to see if they can pull things back, as 20% has already been made.
Is this a best of 2? This is a best of 3, so it's a first 2-2.
There we go, finally back into a fighting fit form, but doesn't have that diamond form anymore. And so moving towards this team is going to be fraught with peril. So much damage already taken, but luckily that Mantis Timber is going to be over-healthing the wayward Emma. Gargoyle already falling down. It's Brownie on the angle! Oh my goodness, killer instinct, frag after frag.
I'm loving this Brownie guy.
But you can't go too much closer than this. There's still going to be danger afoot here as Yaki is just going to start working around the margins, and they've managed to find themselves the openings for the remainder of Reject, who are playing this masterfully from the two angles.
Yeah, they're having to reset now. They've got some ultimates that are built up, but it was a lovely 2K that came in onto Mash and Crazy Kitty, who switched away from the Wolverine, going towards the Elsa, so it's a double hit scan setup. Crazy Kitty is flexible. He's not just one of those
I am really surprised that Reject is rolling this right now.
And both him and Smashnez were picking up Elsa back in the preseason when she was really strong. Now you've got the pressure coming in from Piggy over on this side, and the rolling flush that's going to be used from Mash to try and go in and contest this one a little bit more. Ultimates are plenty for Rad.
Smashnez on the angle. Where are you going to place your Meteor M towards?
Oh!
Done for Ducky. Gargoyles down. Two players remaining. There might be unlimited healing basically coming from Aluna, but there's only one person to sip from said cup.
I'm sorry that you experienced it as well, Ashton.
And Rad will finally grab their first capture.
A little bit late in the day, but Rad were able to do that against 100 Thieves. It was 99% 100 Thieves got over on Celestial Husk on that first point, and Rad holding on, no mistakes made, able to flip it into their favor and able to win out on domination there. So Reject, they have got plenty of opportunity to build up some of these ultimates, but Rad are well experienced. They've got a really good crossfire setup across with these two hit scans and a couple of ultimates sat in the back pocket and a Heartbreaker on the way for Lugia.
We said no mistakes were made, but now no mistakes are allowed for Rad. One fight will do it here for Reject as Yaki moves in towards the back. Brand new Crown of Hades in order to try and get that additional stealth towards the back. And Yaki's just continually demanding all of this
Oh, he didn't get his invisible. Okay, there you go.
Wants to move on to that very vulnerable Black Widow. And it's a beautiful combo from Yaki there. Next up's going to be the Rogue, trying to bring out all of the damage on towards that Vanguard. And it seems that Reject are picking their targets well. Even with the healing that was supplied by Vertigo, Rad's victims were nowhere near the dance floor that the Lunar Snow was beginning to use. And so one by one they fall. It's going to have to be a portal back here, opened up by Smashnez to get that last second recontest. Will they be able to stop
Reject!
Though doesn't seem that's going to be the case.
Smashnez has to go over towards the Strange this time, so it's going to be a triple Vanguard for a temporary moment. Invisible Boundary going to be placed right on top, but a pause to just add to the suspension.
The suspense is real.
Oh my god, dude. Reject is from
you won't be able to use
the Pacific region, right?
Which is going to make like the debarkation.
That's also a horrible pause.
I always get baited by that with Invisible Boundary. It's just a big silo in the sky. You know what I mean?
Who put this cylinder in the middle of my
also
map?
I did see that TTK's dead. I did see that. Yes, okay, so the team is from Korea, but they are still from the Pacific region. Like they played in Pacific. Because there are two different regions. There's
The worst part is when you have two invisible boundaries and you're like, oh, a Venn diagram comment because they're like overlapping each other.
You're bingo baiting right now and you know it.
Yeah. I mean, has somebody done a bingo card for casters so far?
Only for NA, they hate you.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like, haha, look at all of these funny.
Damn, only for NA, they hate EMEA.
We don't care for their kind here. Okay, we're ready to continue here to make sure we don't have to do any more disparaging of EMEA as a region.
Our own region, yeah.
are going to make
Yo, you're playing the game. Okay.
Mighty perilous. Yaki just going to get his money up instead of his funny up here as he moves through a bunch of these players. But Jinx
for
is starting to build one up.
for the
So too
Asia
is the
region,
money.
they have
Piggy's
China,
already
which is its
used
own
their,
what do you call
team
it?
up here with
They have their
the
own
diamond form, and now tries to shut down Lugia. The Heartbreaker
like
could be the
matches,
one
and
only
then
thing that Rad can
also
use to turn this
they
one around.
have
They're already
Pacific,
starting to
which
flip the book in
has
their
everyone
favor.
else. And I
Reject
think
don't
even
give it up,
they
which is playing the
combined
long game
like
here.
Australians,
However, Brownie
Pacific,
falling
right,
down
chat?
does mean that Reject are lacking options to recontest.
Pacific Asia and Pacific Oceania. I thought they combined it.
Rogues that we've seen, and in that short interim of time where Rogue was meta alongside Gambit and
Yeah,
Playable,
so
it
you
was
have
one of
4
the
different
strongest
regions.
to
You have
work with,
NA,
but the
you have
triple Vanguard might
EMEA,
actually
you have
kinda suit Rad,
Pacific,
as they
and then
wanna
you
play
have
through this
China.
build of these strategist ultimates. They already have got the Royal Flush from Mash, but he's about to go down. He has to use the ultimate, but it's a similar case to the 100 Thieves one. 2 of his teammates have gone down.
Great intercession there from Smash Nez. Can Lastro be hunted down is the question. Ducky's looking for a target.
Oh, wait, what? That was such a late reaction. What?
Royal Flush is what did it.
Like,
There
it
was no one here
slammed
to
and he
save
didn't even get the
Ducky,
kill.
and Rad still might be in control of the point.
Hey,
They
appreciate
don't
it,
have the
Ethical.
personnel to try and make this one work. The last
That's a
bastion
good
of
watch.
defense in Doctor Strange has fallen. Now Lugia has to step up to the plate.
It's a really good watch.
Can't stand against all of the arrayed weaponry that Reject brought to the interstellar spaceports. And so Brownie's
yeah, the
on
Gambit
hunt.
proc
There's
combo.
no
Yeah, you're
one to
right.
make the touch happen. And Rad scuppered away from our first
Dude,
submap.
can you imagine if Rad loses this?
Have Reject and 100 Thieves qualifying? I don't think so. I think the closest was Dogman, but he said Iconic, so
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying the closest to us was.
He's either the closest or the most wrong.
That sounds, yeah, that's the dog. It's like
Wow,
Moon Knight,
Brownie
isn't it? The
and
split
Yaki are
personalities of Dogman.
kind of demolishing right
Wasn't
now.
me at all. But like this feels like it might be a shock to some people, like Reject picking up the first map. For us in EMEA, for seeing Rad have these moments is not too surprising. And like, the
Don't
amount of
tell
times that
me
we've interviewed Ducky
that if
after
you
a series,
ban
he was like, I don't know how
Daredevil
we lost that map, right?
and
Like,
Black
that
Cat,
was something that we shouldn't do.
that Rad just
But they're
loses.
able to sort of
There's
pull back
no
these
way.
situations. And, you know, this map isn't done just yet. It's more the fact that Reject with this like play around like the Black Widow, it's pulling Rad apart. They're trying to keep together to stop, like make sure that they can peel for each other for Yaki diving in. But then you saw plays like Smash Nez stun on his own. Calling card comes out from Yaki. Easy target, completely isolated, and there's nothing that Rad can do. They want to play split, but they also don't want to get taken off one at a time from Yaki.
Oh, is this a new overhead map? Swanky.
Trying to work. It's like the verticality of it, though, is like, are they up or low?
Well, Yaki's going to find those who are moving through the upper areas with relative ease here, and at least report back on the movements to the remainder of the team. We can see that Brownie's playing on a very far angle to make sure that there's this constant pincer maneuver that's being threatened by Reject.
Rad sticking to the double hit scan as the ultimate's going to be
Hey,
used for
appreciate
Brownie.
it,
Finds a pick over on
Siphons.
Smash. There's in the leap in the dive attempted from Lugia over on the Rogue. Is it going to be too much as more shots are starting to ring out?
Well, look at the appeal that came through from a Gambit as well with that orb, just consistently knocking back
Wait,
the Rogue.
these guys
and
are
she
actually
couldn't
kinda
get on top of
popping,
that
bro.
vulnerable
I thought they were gonna get
Widow.
rolled.
And Reject are once
These guys are
again gonna
popping.
win out the first fight here.
It's just how much like Rad can consolidate themselves here because they didn't really have any ultimates to take into this next round. A lot was dedicated, including like the Gambit ultimate, him and Lastro for Mash, trying to see if they could build up stuff quicker, but it is going to be Reject that have a lot more to work with ultimate-wise, certainly with the fate of both worlds.
All right, Piggy looking to try and put themselves into the path of the offense, and the swap over here onto the Angela certainly going to be interesting. Out comes the Glatrox, but it's just instantly burst down. There
Oh
are so
no,
many
bro.
guns, and Yaki on the other side
Oh
used the
no,
calling card to
chat,
decimate Smash.
bro.
There's no
Nothing
using
is
its
going
mobility.
well for
Chase
Rad
after the
right now.
Angela, who used their Assassin Shard to try and get away, but cannot outrun the bullets. I'm sure that one came through from Brownie, and Yaki is still resetting off the back of the calling card, certainly feeling himself right now as if they force a disengage from Rad.
That one-sided band that's come in on the Black Cat on one side, like making sure that Crazy Kitty can't go for the melee characters himself, has actually done wonders for Reject with the space that they're creating. And Rad in this kind of environment are going to be floundering a little bit more. They want to create some space with Lugia switching over towards the Angela. They find in this space an opening, but Reject are sitting comfortably.
All right, Vertigo has that Eternal Bond. Rare to see the Cloak and Dagger come out. Smash is already down, by the way, and they were going to be one of the primary players to try and turn this one around. Back up onto the Terra Firma is Piggy, having used their Diamond Form Gram to make sure that they could get back onto that. Mash9's fallen as well, and it seems that this
Bro,
might be
what are you
an
guys saying
ignominious
that you're going to
end
lose
here
money
for
because of
Rad. They
me?
just can't
I
find
voted
any
for
purchase
Rad
in
to
any of
win
these
this.
fights. On Warrior
I am
Fault,
very
they've been
surprised like you guys.
blasted.
And it's Smashness that keeps going down first every single time. And it's not like, you know, Yaki, what we saw before, or the players from Aconix, where you're going for the Black Cat, you get caught like in the flank. You're playing Black Widow. You're as far away as the action as you could be, so you're finding yourself maybe too isolated. You're not getting the peel that you need. And even with Vertigo and the Luna, you don't have the snowflakes.
Bro, can you... Wait, what's the prediction? We got to look at it again. Can you imagine if Reject wins this?
That in the back as well. Already to have fallen down. Vertigo and Crazy Kitty. There's nothing to be seen. Assassin's precision around the back. Yeah, Ducky's going to be hit with the banhammer, but I think this one might already be over. A clean sweep for Reject.
Wait.
Of Asia with the intent to make it to playoffs.
A 7% prediction.
That we consistently start
if Rad loses this, it is a 1 to 4, almost 14 return ratio, bro. A 1 to 14 return ratio. Wait.
They don't really have something that they're consistently relying on. There'd be stuff like Central Park. They're 1 and 4 on Jalia. It's like maybe 2 and 3. Like there's no map that they we picked this because we're like 6 and 1.
If you put a $250,000 bet, you're winning $3.5 million.
Picking as their map choice, they don't have to worry about domination anymore. But you need to find a map that Reject
if you put $250,000. You are winning
big investment here
so much money.
Throwing so many of their bans over towards Crazy Kid, and I thought that maybe it was going to be difficult when you saw the Thing get banned. Crazy Kid moved over towards the Wolf.
What do you mean? This is why you don't trust Jay3. I haven't gotten a single prediction wrong.
It's very rare we see a team completely able to no-sell that Wolverine when they got the Gambit team up for the extra speed.
It just feels like one of those instances where, like,
if you guys were hanging on off the side of a building and I was the only person there standing above you that could pull you up, you guys would trust me with your life.
Best of 5s in one day, a little bit staggered out. But this on LAN is pretty much okay. You just lost. You're pretty much straight into like the next.
What do you mean? No, you guys would rather like go.
Able to keep up. Reject have done well.
No, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Had a gap, and then we're able to sort of play again.
That is crazy, bro.
Feel a little bit more warmer to the touch, I suppose, with how they're playing here. Rad, they just need to not panic. Like this is such a unique experience for them. Reject have a lot more experience with playing on LAN, and it could be very easy to be like, oh, we're out before the final whistle.
I just watched the story of Jay3. How does your dad have more hair than you and your brother combined?
Gaming in general, they've played other games before this.
Mods, you can ban that guy.
Level. When it comes to having the pressure pile on, these are players who know how to buckle down, how to lock in, and Rad, like, this is a very young roster. Like we've said, they've come from MRC. These guys have been thrust by raw talent into this spot. But when the lights
Where's
get so
Boba?
bright, that's when you are at the most dangerous.
Boba's cheating on me. He's in Emily's room.
Highlights. You've got to look at like Yaki as being superb, but Brownie, especially it was like Delana early on 100 Thieves, like the Black Widow is opening up the game so much, and I can't believe that that is a sentence that has come out of my mouth for the esports scene. But it really is the case of just this character just really stretches out what teams are used to playing with the front to back, with a more death ball approach. It just really isolates some of these targets. And
you know, to be honest with you,
it just cuts through
I think Rad could have won this. You know what Rad could have done to win this, chat?
This was like that was such a disgusting frag to find.
If Rad actually gave me a $400,000 contract for just the weekend, I would have showed up as Bucky and I would have hooked that Black Cat over and over, and they would have not been a problem. We would have won.
Seems a lot less confident. Yeah, on the Black Widow compared to Brownie, who is really getting quite audacious with these angles or playing it safe next to the Gambit while Yaki like assumes all of a risk. And we see some great peeling as well come from Lastro using that Magneto team up on top of their Black Widow.
Jay3, I am 7 feet tall, 280 pounds of muscles. Can you pull me up?
Just can't stay in contact with
You're that short?
Lastro, the best way to describe him is the whole like call an ambulance, but not for me, mate. Like certainly as a strategist, like he is offensive in his strength. And I think the next map that we are going to is the map choice that Rad went for against 100 Thieves, Jalia, which you could understand if they're attacking first. That first point take against 100 Thieves and second was so quick. It was just on that third point and then weren't able to push nearly enough to make it a competitive map at the end.
Who's the host with the gray hair? That's Leg Day.
Call of Jalia is actually an outlier in that this is one of the only maps where we see Hella Namor come out as a DPS duo. And maybe those duelists will be what Smashness and Crazy Kitty opt into, given that they have leaned into this in the past. Smashness is a very proficient Hella player, and Hella's got a reasonable matchup against Black Widow as well.
It depends how much, I mean, for Reject, you'd imagine it's going to be more of the same, like the Black Cat Daredevil bans, whether there's going to be
Hey, appreciate it, Sauce. I met
Bit of a
Leg Day
switch around,
today.
I
Awesome
suppose,
guy.
if you're
Oh, I
attacking
love
first,
Leg
it
Day. I've
does
known him
mean
for
that you
years.
sort of have the
He's a
three
really good
bans in a
caster.
row.
And I'm glad that,
So you do get that protect a little bit like later on, certainly for that second.
I'm glad that
protect,
he's
to make sure that something's not going to be banned out right
popping
at the
off.
end. But it really
Because
does
I don't
remain
think
to be
he
seen. We've seen some
chat
of the
was
switch
like
rounds as well,
Leg
because
Day in the
most teams,
Overwatch
when they
League.
choose
He
a map
wasn't
like
in the
this, they wanna
Overwatch
attack
League. I
first
remember
because
he
they
used
wanna
to
set
do like
where
the tier 2,
the
tier
map is
3
gonna be played,
tournaments,
what is
but
at this
he was
point.
never in the
Full hold, is it
Overwatch
might be
League,
a
I
bit
believe,
more
right?
frame because of the full push towards the end. We have seen that change around, but it does look like it is going to be Rad attacking first. And whether
Hey,
there's
appreciate you,
enough
Start.
onus on them to actually go for protecting like Black Cat or Daredevil.
Do we continue seeing Reject go down this path, though? Of just banning out Crazy Kitty's more impactful...
I bet we will never see the new map in Jubilee this whole week of Ignite matches. We already saw Jubilee, and also I don't think any team is going to go to... I don't think the teams can take you to the new map, because the new map just dropped, and there's no teams that have any practice or any of that, so...
Because they could see all the maneuvers that would come through from either Crazy Kitty or Smashnez.
For all our listeners at home...
Also, that must be a great feeling.
Black Cat was protected first, which shows like...
I met Cozy, and a lot of people came up to me and asking if I was TTK's dad. It feels awesome. That must be a great feeling.
So this is not too surprising, and I like that Rad have done this because
I hope
think that some teams do try to play
when
it safe,
I have
like,
a
oh, yeah,
kid
we know Mantis are
someday
really strong. We're gonna just play a
that
really default draft.
they end
They're
up
like,
taking my
we need
genetics and
Crazy
being
Kitty
a
on the Black
god
Cat. We need
gamer,
some control of this,
and
so we
I
need to
could be
force
proud
Reject
of
to
my
go for a
son.
different draft than what we
You guys
just
think
saw
that will be happening,
over
chat?
within T'Challa.
Okay, now Reject know that they can ban away both the Gambit and the Magneto, which is going to complicate Rad's formation a touch. But honestly, there's a world where Rad don't really need to...
And he will be
either of those
bald?
smaller
He's...
Jollier, where you
First
can be
of all,
rewarded for taking
that's
the
not
lesser
true.
known paths
It's
or
the
more
wife's
esoteric approaches towards that first point.
For sure.
dad.
And I think it's one of these moments as well where teams get
No,
very much,
is it?
I think
Is it the
Cozy
wife's
talked about
dad?
it, like, they get so focused in on what's meta that they don't really like rely on what they're strong at. And Rad know where their bread is buttered with something like this. Like,
Yeah, it's the wife's
Magneto's not
dad.
gonna be available on other sides. You might be able to get a protect here on Gambit, but it is going to be banned out. Loki is almost premeditatively set up to make sure that Lastro and Seung-Hoon can't run that same backline that they were running against the likes of Acronics that we saw just earlier today.
Perhaps there's a world where we see a protect on either a Vanguard or a Strategist here for the side of Rad. Maybe something like a Rocket to allow...
Anyone, first time watching Marvel Pros, anyone... Oh my god, is this guy yelling at his teammates? I mean, his people? Oh my. Wait, chat, was he mad?
With the danger of that constant knockback of
yes, a few pros use controller. TTK is one of them.
Luna's good. Luna Gambit, just to make sure that, yeah, if we're going up against a Black Cat, we can work here. And a Black Widow ban, first of its kind, I think, in Ignite, right? Like
a Black Widow ban.
Shiny almost, you could sort of look at it in that case. But Luna is going to be protected on the other side, meaning that there is a little bit more like offensive capability with no Gambit available. You have to imagine that it's going to be MASH that's going to go over towards it.
Okay, both teams have the Black Widow confiscated from their pools, but honestly, I think if you're Rad, you're fairly happy with this because Smashnez, I don't think this is the greatest part of their pool right now. They'd much rather be on something like the Elsa or the Psylocke or the Star-Lord. And matching up with those, like,
and also, yeah, there will be more controller players, I think, tomorrow as well.
And also, Crazy Kitty gets the option to move over here onto the Daredevil, because for a second that you protect the Black Cat...
Also,
like,
yeah,
no
that is very interesting. Reject did not ban either or, but they banned three...
And I think some of those instances
they have a one-sided
well, so, like,
Gambit.
Smashnez is going to be hovering over the Hela, at least to begin with. And Crazy Kitty, whilst the Black Cat's in there, it does almost protect the fact that Daredevil's not going to get banned either, so he does have the option to play it. One of those few instances, but for Rad, they wanted to go a little bit further than play-ins. I mean, the organization has a title to try and fight for again as mid-season finals champions of last year. A different squad, a greener squad that is facing potential elimination on this first day of action here in LA. Reject.
Oh, I don't have a command for that yet. I should probably make one. My bad.
Plenty, but they're defending first as Rad and Jalia want to at
This
least
is
make it 1-for-1
these are
today.
the play-in matches.
1-for-1, they would like
Tomorrow's
to
the
not
actual
lose
bracket.
out on their spots
Actually,
in the
I can
plains.
get
A lot
that
of us
for you.
predicted that Rad would be able to make it out of his
I think it's
bracket,
MRI.
but maybe the power level coming out of Asia has been a little bit undervalued.
It's going to be Hela on both sides, actually. Going to see a little bit
Yeah,
of the
it's like
change
some-
up as
it's
Brownie's going
this
to be
right
over
here,
on
sorry.
that side. And Luke
This
is still
one.
dedicating towards the diving Hulk to see
I'm
if
gonna
he can
change
make it look
my
a little bit better than
MRI
it did
command.
against the 100 Thieves.
Interesting, and it is going to allow Crazy Kitty to have a little bit more bulk when they go in for these engagements. Lugia is buying so much space here, but going up against both of these strategists for so many CCs to try and deal with. You can see that already they got anti-healed, actually being chased down by the Gambit, who has no fear in their heart when it comes to the Hulk. And now
Chat, if you guys need to know the bracket, type !MRI.
Towards that back line, getting his money up onto a low-key doppelganger.
Otter! Appreciate it, my friend.
Just making sure that there's no space to work with for Crazy Kitty. Yaki gets himself a double onto the back line. Perfect play.
It's pulling apart in this dive immediately for Rad when he is forced to switch again. And it's these kind of moments where I see Rad just like playing sort of like musical chairs with the heroes that they're playing. I'm like, uh-oh, this already looks a little bit more uncomfortable. But they want to go for something to dive alongside Crazy Kitty. Ducky's over on a Deadpool Vanguard, has got the ban hammer if he wants to use it. But Crazy Kitty now switching over towards the Black Cat, feeling that that's going to be a bit more poised to break whatever Reject's defense is.
With every single second, the pressure mounts here. This is what LAN is all about. It's not only is it about the pressure, it's about whether
Crazy
you have
Kitty
the
got off the
strength
Daredevil
of will
and went
to rise
the
to
Kitty.
meet it, and Rad are up against the wall. They've got no more mulligans, no more second chances.
Remember, chat, if Rad loses this, they're out. They're out of the tournament.
Backs against the wall, numbers down. Rad wants to show that they're in amongst the pigeons, certainly with teams like Heritage.
Oh, we have a better Kitty.
Enemy of Crazy Kitty with that switch over. Black Cat's taking chunks out of each other. And now the backline diving a little bit more, but Lastra's found himself another one.
Trying to find this undefended underbelly, maybe he can cleave through both of them. A quick roll in towards the back and an iframe as well, as multiple players marked. Luca's already tried to make the space, moving over towards Sunghoon, and they've fallen on down. Ducky hits the headshot that's needed to find the frag, and the follow-through's good here. A fully charged up Axe of Icors begins to push on through, and the landing zone of Angela did so much damage, but Lastro's the one to
they capped it. Hey, they capped it.
Back in control, and they got the car.
Is that one speed, Jay? Yeah, this is one speed, chat. This is not fast.
But still pretty
this
fast
is just,
when
this
all
is
things
just how the
considered.
game is
Like
played.
they were sort of winning out on those fights. Crazy Kitty finds a bit more, and Lugia just goes for the flank, shuts the door behind Reject. They're forced to take a fight that they really don't want to be a part of. And the fact that they were staggered as well means that there's a bit more of a window for Rad to get into position. We just don't want to see the likes of Crazy Kitty being caught out in this like neutral engagement with both teams not having ultimates in hand just yet.
Reject now. They haven't really got early resources. They're looking for Lastro to try and help them build those.
I think they had no player. They used to have player cams in the beginning of the day, but I think they took it down because they weren't really working. They were showing this. They were showing players' face cams, but with the wrong names. I think they have to fix it for tomorrow. Also, they haven't done any player voice-ins or something.
Resurrected by the Battle Recall Beacon, but Mash needs plenty of peel. Looks like they may have disconnected temporarily. Might be calling for a pause or potentially a reset was called there by Rad, but they're going to be kind of regretting that one as they still invested the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, which is a major tool for them.
Sort of building up a good pace. Fate of both worlds is handy. Duelists might have a lot to try and go in for this fight. The Smashdez wants to try and contest this high ground. This is exactly why Hella is so meta on this map. Just with where
also, this is the first time we've seen Hella.
All right, aim check coming through, courtesy of the ban. Hammer in towards the back. Multiple players.
No other teams were using Hella.
Brownie by the descent of the Angel. Mash falls low, loses out on the Goddess of Death. Only one player, Brownie, is caught on the outside, but I believe they're cleansed there by the Gambit.
It was good movement as well, using the changes to the Crow to actually dash out and bunny hop a little bit, but Brownie's still caught by the Heaven's Retribution.
What's up?
Able to survive. Calling card for Crazy Kitty now. Wants to see if he can force out more of these like resources to keep the sustain up for Reject, but Fate of both worlds used perfectly by Sunghoon.
Disgusting Ring of Zonai to escape there as well by Crazy Kitty, but Mash can't get up to Smashnez, and nor can they get over the Crazy Kitty. It's a very sad dance floor that Luna dances alone upon here as Yaki goes towards the back. The Devil's been unleashed, and Vertigo's found out the hard way that Asia's here to stay, here to play.
Yo, if Rejects wins this, I won't even be mad. I would not even be mad if Rejects wins this, bro. We need like some of the Asia teams to do well, man. We need some of them to do well. Last time in the tournament, chat, they haven't been doing well, man.
Almost there for now. Lashro just staying on this perch, trying to make themselves difficult to get to without huge investment of resources.
It's all about playing for this high ground, though.
I don't know if it would shake up a lot. I mean, it would kind of fuck over my predictions because I have Rad winning this, but
Crazy Kitty switching back again to Daredevil.
All right, Banhammer, good to go. Putting it onto the Lunar Snow. Often can be well placed. And indeed, Sunghoon's going to be the recipient of that one. You can see the attempted peel coming through from Matthew Murdoch. Getting the charm as well. The control is there. Ducky has to exit and get themselves a quick upgrade on the other side. But Lastro lies in wait. The Raging Royal Flush, at least onto the remainder of Reject now, as Rad have to try and disengage and kite this one away. But there's so much speed coming through from Yaki. Still, it seems that Smashnez is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Crazy Kitty driven back into the melee by Piggy, and Rad is just losing so much space here.
And it was just off, like I mentioned, like Rad used so many ultimates. The only one that they had was the Royal Flush, but they got so much out of it. Rad are building up stuff, but it's pretty much going to be met now. There's only 45 seconds left to try to push past the second checkpoint, and they're just constantly being reset in clean team fights. Rad are just like, oh, we've lost enough. We're just going to actually just drop completely.
There to go over onto the White Fox. He's going to have a lot of trouble dealing with his poke, but at least doesn't worry so much about Yaki's approach.
We've got the team up at the very least, but strategist ultimates are plenty. You just need to try and go in and work in these kind of fights and engagements. You've got a Goddess of Death on the other side for Brownie. And both Angelos take it to the sky to see if the airport is going to be very close for either of them, potentially, as they're fighting for it all. Rad especially have so much to work with, 10 seconds left.
Brownie takes to the skies, says, I hope
and this is a best of 3.
This time, as Vertical has to unleash the Kumiho in order to try and waylay the assault that's coming their way. Piggy sends out their doppelganger. The unacknowledged of Odin will make their way forward, and Piggy's ready to try and fight Heaven's Retribution towards the back. Yaki overextended, and Mash is there with the counter play, but Reject can just play this one slowly because there's still some space to give up.
The aerial duels.
Let's see this.
Let's see this. If they can fight for
Reject has some good ults here, chat. Let's see what they do here.
Now as Banhammer's going to be used on both sides. Reject trying to sustain this one a little bit more. Crazy Kitty going down.
Both supports forced out the support ult. They have the better support ult. They have the better support ult. Dance. Dance.
Brownie falls, but Smash is counted on the other side. Yaki's tied to a post, but it doesn't matter because he's still just swinging away. The Devil's Chain. You can't put
dude,
him because he's
Reject can win this.
Of demonic forces.
Oh my god, yo, Reject can win this.
Fall in their path.
Rad can't quite even push the distance.
Yo, who's from EMEA right now, chat? Who's from Europe, bro? What's going on over there, man?
Here, and Rad's defense
your third place EMEA team is losing right now. What's going on?
Fight to live another day. Really enjoying seeing like the Angela head-to-heads
more like
happening in the sky, just to sort of maintain
PU,
the speed and positioning.
Get it?
But it's like when the Heaven's Retribution comes in onto a Daredevil, and it's like, I'm just going to, it's an AoE ult. I'm chained to the fence, but I'm feral, and you're getting way too close to me. Yaki has been superb. Both of the duelists are showing up massively here. And it just feels like in some of these instances, Rad are not quite gelling in the same succinct style that Reject have been so well known for in Pacific. A lot of the talent have said, like, don't write these guys off. I just didn't expect that Reject would be the ones taking the chunk out of Rad in this case. Certainly going towards play-ins.
Rad, a new team here, as we've alluded to many times, don't have the LAN experience. And potentially their first LAN experience, having flown thousands of miles, could be cut short in the next 6 minutes if Reject can make it to their goal.
We're so excited to see these guys. The majority of this team from Chopped, which were the 4th place finishers before Grand Finals at Atlanta. We sent 3 teams from EMEA, so they were very close. Unsigned squad. Now under Rad that has jumped back into the region after winning the region with mid-season finals with the Rad team of last year, now Na'Vi. Reject.
Man, I can't believe this, bro. I had Rad winning this too, bro. I'm about to
really want to sort of set the same level as they did last time.
I'm just surprised that the underdog is winning.
Early portal will offer some safety for the backline of Reject, placing themselves up on high ground and forcing a reactive rotation from Rad.
You got Ducky that's over on the Groot as well on this defense. That's like well known for it, big ultimates, but they haven't quite connected so far this event. And certainly when you've got a Gambit and a Luna on the other side, that's a lot of cleanses, even if those ultimates do connect.
Ducky off with a ramp to make sure that those without vertical mobility could get up onto the high ground, and Reject have started to throw down the gauntlet, accruing the percentage towards the capture on the objective. Smashness has to decide where they want to try and really put all of their priority. It seems that Piggy is going to be the first one chosen. The Doctor Strange is getting a little bit too deep for my liking here, and so will be punished. And Reject haven't really been able to get too much off the back of the positions that they claimed off the back of that portal.
Yeah, Daredevil doesn't see much, but he sees plenty of gargoyles over on the cathedrals, the church that he's sort of known to go to. And that defense is a good, solid hold to begin with for Reject as they're forced to reset. Changing up, Gargoyle's going to move away from the Deadpool Vanguard over towards Emma Frost, which, you know, great for finding these ultimates to cause chaos for Rad, which they're sort of known and prone to fall too, right? Just, you're not waiting for those big ultimates. It can come out at any time. It's just whether the likes of Mash and Vertigo are going to be prepared or not.
Great neutral matchup against the Groot as well. Being able to farm those walls for the energy on the primary fire and then become an absolute DPS machine. You can see that Gargoyle is taking a lot of that responsibility. Happy to do the admin because they will be rewarded.
Reject is getting a little too overconfident. Chat, bro. They get to be overconfident, bro.
And now the alarms.
They're cooking.
The panic begins. A bubble popped by the Groot. It needs to be a turnaround on the backhand side. But Crazy Kitty doesn't have any health to try and make this one work. Diego's got no heals, but chases on the Taditsan. And indeed, the demon has been vanquished, exercised from the back line. Yaki's still on the chase, but decides to
dude, oh my god, the movement. Oh my god, the movement.
So relies on the remainder of Rejects to try and claim this point, and they will readily do so.
4.5 minutes.
The matchup's been good with the Angela, and we're sort of used to Lugia doing a lot of work in the MEA, but like Gargoyle has, Piggy's been consistently doing that, even like in some of those qualification games. Reject have been known to have like very flexible Vanguard lines, and I think that's the main thing that's shining here.
Hot take, chat.
Spades, but it's just
hot
that,
take.
Like, online
if Reject was playing against this, like this against 100 Thieves, I think it would have been. I think it would have been a lot closer.
The pressure is real, and Rad have no more points to give. No more chance at forgiveness. And Brownie certainly not going to be willing to forgive here as the monster is unleashed towards the back. Seems to have not grabbed too much here. Was hoping for a Vanguard. Instead, they will grab nothing, but what an ante coming through from Lastro. Oh, Captain, my Captain, he's getting it done. Yaki versus Crazy Kitty.
I didn't know I was playing for Reject.
So much, but
and playing their, and playing their Elsa.
Smashnes has their mind broken under the gaze of Emma Frost.
The Crazy Kitty, not quite feral and certainly paling in the size of the Yak himself. It's been so good, even though there wasn't much grabbed in from the ultimate from the Apex Predator. It split everybody enough for Yaki to find a picks. He has got the ultimate for Daredevil, and there's so little space to work with.
This is the biggest upset I've ever seen in my life.
The end. Is anybody even
this is the biggest upset I've ever seen in my life.
It's going to be coming back here with the Raging Royal Flush. It's going to be so difficult for Rad to try and rebuff the next battle that comes through.
I do think it's a lack of experience, though. Reject has a lot of ex-Overwatch League players who have played on LAN. Maybe Rad is like, you know, maybe they are nervous. Maybe they are playing on LAN. Maybe the what do you call it? Pressure is getting to them.
Yaki towards the back, the Devil ready to be unleashed, but instead they can just wait it out because they see that the Luna's dancing on the floor. Crazy Kitty gonna try and get the value off the back of this one, and Sunghoon rolls on forward as well. Damage boost onto Piggy. Heaven's Retribution will be found, but will Asia's Retribution be here as they look to try and slay the seed from EMEA that wants to take them from the tournament. Now it's Yaki's turn to unleash, going over onto their counterpart of Crazy Kitty as the Devil's Chain is unleashed, and so too is the Emma Frost ultimate for a lot of the action.
It's a scrappy battle in the end, but Rad is still holding on for a bit of time. Crazy Kitty finds that pick onto Brownie, closes the distance after Let the Devil Out was used in from Lackey, but there's still 5 players from Reject still fighting this. They're not disengaged in the same way that Rad did on the tag. They still want to claw things back if they possibly can, knowing that Rad are going to run out of steam eventually, seeing if they can just find
Yo, what's up, TDK? How you doing? How you doing?
And Rad maybe
I heard you betted on us. That is true. I had you guys winning.
Energy to work with. There's one ult, one tick on the board, and that's going to be Brownie here with the
I also voted on Rad winning this, but it doesn't look like it. You played against Rejects. Rejects a good team. I mean, it looks like they're.
And out comes the beast, but will the Apex Predator be found? They're trying to get.
Oh, okay, that was a little better, Brownie. That's one more person than you hit last time. That's a W.
This is going to give a momentary respite to Rad.
Smashnes has been a hero, though. He's found 2 picks to trade this out just in favor, and now Reject.
I've never seen Jay3 happier when he's watching Marvel Rival tournaments. Love you, Jay. Hey, W, my friend, W. I love watching Marvel Rival tournaments. It gives me a break to also not play this game, which I love. Also, I'm old. My arthritis is hurting, so I have to take a break. Watching tournaments give me that break.
Royal flush on the one-sided gambit about to come online for Lastro.
Pressure rising, heart rate pumping, neurons firing here for Rad. They are within spitting distance of taking themselves to a map number 3, but they know that they still have to deal with the final boss of that Raging Royal Flush. Smashnes gives over a little bit of space here, puts down the trap in order to pure for their backline. Lastro's
okay, chat. 40 seconds left. 40 seconds left. Yo, Rad can still win this.
And do Reject want to try and play this one with 38 seconds? Surely they're just going to wait for their better
I'm going to do the gamer pose, chat. I'm going to do the gamer pose. I'm locked in here, dude. I'm locked in.
Smashnes, he has been the cool, calm, collected one on his team to just keep Rad in it. There's enough to try to work with, but this is looking like it's going to be the overtime finish. Whether Reject's going to win this one 2-0 or Rad's going to bring us to a third.
20 seconds, 20 seconds, 20 seconds. Both
cannot
teams
find
have
that
both
offlane
support
too
ults.
easily. As Piggy just gives a love tap here and there, letting their presence be known. Lastro still needs that last 2% here for the Raging Royal Flush. They can make Gargoyle move forward rather quickly.
Oh, they both knocked each other.
Is going to be there, but still Lastro and Sunghoon have so much to work with. The space is given. It needs to be now. There's no room to disengage. The extra damage is there. Ducky is going to quack his last potentially.
Oh, they grabbed him.
Vertigo needs to get the
He's not
second
dying.
fate of both worlds. The healing's good, but they've been forced away from
Brownie's
the
down.
point.
Uh-oh.
Brownie's been taken down. Piggy lands with an almighty roar.
Yaki,
But through the
Yaki,
overdamage
get
to
your
make
ult,
this one
Yaki.
work.
Get
In
your
the
ult,
back, the devil's
Yaki.
been unleashed, and the backline
Yaki.
is under critical assault.
Vertigo
He
copied
gets
the
it.
Gambit ultimate. He
Pop
went
it.
in and tried to go
Pop
big, but
it.
might have just
What are you
folded.
saving your ult
Now,
for?
Lugia
Marvel
needs to stay on
Rivals
this
2?
no matter what. Ducky's also arrived, having opened the pentagram for all of us.
Pop it!
Reject surely in towards the back. Up comes the regeneration, the main. Gargoyle's going to be the prime brawler here, but inside of regeneration, the main, the damage is going to be too much to bear. A blocking off of the sight lines means the healing cannot be delivered. Yaki's
Pop
there
it!
just
He
in time
popped
to
it.
let the devil out, but as they
He
all
popped
turn
it.
upon him, surely there's going to be too much damage.
Yaki!
And Rad refused to kneel, and they refused to bend. Reject will not stamp their ticket this time.
The cat is out of the
Wow.
bag as Crazy Kitty has found himself free right at the end there to try to
Nah,
hold on.
bro.
And backs to the wall. They managed to bring us to a third
Through.
round. And that
They
might be the
threw.
difference maker to bring
They
these
were
animals out
dominating
on
the
land,
whole
out on
game.
stage.
You
Rejects
have the chance
have the
to
map
finish
choice at the
it,
very
and
least
they
going to a map
fumbled,
3,
bro. They
but Smash
fumbled their
Dance, really the
chance.
play that has been missing a little bit so far on the side of Rad just settled things up and set the stage up for a map 3 in this like final play-in game.
At least we're going to a match
Heart
3.
is
That's pretty
pumping
good.
out of my chest. I can't imagine how it is for
That's pretty
Rad
good. Okay,
right
chat. I gotta
now.
go pee real quick before this last game. So give me 2 seconds.
Is
That
the
was
Black Widow ban
awesome.
Going to be a key.
I cannot
This
believe,
matchup.
bro.
Smash
Come on,
Dance, when
man.
they
You
can
guys are
mirror the
better than
Elsa.
this.
Yes, where he is strongest.
I mean, that was
I
the thing
cannot
before. I think when it
believe.
came
Look.
to like the Black Widow head-to-head against
Look how
Delana,
stressed
Delana
I am.
just
Look at
beat
my
Smash
hair.
Dance, like full stop. But it's like the
How
pull
did
as
they
well,
not
like,
win
yeah, you got the
that?
Black Cat protect. It's the fact that it was like, okay, they got Black Cat, we're not going to ban out Daredevil on that side.
Okay,
so
give me
there
a
was
second.
still some
I gotta
freedom.
go
And I
pee,
think
chat.
Crazy Kitty did a lot more on a Daredevil there than the Black Cat. It's just about like having the options and forcing Reject to go in a different direction with their bans. I also think they're just making sure that Reject weren't able to get the Loki, did a lot in the end, even though they're comfortable. Like Lastro is so good at Gambit and Luna. It's like, which one do you actually want to see him on and pick in this case? But I'm really glad that this has gone the distance. Not only that we get to see more Rad and I don't leave with complete egg on my face, it's also just that Reject are really showing that they deserve to be here and one of the strong teams in this internationally.
Both Rad and I need a breather, as do our team. So we'll send you over to our analyst desk to break it all down.
Break it down, we shall. Pushed to the limit. Rad, bring it back. That was close, guys.
I was afraid this is how we found out we were witches and we were going to get thrown in the river because we cast or cursed them. I thought we'd cursed them, but I'll tell you what, the bounce back.
I cursed them in the first series too. I was like, oh no.
yeah, no, you actually are. You're getting tossed in the river. But no, it's, I mean, that was crazy. It was a bit of a choke job too. I've got to be honest. I think that was absolutely a Reject win condition. I think Rad stepped up in that moment, started switching up the comp. There's a lot of switching early, right? And that was tricky.
I mean, you wanted to talk about this. Let's talk about it here. Lugia bringing out the Angela at the end, but they have been rotating through a lot of heroes so far this tournament ship.
Yeah, I like the Angela ending. I wasn't sure about the, the first KO was on Hulk, right? Then they made the switch.
Rogue as well.
Yeah, then to Rogue, which I'm also not like 100% sold on right now. I think it's very difficult to stay healthy. And yeah, the Venom at one point, a lot of switching, but then as soon as Angela came on the field, it was like a whole new game, and it helped a ton.
It did seem to make a difference. We saw a little bit of both team-ups for Angela as well. We saw the Starla team-up for Vision against the Black Cat, and then we even saw, of course, the Hela team-up for the absolutely just bodying people, taking them off the point, which is scary to deal with, and both of them were using that to great effect. But as the casters mentioned, Smashness VOD really showing up during that series.
I mean, the Elsa play, we've been waiting to see someone really pop off on this hero. We've seen some great work from Black Widow. We've seen some good Buckies, but like Elsa's been just lacking, it felt like. Maybe because in a lot of scrims it's been banned out, so people aren't as practiced on it as they would like to be. But now we got to see, you know, Brownie go toe-to-toe with Smashness, and of course Smashness was able to clutch up towards the end. Staying alive, I think, was the big name of the game towards the end here for Rad, and the factor that, like the way that they were able to kite every single time the damage came out, push at the right moment, use all their cooldowns, and take out members periodically from Reject, that got them the win in the end.
This is such an important moment, getting that win, and we were talking about it a little bit during the breaks while we were watching the games here. The experience difference between these two teams when it comes to international events is stark, Shib. We have Reject, who have basically been to every single event in one form or another under Crazy Kitty or Reject. Most of these players have played every event so far. Rad, MASH. MASH showed up for OUG at the Grand Finals, meaning that he is coming in to basically be the one person with the LAN experience in Marvel Rivals. But now they've had that moment of massive stress. You lost in your most important game potentially so far, and you just brought it back, and now you get a break to mentally reset. That could be huge, Shib.
I'm with you. I think we talked about this right prior. I think it's the brightest lights so far, right? This is the very end. You move or go home, and this is where you start to see the real grit of the team. And if they're able to show up, and in beginning, especially on Dom, I was like, Reject, and maybe Rad doesn't have it, started bouncing back. What do you think?
I felt like Yaki was just diffing Crazy Kitty at the start there, right, on the Black Cat. It just was not working. The save, they were like, okay, we didn't get to use the Black Cat and the Daredevil last time. Maybe that's why we lost. Sure. No, it was just Yaki was doing so good on it as well. And unfortunately, it forced them for Reject to actually make it so that Rad locked in even more so. I think if we didn't see as much of a struggle from Crazy Kitty at the start, they might have gotten a little bit too just comfortable towards the end, but they were not in their comfort zone. They had to swap on the fly, and it actually found a comp that worked for them.
Let's play off of what our casters were talking about a little bit here. Important bans. In the first series, we saw the ban onto both the Black Cat and the Daredevil. In the second series, we started to see the Black Widow being banned away. Which one, Shib, is more important when it comes to this?
I mean, right now, I would say Brownie on Widow was the reason they won domination. I think the off-angle plays, the picks were consistent, huge ults in moments that were crucial. I think it's got to be Widow.
Yeah, the Widow was a big difference maker there, and of course we are going to the old faithful Museum of Contemplation. I know Cake's
I've never seen this map.
With that as well. We've seen this so often in Pacific. This is just a fan favorite for everyone who's been watching and playing in that region for sure. But
okay,
even
I'm
that,
sorry, did I
mean,
miss anything?
is the comfort zone.
I'm back from the bathroom.
For
My bad.
Reject. They go to it for a reason.
Speaking of comfort, a quick point that these players are playing on the Black Shark V3 Pro from Razer.
You're a little bit behind. You guys always say that, and I'm not.
The Razer Black Shark V3 Pro, available for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. So all these players will be in comfort when it comes to that. But like I already mentioned, comfort, this is the go-to map in every single region. When you look at the statistics, the most played maps were usually Dons because they were auto-picked first time, and then it was Museum basically across the board.
We've only had like Midtown for the Convoy as the difference.
Okay,
in
we
terms
were
of, like,
pretty far behind. How? Okay, we were like
maps that people have played
5,
so far in the
10
plans
seconds
today.
behind.
So hopefully we get a little bit more variety tomorrow, since we'll have more matches going on then throughout the bracket stage. But yeah, I think we'll see the typical 3-3 comp from
saying my bad for using the bathroom is wild. I hate being. Listen, you guys come here for me. I hate being like not at my computer.
Important ban though, if you are
like
Rad, is that
I hate going away from my
the
computer.
extra res, and also using the infinite ammo with the Punisher for spawn break is huge.
Yeah, I'm with you. And just piggybacking off your point, I think, we will see.
I feel like it's very disrespectful that you guys come to my stream and then or any stream and then they just leave for a very long time. I think it's just
maybe to see something different.
That's not what you guys came here for.
It's just the map that they're choosing. But yeah, I would expect later on as we get deeper into the tournament, some of those more unique maps.
I just don't have my depends, chat. When I get my diapers, I can just piss myself and
just how much
I won't have to go to the bathroom.
Have changed. We are talking about just how much Rad brought it back in this series, but the fact is they brought it back. When we were heading into this, it was over. Like, Rad have basically got this, and then immediately, despite us potentially being non-believers, what a shout out.
What number did you wear in football, high school? I wore 13.
Region, including Keg, who was in the crowd and was talking up Reject to me the entire time during the last series, just saying, oh no, it's God, Reject going through. And right now, they might be onto something because Reject are now the team that is in the lead, and Rad are the ones who are fighting from behind. They've only just evened it up.
Damn, their coach is like fucking serious in this shit, bro. I like that. That guy's very passionate. Why 13? It's just the number that my coach gave me, and then I love the number 13 now. Some people think 13 is a bad lucky number, or no, it's my favorite number. With the number 3, of course.
That is true. You see the lock in here of the Loki. I think we talk about Loki a ton. That damage boost with those crystals is just
Hey, appreciate it, Bubba T.
You can do some serious work. The healing
Okay, guys, last match. Last match.
With Mantis, but obviously Mantis has been
tied 1-1. Who wins? Who wins? I hope Rad. I hope Reject
the invulnerability,
bans.
regeneration domain, and of course.
Ooh, is Rad gonna save one of the characters now?
Important ults, because if your opponent gets a strategist, you don't.
Wait,
just nick
all of
it.
Djalia
Just nick their ult when you
convergence.
need it.
Wait.
We'll see it. Magneto secured one side.
Didn't we just play Hall of Djalia? What's the map?
Seen Reject really opt for the Magneto play in their triple. So Yaki specifically looked really good on this.
Oh, why does it say Hall of Djalia?
For wanting to have that one-sided.
Ooh, Reject! Reject can ban both of the heroes. Uh-oh.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's different here, though. It's very different on a map like this, where Mag using that shield is going to take up the entire lane. So it's far, different, but still kind of interesting. I think that might be one of the first times we've seen that today.
Loki going to be banned out, secured one side for Reject. We did see Rad really put in the work with that.
They don't want to ban any of the melee characters, chat. Wow.
That was extremely
I thought, hey, you guys won when you banned Crazy Kitty out. Why won't you just do it again? But no.
On the side, because the Rocket Raccoon, they're looking for one side for Reject if they can get it through.
It is an important hero on this map, just because we see it as the revive with the Battle Rebirth beacon for the hold. So it is viable, but it has been, like you said, a really go-to pick for Reject.
The Gambit save too is pretty crucial here for Rad.
Agreed, and like you guys are talking about, Rocket's an enabler for the break.
A one-sided
and for the hold.
Gambit,
Right? So
and another team. The other team has a one-sided Loki.
But we can see the removal of Luna. I think Luna.
They removed Luna.
Strong in this match.
And are they going to save Luna?
Started just landing so many freezes, just getting a little bit of extra charms, and the healing output for your dive characters, which was
a one-sided Loki and a one-sided Rocket, and the other team has a one-sided Mag and a one-sided
have gotten the
Gambit.
better of this ban draft. Yes, Gambit is very strong. Yes, Magneto is very strong. But as you're saying, Shiv, this is exactly what we saw during a domination. It did not work. The Invis ban, okay, I do like that, but I don't know if that's the best option. Maybe it would have been better to ban the Luna because we've seen so much more effectiveness from that.
That damage boost on the shield with the torch team up though can be good for spawn breaks. We're talking about it. Spawn breaks are so important here.
I don't know if I agree with the Reject bans.
Goes on to the bracket stage.
I think
tomorrow.
Rad
Loser
wins.
Is eliminated from the mid-season
I
finals.
think they should have done exactly what they did the first game. It doesn't make any sense. Why are you going to change something? Why fix something that ain't broke?
Reject at this point. It looked so good last map.
I'm actually copying you again. I'm going Reject on this one too. I'm sorry, Rad. We'll see how it goes.
You're a traitor to your region. It's Rad all the way. Let's send it over to Leg Day and Ride on the casting desk to bring you home with the final map of the day.
Well, I know somebody that's not getting that return flight back to Europe, Audible, instant, but I understand it because here it's like Reject here looking so good in these environments, and Rad, well, shaky, but it's expected, right? They're getting that experience, and we have seen teams go from these kind of moments to actually very successful runs in playoffs if Rad can make it. I mean, that's what the organization did last time, and they won the whole damn thing.
Well, now the pressure is equal. And
remember, Reject didn't do really well against
on the offense, and one of
the spawn hold break.
Seeing if it's not quite the same like Black Widow Daredevil sort of play, but Reject attacking first, Rad going onto the defense.
What the hell? I hate you, Jay.
Really,
what the hell did I do?
The usual stuff, right? The triple strategist, but you do have that one dual
What the hell did I do,
triple
man?
Vanguard for Rad.
Well, Rad are going to be having to try and get some value off the bar on the Cooks here. Great wall setup coming through from Piggy to try and bisect this team. You can see that Vanguards have been isolated. Quick force movement from Piggy. And yet
why did YouTube say fuck Jay3, man? What the hell did I do?
Ducky didn't get any such resources. All they were already expended to try and fuel for that Magneto. And so Ducky might already be
almost a good wall.
Doctor Strange to try and teleport back.
hoping that there's going to be enough of a touch there from the rest of his team in the end, but it's provided Piggy enough space to put these walls down. A trade at the very least. The Smash has been able to pick off Brownie, but the BRB means that it's still going to be a 6 versus 5 for the time being whilst Ducky's in transit.
He can just put down so much poke here that can't really be answered as well. Just make sure the attacks.
Oh my god, I love what Piggy's doing over here on the right side.
Entryways are certainly going to complicate entry as well. Yaki takes a bit of a wide angle, could be risky, and can't quite get past that Gambit Orb either, but Lugia goes already fallen down to Piggy. Brownie's getting involved with adjudication.
Yo!
This defense certainly is.
Okay, I wasn't familiar with your game, Reject. Okay, they capped with 5 minutes.
Museum of Contemplation, and I find
5 minutes.
Reject. We say like Pacific Region, Museum of Contemplation. Reject played it 3 times today. 3 times. Like, you're not beating the allegations that this is just like the love letter, your map. Crazy Kitty at least is going to go over to the Kitty, the feline of Black Cat themselves. But Rad don't want to over-change their composition because you're losing some of that ult charge that you're building up. But also, that's where they start to look a little bit.
That's not me. That's not me, chat. That's not my internet. I paid my bill like a week ago.
Okay, precise rotation here from Rad. Haven't really had to use any resources.
Oh, they're doing the J3 team strat. Remember when we bunkered down here and we won?
Here of the Vanguards, but you can see that
yeah, remember, but we had a penny. They don't have a penny.
Effectively, it does go down rather quickly. Yaki gets dragged on in. Crazy Kitty on a good controlling arc here, and Mash is ready to try and answer this one as well. The second Cosmic Yarn Amplifier goes out. In comes Mash's response. The rage. Is that done? Oh no, not this time. They're just hiding away in the room. I think that there may well have been a block.
Oh, that was a good block if he was trying to.
Prison, and that's going to be an easy execution of Gargoyle here. One after the other, dodging the incoming blast drops of CC immunity. Lastro is just going to be feeding over ultimate.
No, why would you not go for the Loki that was right next to you?
Is going to stop this train.
The Loki was on his right side. Why is he trying to hit someone that's farther away when he's falling?
And it's easy for the Kraken's impact. I think
See, this is why they need me on Bucky, chat. It doesn't make any sense.
Got the rolling, Royal Flush that
it makes no sense.
Mash, but it's still one of those cases like that was able to turn that fight in. Reject dedicated a lot, went for the Strangling Prison themselves for Piggy.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Big scary ultimates that are available on this attack inside that are about to come online, namely like Yaki that really makes good use out of these like Let the Devil Out. Certainly closing down the distance against Rad, who just want to keep away from him at all costs.
Crazy Kitty going towards the back. Here comes the last stand. They want the Loki and they'll get the Loki. Farewell to Lastro. The Jotunheim magic, no match for
his hairline is too good to play Bucky correctly.
So many resources as well, like it's full instinct that's now coming in over on the Bucky, but Let the Devil Out in close proximity to Rad. They're able to hold on. They don't have the Stridest ultimates in order to keep fighting this, but Piggy does find that pick over towards Lugia.
Well, in this tight corridor, you're building up Fury so fast. Piggy's just donk walking towards the man. The Flora Colossus just takes step after step and cannot be stopped. Yaki gets... Mash has picked up 2 on the back here with the beat stick, but you don't have a talking stick, so it's time to shut up, they say, but Reject are just going to keep on rolling.
There's another re-engage. It's not really like you have got a bit of respite, so you don't have to be forced out to do the portal play just yet. And you've also got your 2 strategist ultimates about to come online for Rad, so you can't
tell me that Daredevil knew what he was looking at during that ult. You think Daredevil players don't know what they're doing when they play anything, bro. They're just smashing their face on the keyboard.
Nice bubble to parry the incoming Feral Leap of the Wolverine. Great response there from Piggy, and here's the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
That's not good. That's not good. Oh, he's trying to protect it. Oh, I like that.
Wild tech there from Piggy, but Brownie was inside of the invisible boundary and so falls down before being resurrected here by the Battle Recall Beacon of Sunghoon. What about next Cosmic Yarn Amplifier though?
Oh, that's a good spot. That's a good spot for that ult.
And now Brownie's just going to be doing so much damage. Assassin's proficiency is well known here. Farewell to Smashnez. Bye-bye Crazy Kitty.
Nice.
To Rad's defense.
And the Strangling Prison used to just make it fish in a barrel for Brownie's
Yo!
damage boosted gun, the damage boosted ultimate. Rad just not having enough to like out-sustain these engagements, because like you mentioned, like the Yarn Amplifier was used from Serum.
There's no way, man.
Brownie got picked off.
Jay, I thought you were cheering for Rad. I do think Rad is going to win, but to be honest with you, I do feel like the Asia teams are like...
From the standout duelist of the day behind the lane, you have to say.
The Asia teams always lost really early on in all the lands, so I'm kind of, it's like I'm really cheering for the underdog here. I really do want to see, like, you know, I really do want to see them some like win.
As well. Plenty of peeling coming through, but big isolation coming over here onto Crazy Kitty, split the wrong way from the remainder of his team. The comms must have been so cluttered.
Rejected so good, even though they're getting picked off, they're still dedicating ultimates because they know a Be Right Back is about to be ready and available to use, so it's not too much of a problem for Gargoyle to pull out the ult, even though they have just lost one of their players. They're so good at just reading where the map state is with some of these bigger cooldowns.
Chaos Blade used here, unleashed from the scabbard by Magneto, but it would appear that
I mean, whoever wins this plays against Team Liquid Citadel, so I think whoever wins this is going to get bullied next, so I don't know.
Cannot afford to choke this one. Proficiency is demanded. They need to stop it here right now. If Reject start to build momentum, this could be curtains before it's even begun. But Yaki is taking this time to develop an angle on the other side so he can unleash the Devil into the backline. He's getting constantly harried though by his
that would actually be really cool if
in his own right, and this constant battle for the high
if a team from Asia wins this whole LAN event, because everyone's saying like, you know, an NA or an EU team's gonna win.
Goes there just in time with the extra on top.
Oh, there you go.
Puts a little bit of sauce on it, taking down Lastro, and while Smashnez may lose out on his duel to Brownie, there's a little bit of stability.
It's a respect for Yaki coming in with the ultimate Strangle Prison, just making sure that the Let the Devil Out is pretty much put out to pastures as much as possible. But Crazy has found
what was Brownie as Black Widow doing all the way at the other team's spawn like he was going to do something, bro? He just staggered himself a little bit.
The Red Room Rifle is about to become its fully charged and powerful battle station, but can Smashnez find the space to work with it is the question.
These head-to-heads for Smashnez today, they haven't looked too solid, but it's the damage boost on the other side. No Mantis available for either team for that reason, but the ultimate's going to be thrown out, just taking the pot shots, hoping for the best with the first Yan Amplifier. Lastro has another one in backup just in case it's needed.
That extra movement speed coming through from the Raging Royal Flush could be everything here to try and avoid some of this incoming damage.
Damn.
Crazy getting towards the back, ready to let the Devil out. Lastro already coming through with a doppelganger. The Cosmic Yan Amplifier gives over even more HP to try and dodge through this, but when more HP is generated, there's all the more damage to try and chunk through it. Smashnez making sure that there's so much danger of that spinning kick you cannot follow through.
Wait, Crazy Kitty Spider-Man chat? This is our first Spider-Man that we've seen? Wait a minute, we have a Spider-Man in the game? Wait, he switched off Spider-Man already? Well, that sucks.
So many ultimates, they're not getting that much in terms of progress. Rad needs to get in the way of this one though. The Pentagram of Ferala opened up behind them, cuts off the LOS from the healers towards the front line. Isolation here on towards the Doctor Strange's Gargoyle with 100 energy is waiting to try and find an opening.
The Ducky has got that Strangling Prison. It could be a hero moment here, and with Piggy being taken out, there's some trades on the other side. It's Paul Sung-hyun out of position, so the strategists are gone.
Someone's got to get on to the point. It's going to be Yaki here, but they're blocked away by the Mad Cannon. Moving up closer, overtime is going to begin to tick away. There are no second chances.
A good hold by Rad, but that's going to be pretty tough to beat.
Still a strong push that
that's
Rad are going to have to match if they want to survive.
Yeah, Rad, when the map opens up, you have a bit more of that verticality with the point blooming out into this like double-decker train. Able to just make Crazy Kitty have a bit more freedom to sort of work with. Smashnez, he can't really go head-to-head with the Black Widow on the other side in an honest game because you have the
Brownie's popping off, 10 final hits. Piggy too, 7 finals.
Space, really, like
Yaki with 2 finals,
I'm still a little bit worried about overall for Rad is like for EMEA, we've had like out of the 20 games that we've seen, maybe like 2 actually reach the third part of the map. It usually stops there. So it's whether Rad can actually get to that objective because Rad, Reject even, are very good on defensive side of this. They had good experience with playing some of the triple setups or against some of these like bunker breakers that we saw from Acronix
And Jay, please do
earlier.
comp after this. Whoa, Chad, I don't know if I'm playing comp, bro. We've been streaming for 9 hours already.
But Reject not looking for the damage. They're looking for
I think after this, I might call it. I don't know yet. And then, I mean, tomorrow's going to be a longer day, I think.
First defense folded like a crypto scam.
Yeah,
it just barely even existed despite 2 good pulls.
People are about to lose their life savings, and Jay over here talking about underdogs. I think everyone can say that Reject was the underdog coming into this. Yes. Listen. I do not like watching stomps. I want to watch a very close and tight game.
Mile taken, a mile claimed. Only 1 spot in our playoff bracket, and 2 teams that are desperate for it.
Crazy Kitty has the full use of the team up with Gambit in
It's
hand
not
too,
fun
so
for us as
pretty
viewers,
much
chat,
should be like the
to
next
watch a
level.
2-0.
Ultra instinct
That's
to be able to
boring.
take these fights and immediately some big resources.
Seeing a
Lamps
game go to
and the
match
team up
map
with Jeff
3
used for
and
Piggy means he
seeing
doesn't
a
have too much
match
to
like
rely on to protect him.
literally go to the last fight so
Reject
much
to
better.
take a more aggressive
It
turn
puts you on
now.
the edge of
They're
your
trying to
seat.
Force out that passive here from Crazy Kitty. Was that Brownie just flying by on the other side? Manages to self-revive on the back of a Cocoon Revival. But Smasher's doing so much damage here with Rotter Stern and building up the instinct.
Hey, you have your hook. Why don't you hook someone? Bro, watching people play Bucky
so many with a tainted
tilts me.
voltage. The instinct is built, but the space is being taken away. Gargoyle just runs him down in the neutral. The peeling was not there, and still the regeneration domains can come up here from Lastro.
It's a minute that's been used, and Rad have not really been able to move this objective anywhere. In fact, they had to sort of take a couple more steps back with the S key because of how that fight was going in the end. Yan Amplify going to be used along with the Strangling Prison, and you've got the Royal Flush that's going to be used to counter it from Rad, but you've got the copy that's going to go in, so 2 Yan Amplifies for the price of 1.
Got 1, maybe 2 here. Brownie cannot self-revive again. Crazy Kitty moving towards the back. Battle Recall Beacon not going to last for long, and despite the investment here from Yaki,
yo, wait, Crazy Kitty's popping off.
Reward them for the investment made. It's all gone down the plug, and so Rejects are going to have to come back once again. They're already going to 2P.
Yeah,
Jubilee is allowed,
They
yes,
just wanna
chat.
sort of take
Jubilee
these
is allowed.
engagements as much as possible, but Rad have enough banked up. It's just that the Strategist Ultimates got used in the end. Maybe even like Rad want to try and close this distance a bit more, but with this quiet, the solemn silence, they're expecting this play.
They are going to be playing catch-up here, as the cart has got away from them. That's going to make this engagement very awkward, especially considering they're not working from a point of advantage, and Brownie being down is a huge amount of utility that's not going to be available.
The group bubble is just too funny to watch. Wow. Wow, Reject.
Over the Museum of Contemplation, as Mash and Vertigo have no one to peel for them, no second chances, no resurrections this time. And Reject are back in control.
And they have res. And they have res. So what I'm gonna guess here is that Ducky's gonna ult, Smashnez is gonna combo with him. They're gonna all die, and then Brownie's just gonna get a massive res. Now the problem is, if Smashnez continues to go again and again, that might be a problem for the res.
And look at how
where's Piggy going?
Piggy's going so deep in towards the back.
Where are they? Why are they?
Yakka to try and move forward with those embattled leaps. Attempt to try and turn this one around here from Smashnez.
Why would you not try to bait out the Groot ult first?
Another reset, and it's going to be flipping down again onto
Why? What it? No, that's like horrible.
Now you are playing mad catch up to try and get in onto the car and make up for loss. A nice dodge onto the clobbering time.
No.
Smashnez refuses to yield and refuses to lose.
No.
Going up against this Adam is so difficult because the Soul Bond is just distributing the damage.
And now Yan Amplify used to try to counter-attack. Invisible Boundary used, but the Strangler Prison from Ducky going to be thrown in. Finds the picks at least to grab everybody together. And the patty cake isn't going to be enough to try to out-sustain this, even with Lastro going for the copy for another Yan Amplifier.
No, dude, I think they used
just Tech Town over on this
I think that's Rad. Rad's taking that. Why would you waste your ult right there? Why would what was the strat there?
After the Loki, no resurrections, no tricks, no Lastro to remain.
Bro, why would you take your team, rush to their spawn when you're playing defense, force your team to die when you could have just played passively and wasted more time, baited out your own support ult, which was very valuable if you got out the Groot ult. What the hell was that?
Turn this around and end up in playoffs tomorrow, you can very much turn and thank Smashnez because he has shown up where it matters. But this is a big battle to go up against. Crazy Kitty still staying on the Wolverine, Yaki on the Daredevil.
Smashnez forced to give up that angle, and you can bet the second that he shows himself, Brownie's there as well, but Piggy gets isolated there, likely off a feral leap. This is what the Wolverine brings to the table. This is what knocked Heretics out of contention. The great play off the back of that Wolverine, and Yaki's going to be able to enter into the back line here, basically unabated.
Has the ultimate for Last Stand, but just seeing if he can actually force these players off, splinter them off. He gets grabbed up from the Emma Frost, but there's enough sustenance there to actually fight this. Last Stand is going to pull Piggy out into position. He just got back, and you've just pulled him back.
I think Rad wins. I think Reject through.
Out of the lamps and into the fire. No chance to build up towards one of those strategist ultimates. Gargoyle's going to be the only one on the docket for this, and Reject are already pulling again.
Oh my god.
I am looking at Gargoyle though. The Silent Seductions have come out, and another portal actually. honestly. This map has gone so quickly, it feels like it wasn't going to be available, but Brownie's been taken out whilst the rest of the team comes in, and Lastro has as well.
Oh, they're down 2 Reject. Surely they can't make this one work, even with the ultimates that they have. 2 in the back line. Yaki knows better than to throw good money after bad. This is going to have to be a last.
God damn, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. This is like being a Browns fan.
Lastro's gone again. Just every time he shows his face, this Loki is getting absolutely
Anyone a Browns fan?
blasted.
And so many ultimates still held on to.
Or like a Jets fan.
Now it's 100 meters still to go. So whilst it does look
This
like
is-
Rad are in poised position with 2 minutes left, this point can feel long, and it can certainly be drawn out with what we saw from Reject. A 4.5 minute hold was it against Iconics? Rad have to try to make sure that
It's like being a Dolphins fan. Hey.
Rejects.
We're going to be good this year.
For so long, but now their joy is turning to ash in their mouths. 3 ultimates to play with here, and they need to get value off of each and every one.
Got to look at C. You got Mash as well with the Royal Flush. It's the one-sided gambit on their side that they want to try to make it work. But Piggy has been caught out of position a few times, and now it's both Julius using the ults.
Yaki and Brownie thought they had the power to make this one work. They just get caught inside of Ducky's ultimate. Lugia also shutting this one down. The bubbles to block the incoming shots. The Pierce isn't there. Brownie now missing out on so much of their damage, but still has the primary fire to try and work with.
Seems at Reject, it's been a battle of attrition. They've had so many games to play in the end today, but Rad have had the full 3 mappers all the way up, other than that 2-0 against Iconics. Now there's so little window of time and space to work with for Reject. You got to hope that you can close this distance, because right now Smashdez is set up in the sky.
To turn the ball over.
Of Rad right now with happy faces. The Lupine Gold's in the sky.
Oh, I wish he got traded.
Songhun gonna have to try and move after Piggy here. Can they make contact in time? Yes, the healing's finally there. Gargoyle on the other side using the Sonic Seduction to grab both of these backliners and shut down their potential to try and clutch. Smashnez can try and find an angle, but it seems that they've got nothing off the back of their Black Widow ultimate. Gargoyle needs to disengage. Both of Vanguard have fallen.
No, they threw, bro. They threw! They threw! Bro, whoever made that call to go rush their spawn for their res through the fucking game. I don't know which person did that on their team. They threw the match. But the good news is, our prediction stays true. Bro. You guys, whoever voted for RC was about to get the biggest payout of their fucking lives, bro. You guys were about to see one of the biggest payouts. I cannot believe that. I feel so bad for Rejects. They literally had the victory in their hands and they threw it away. They threw it
so many
away,
resources were going his way, and this is one of the things you get when you have that, when you have Lugia on the mag with that Chaos Blade. You force so much. For a second, you press C.
It's
threw
also
it
like
away.
Yaki, 30,000 damage done, 3 final hits. That's a lot of damage that you're feeding up the backline of Vertigo and Mash when it comes to like,
I feel so bad, bro. I feel so bad, bro.
But you have to say, like, Rad, first experience on LAN for the majority of the team, certainly like at Battle Rivals at an international
sucks,
level.
man. That
the
sucks.
reps
I feel
are
so
only gonna
bad
be good
for them.
They get to go in tomorrow. They get to go and play up against a solid team.
But I just want to let you guys know, I have a 100% prediction rate. I got every single prediction right today, so don't say J3 scam. Never say that again.
We just need to see a little bit more time in the oven, and I think that they can actually push some of the other more tenured, more experienced teams like they just did against Reject.
I mean, it's a critical day, right? Like, getting over the nerves on day 1 is so important. And I think that Rad, they will be able to grow from this experience. Like, it was a very tough matchup for them, but now that they know that Smashnez can, like, bring it to players on the Black Widow, like, this could be, like, a primary pick for them rather than, like a trio. It's like, oh, we got to bear the Widow. What are we going to do?
I think that's the main thing, too, of, like, Smashnez, like, you could say he saved Rad in some of those elements, but the rest of the team performed, like, solid. Like, Ducky, Lugia, the front line, like, you wouldn't say that there was those crazy, like, hero plays, but they held their own. They were consistent, and the team looked a lot more well put together. You know, they just felt like contenders.
You're always feeling
I
bad
think
for
so
someone.
far, so I'm excited to see what they do at playoffs.
You wouldn't feel bad for a team that flew across the whole world to go play in a tournament and they lost the first day?
Are you
that
not
sucks.
entertained? I mean, at this point, Rad is speedrunning LAN emotions. It's y'all's first LAN as a team, And I've got to ask you, I mean, listen, first, give you the floor. After what was an insane matchup and ending
Can
to
we
it,
see you in
what are
nicer
the
closing
words
for the
and
finals?
feelings that you and your
Sure, I'll be
teammates have?
naked for the finals.
Definitely relief. I mean, we had a lot of pressure going into this because we had previously lost 100 Thieves. So it was a lot of pressure, obviously wanting to win play-ins, but I mean, thankfully we brought it through, so quite a lot of relief, yeah.
I mean, I'll say that's the definition of relief when you have the 100 Thief loss, right? And that was neck and neck. And then you go to this. It couldn't get any closer, Lugia Go. It could not get closer. How does your team manage through the chaos when time is ticking? You guys have a Cinderella story,
watch that
and it's
replay
getting
again,
pretty
chat.
close to midnight there,
I
as
have
close as
to
you
know
can
who
get.
called that
How
play
do
to
y'all
rush
as
their
a
spawn to
unit keep calm,
use their
carry on?
res.
I know you've been
That
through this
was
before.
that
Leading up to
pisses
this,
me
you're
off,
in
and I'm
way.
not even on that
I mean,
team.
at LAN, it's obviously a lot of a pressure with being on stage and being in front of everybody, but I think, like, we just reassure each other, like, mid-game, we're constantly calling, like, talking to each other, just keeping the comms going, and it, with time, just calms people down, and it keeps the game going, so.
Are you exhausted or warmed up after that going into main stage?
I'd say definitely warm